días a todos.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. I want to welcome everybody to City Hall and to Council Chambers to meeting of the Los Angeles City Council today, Wednesday, May 1st, 2002. City Council is every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m.
Los invitamos al público para que
Here at
con
City Hall,
nosotros
participating in council meetings. We can also be viewed live from home on your cable station, Channel 35. We can be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Bernstein, Galante, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holden, Labange, Viscosky, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley, Thomas, Weiss, Sine, Padilla, 10 members present and quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, members of the public and members of the council. We do anticipate a lengthy meeting this morning with not only a lengthy agenda, but a couple of items that are joint hearings with the CRA board. So we appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Hahn moves and Mr. Reyes seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves and Ms. Gruel seconds.
Mr. President, on the regular agenda, there is a confirmation of a city official. Item number 2 is confirmation of David Herbst to the Rent Adjustment Commission, and that has been heard in committee.
Mr. Herbst is now before us. Public hearing on this nomination have been considered in committee. Members wishing to be heard, Ms. Gruel.
Good morning. I'm pleased to stand in support of David Herbst, who came to our Housing Committee, someone who has been committed to our city, and I am so pleased that you're willing to serve, because the pay is so much, isn't it, you know? But I just want to ask my colleagues to also support David today and hope that you will come back to our council, give us input, continue that dialogue, and just know that you're going to be a wonderful addition to the city family. And thank you for committing to the city, and introduce your wife and daughter who are here with you today, and they should be very proud of your supporting here in the city of Los Angeles. So I just ask everyone to please approve David's appointment this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Garcetti.
Just briefly, I wanted to echo the sentiments of the chair of the Housing Community Development Committee. Strong support of Mr. Herbst. I think he's going to do a great job. I had the luck of getting to know him personally, and I would hope that my colleagues will support him today. And I look forward to you working especially on some of the incentives that we're trying to get to bring more people into Section 8 housing and some of the other rent control issues that are right now before us at a very challenging time in our housing market. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, we have item number 2 before us, confirmation of the commissioner. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations, Mr. Herbst. You're confirmed, and thank you for serving the city. Forthwith, please. Next item.
On the regular agenda, item notice for public hearing, item number 1 is the joint CRA and council meeting. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Let's hold that on the desk, and we do have comment cards. We'll call that special.
Okay. And also number 3 is also joint meeting, so you'll hold that on the desk also.
Let's call that special.
On the next item is, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 4 through 27, and item number 7, there's a request on behalf of Councilmember Galanter to continue that to Friday.
Which item?
Item number 7.
Item number 7, request to continue from Council District 6. Members, without objection, so ordered. So we have items 4, 5, and 6, as well as items 8 through 27 before us. Mr. Labange called 8 special. Any other specials? 13 called special by Mr. Garcetti. 14, 16, and not 17? Not 17, but 27 called special by Mr. Garcetti. 13, 14, 16, and 27 called special by Mr. Garcetti. Any other specials? Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll and balance of the items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. 26 forthwith. Next item.
Next items, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 28 through 49.
Items 28 through 49 now before us. Members, without objection, we should consider these Rule 16 items. We do have cards on item number 44. Let's call that special. Any other specials?
Mr. President, I have a verbal amendment on item 36.
Item 36,
Otherwise, it should go through on consent.
technical in nature,
Yes.
and that amendment is?
That amendment would be that the council authorize the General Services Department to negotiate and execute a no-cost lease agreement for office and parking space located at 6080 Center Drive for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year extension options subject to the approval of the city attorney. That is technical, and I'll submit it to the clerk.
Okay, then we shall have item 36 as amended before us. On the balance of the items, we do not have requests from members of the public to be heard. We shall leave the public hearings open and close. Additional specials, Mr. Reyes.
Council President, thank you. Item 42, in that I need to make a verbal amendment. So
You
you
wish to
call it
make it?
special, yes.
Okay. Item 42, called special by Mr. Reyes. Any other specials? Other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items, including item 36 as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those items are approved. Ordinances do hold over for a second reading. Next item, please.
On the continued agenda, item number 50 is a public hearing item, and that's building and safety appeal and confirmation of assessment.
Item number 50 now before us. Do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on this item. Any members wishing to call item 50 special? Item 50. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 51 is an item for which public hearing has been held, and it was continued from yesterday.
Item 51, public hearing having been held, a motion from the floor is necessary to reopen the public hearing. Members wishing to call item 51 special? Item 51 before us. If that's not called special, then Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 52 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. It has a card, and also that is an ordinance, and it needs 12 council members.
Okay, do you have a public comment card on item 52? Let's call that special.
Thank you, Council President.
Next item, please.
The next item, Mr. President, is the closed session. Do you wish to hold that on the
Let's
desk?
hold the closed session items on the desk.
Going back to the items called special, item number 1 is the joint public hearing and public meeting between the City Council and the CRA.
Item number 1 now before us, members of the council and members of the public. This is a joint meeting of the City Council and the Board of Commissioners of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles to consider the approval and adoption of the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the adoption of the proposed redevelopment plan for the City Center redevelopment project. The amendment and the redevelopment plan are proposed to be approved and adopted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. Can I ask members of the agency to please come forward, members of the board? And as they come forward, Madam Clerk, please call the roll of the members of the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency.
Burnson, Galanter, Garcetti, Roll, Han, Holden, Labaja, Miskowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Benny, Thomas, Weiss, Stein, Padilla, 11 members present, and quorum of the City Council. David Farrar, Greta Hutton, Doug Ring, John Schaefer. A quorum of the CRA board, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now declare the joint public hearings on the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan open by the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency. Pursuant to law, it is my responsibility as council president to preside over these joint public hearings. This is the time and place set for the joint public hearings as specified in the notices published pursuant to the community redevelopment law. This is the time to comment on or object to the proposed amendment and the proposed redevelopment plan, as well as to object to any of the proceedings taken in connection with the amendment and the redevelopment plan, including these hearings. In a few minutes, we will take public comments. So all those wishing to speak should turn in the speaker's information card. Blank speaker cards are available for you at the rear of the council chamber. And we are in receipt of quite a few cards at this time. Let me please walk everybody through the procedures. The community redevelopment law requires that we follow certain procedures in the conduct of today's joint public hearings. Persons making statements and comments are asked to direct them through me. All persons desiring to speak will be given the opportunity to do so, subject to a time limit of 2 minutes per person. And of course, your brevity is appreciated. The order of procedure for today's hearings will be as follows. Council members Perry and Pacheco will make introductory statements on the matter. Then, agency staff will present a brief report of the history and background leading up to the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan. Agency staff will also present a brief summary of the agency's report to City Council on the proposed City Center redevelopment plan. Next, we will receive any written statements submitted by any person or organization for the hearing on the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan, and then any written statements submitted by any person or organization for the hearing on the proposed City Center redevelopment plan. We will then receive any oral comments from the audience on the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan. Remember to please fill out and submit a speaker card if you wish to speak. Questions, comments, and objections will be responded to as needed in connection with the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the proposed City Center Development Plan. After questions, comments, and objections have been responded to as needed for both the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan and the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan, the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City Council will then consider actions on the matters before them. First for the proposed amendment to the Central Business Redevelopment Plan, and next for the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan. I will now call upon Councilmember Perry and Councilmember Pacheco for opening statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, council members, for taking the time to hear what we have to say. In some ways, the amendment to the Central Business District represents an end of an era. Adopted in 1975 at a time when a downtown in Los Angeles was just the beginning of a dream, over 100,000 jobs have been created in the past 25 years. 2 years since the cap has been reached, along with over 20 million square feet of commercial and industrial development has been created. A civic center has expanded, as has the financial core. What the redevelopment agency is proposing today is the detachment of the Central Business District and the creation of a new redevelopment plan called City Center. Some of the remaining objectives in the Central Business District, which will wind down over the next 8 years, include the completion of the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels, the development of a full-service supermarket in the South Park area, the renovation of the County Hall of Justice, the construction of the Caltrans office complex at First and Los Angeles Street, and the continued oversight and maintenance of existing agreements such as the proposed 3 million square feet Metropolis development, the Holly Kalani Hotel, and City Court Plaza. A great deal still remains to be done. A new plan will generate revenues and provide the necessary tools to positively spur development in the downtown core of Los Angeles. A new plan will enable the redevelopment agency to continue working in areas of downtown that require an intervention and are yet untouched. That is Central City East, the historic core. Such examples would be converting largely vacant former commercial buildings into housing, both affordable and market rate, improving vehicle and truck circulation, not only on the commercial corridors, but on the emerging residential areas, facilitating additional residential and industrial sites, and providing more parking in underparked areas to assist such industries as jewelry, toy, flower, produce, and the fashion district. A strong downtown is important to all of us, to the entire city. Based on statistics from the Department of Commerce, almost 2 jobs in Los Angeles outside of downtown exist for every job in downtown. City residents who work in downtown come from all parts of our city. 25% from Northeast Los Angeles, 22% from the Hollywood-Wilshire area, 20% from South Los Angeles, and 12% of our workers come from the San Fernando Valley. Downtown is the engine, the economic engine that drives the rest of our city. Our new plan will result in resources flowing to the general fund and to all affected taxing entities under AB 1290 formula, as well as to the redevelopment agency. But note this, all tax increment flowing to the agency will be spent within the project area and/or qualifying areas of the city. Thus, there will be a dedicated income stream for improving downtown for all of us. A new plan will enable the agency to promote continued economic development and continue to focus on housing, market rate, affordable, and creating permanent housing for those who are homeless and are in transition, for those who are homeless and dual diagnosed and not only need support, but need places to live as they proceed through recovery and develop a future that is self-sufficient. And for historic preservation, this is not an attempt to continue generating revenue from completed projects, as those projects will be exempted from the proposed new boundaries. Evidence of the agency's analysis is the map itself. Take a look at it. As the boundaries are not necessarily contiguous, and because areas where redevelopment has been completed has been excluded. So after many years of thought and formulation and public input, I'm pleased to have this item ready for public hearing today, and I look forward to hearing from the members of our diverse, very diverse downtown community and to participating in the discussion of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. The chair recognizes Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, and members of the public, as you know, we're having a joint hearing today because we want to make sure that what happens in downtown is part of an overall plan to improve the entire community. We have been working very hard. I can tell you that personally, we have been working very hard in our office to make sure that all parts of downtown are part of the moving forward. We recently were very active in beginning the public toilet process in the city of Los Angeles. We're very excited about the street furniture program that we did with Broadway in spring, and we look forward to this redevelopment areas growing and also contributing more not only in the social service aspects of what we're doing here in downtown, but also in the capital improvements. I do concur with my colleague that this is not, my colleague Councilmember Perry, this is not an opportunity to extend and basically double dip on pre-existing projects that have done their share of providing tax increment and carrying their load. This is an opportunity to bring and embrace other parts of downtown. We know that recently we have 2 areas and we're doing the best that we can to make sure that they both move forward as quickly as possible. As I raised in prior instance, colleagues, that it was appropriate that we have an entire downtown area moving forward. I know that the central one was ahead of the industrial one, but I think in no case should anyone interpret our desire to be united as any form of NIMBYism or any form of exclusion. We want everyone at the table. We want to make sure that all stakeholders are heard from. We want the residents, the workers, the social service providers, and the property owners all to be pushing in the same direction. If there's any opportunity for us discuss to make sure that no one's left behind. I would like to hear from the public on any areas that are deficient in that, from that standpoint. We do not want to leave anyone behind in this process, so if there are people concerned about that, I welcome their comments so that we can look to mitigate or offset anyone feeling that they are not currently a part of the process. I do believe that we're at a point now where we're turning the corner for downtown, and everyone recognizes how vibrant the downtown area can be. We want to make sure that we're all in unison here, and I really appreciate this opportunity. And I know that there will be an opportunity to ask questions later, so I'll hold my questions, Mr. President, and we'll get back to those when that opportunity presents itself.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. I will now call upon Jerry Charlin, Administrator of the agency, to begin the staff presentation.
After 10 years of study and legal review, with the wholehearted support of council members Perry and Pacheco, the redevelopment agency was directed in October 2001 to embark on the creation of a new redevelopment plan along with the associated blight surveys for the downtown area. After 2 rigorous blight surveys, wherein over 40 people spent 8 weeks walking the streets of downtown Los Angeles, the agency determined the geographic boundaries that currently reflect economic and physical blight, resulting the documents and the maps before you today for the amendment of the Central Business District and the adoption of the City Center redevelopment project. The current Central Business District redevelopment plan in many ways reflects some of the agency's greatest successes and limitations. Successes include the development of over 100 projects, over 20 million square feet of commercial and industrial development, over 100,000 jobs, and the creation and rehabilitation of more than 6,000 units of housing, 3/4 of which are for very low and low-income residents. The greatest limitation of that plan, however, is that the cap on tax increment to be received has been met. That is a maximum of $750 million, which was reached 2 years ago, which has resulted in all of the bonds being paid off, and in essence, the project being physically constrained thereafter. Today, we're asking the City Council to acknowledge that the work in downtown Los Angeles is not anywhere near completed, and that redevelopment is an important and necessary tool for the revitalization of the city center. There is a need for more housing for all income levels so as to continue the exciting renaissance of downtown Los Angeles as a viable 24-hour neighborhood. There is a need for greater economic development opportunities in all the markets of downtown. The toy, the flower, the fashion, the industrial, the jewelry, and produce markets all need additional support. There is a need for historic preservation and adaptive reuse of the valuable aesthetic infrastructure of the historic core and the enhancement of the entertainment opportunities of the historic theater on Broadway. And finally, there is a need to address the sometimes overwhelming issue of homelessness, so as to provide comprehensive and humane alternatives that include the provision of various forms of housing and shelter, the support of social service providers, and the implementation of programs that can result in a reduction of homelessness. Today, we are asking the City Council and the Agency Board to hold a public hearing and begin the process by which redevelopment can continue to address these issues. I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you and ask for your support of this most important redevelopment plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charlin. At this time, are there any questions by members of the council or the agency? And I would ask agency members and council members to hold comments until after we receive comments from the public. Are there questions at this time? Mr. Garcetti? I'll wait for comments. Seeing no questions at this time, will the clerk proceed to read into the record the names and addresses of persons or organizations submitting written statements concerning the proposed amendments to the Central Business District redevelopment plan?
The clerk has not received any for the, any protest for the Central Business District redevelopment plan amendment.
Great. Then will the clerk proceed to read into the record the names and addresses of persons or organizations submitting written statements concerning the proposed city center redevelopment plan?
For the city center redevelopment project, an opposition letter has been received from Larry L. Adamson, President and CAO of the Midnight Mission, 396 South Los Angeles Street, Los Angeles, California, 90013. And also a protest from David E. Jansen, Chief Administrative Officer of the County of Los Angeles, 713 Kenneth Hahn, Hall of Administration, Los Angeles, California, 90012.
Thank you very much. Both the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan, as well as the proposed city center redevelopment plans and the report to council on both matters will be made a part of the record, along with the staff presentations and any other documents we may have just received. We will now proceed to hear comments from those present in council chambers today in opposition to the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan and the proposed city center redevelopment plan. As I call members of the public forward, please begin your comments by giving your name, address, and the organization, if applicable, that you represent, and whether you own or rent property or live within the project area. Please limit your remarks again to 2 minutes per speaker. We have quite a few comment cards today, so although the 2 minute is a maximum limit, further brevity is very much appreciated. Council calls forward at this time Mr. Jack Kaiser, to be followed by Carol Schatz, Tony Ricaza, and Jackie Breger. Mr. Kaiser, please come forward at this time.
President, Council Padilla, and members of the council, my name is Jack Kaiser. I'm Chief Economist of the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation, 515 South Flower Street, 32nd floor, Arco Plaza. Have worked in downtown most of my life and are here to support this redevelopment proposal. We deal with a lot of outside the area investors, business people, and what you sense is that there's a great hesitancy to come into downtown Los Angeles because they still perceive it as being a troubled area. I've had my own personal encounters with various issues in the area, so I am very much in support of this. We feel that the area is definitely blighted. We can generate higher and better uses by pursuing this redevelopment and generate good quality jobs and a lot of tax revenues for various entities, both federal, state, and local. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before taking the next speaker, let me make one correction. Some of the names I have read are members of the public here in support of the proposal. We are to take comments in opposition to the matters before us first. Let me call next Becky Dennison. When members of the public submit speaker cards, you've either checked for the proposal, against the proposal, or general comments. So we'll take those against the proposal first, and then general comments, and then those for the proposal. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Becky Dennison. I work with the LA Coalition to End Hunger and Homelessness and the Downtown Women's Action Coalition. I do actually support the majority of the city center redevelopment plan. This area is in dire need of economic development and other improvements. However, I would like to raise a couple of issues about the proposed plan and its impact on affordable housing in the project area. As you all know, state law mandates that redevelopment areas maintain and increase the supply of affordable housing. However, I believe that the proposed rehabilitation or conversion of housing units in existing buildings may actually reduce the number of affordable housing units in the area. Many of the existing blighted residential properties provide affordable housing, although it's not always safe or habitable. If only a portion, most likely 25% of these units are maintained as affordable, the remaining 75% will be converted to market rate housing, resulting in an overall loss of affordable housing. This is unacceptable. Many of these existing buildings provide permanent housing to people with disabilities, people living on very low incomes, individuals and families, and others receiving public assistance. This community absolutely cannot accept the loss of these units. We are already severely impacted by homelessness and a lack of housing. In addition, the CRA has not provided verification that residents in these hotels will be eligible for relocation assistance, although I have requested this information on 2 occasions. According to the rent stabilization ordinance and a representative of the Los Angeles Housing Department, they will not be eligible for relocation assistance. I would like to request that a project objective be added that explicitly states that prevention of involuntary displacement of low-income and homeless people from this area is a goal of redevelopment. We should be promoting equitable development that benefits all of our current residents. Our Central City East resident representative on the PAC abstained from approving this plan because it does not meet our overall needs. I support his opinion and ask that revisions be made to the plan to ensure that we avoid mass displacement of current residents. I'll also repeat that I do support the economic development initiatives in this plan, and my only concern is with the impact on affordable housing.
Thank you very much. The final speaker against the proposal, Mr. Jim Boxiar from the Skid Row Housing Trust.
Good morning. My name is Jim Bonner, Executive Director of the Skid Row Housing Trust. Like the previous speaker, I have some copies of my testimony, which is more ample than could be delivered in 2 minutes, so I've brought copies for the council. I also am in support of a redevelopment project. The Skid Row Housing Trust has been one of the not-for-profits that has delivered a great deal of the housing that has addressed the need of very low-income people in the downtown area. My problem is that the plan fails to adequately address the needs of very low-income people. I brought a couple of maps to illustrate the point. The first map shows the uses in the downtown area, in the Skid Row 55 blocks known as Central City East. And they include housing, permanent housing uses in orange. Red are the shelters and interim housing, commercial in pink, industrial in blue. The city's zoning for the same area is much simpler. Everything east of of San Pedro Street is industrial, plain and simple. Everything west is either housing or commercial. As you can see from the previous map, that's not the way the community is. For 100 years, it's been a mixed income neighborhood, predominantly industrial in this area, but as you can see, very variegated uses. The plan divides the community on San Pedro Street. On the east side is a whole block of service uses, which are separated from the predominant housing uses on the other side.
May I ask you to conclude, please?
The actual, what has led to the formation of the plan the way it is, are the business improvement districts. They're valuable to the city. We have no problem with them. But what has gone on is that there is no recognition of a Skid Row community, which does exist, and there is no recognition of the need for very low-income housing in the plan per se. And the comments that, as written out, explain specifically what that would mean.
Thank you very much. This concludes comments from members of the public present in opposition to the matters before us. We will now proceed to hear comments from members of the public wishing to offer general comments, not in favor, not in opposition, but general comments, beginning with Mr. Michael Sutton, followed by Tanis Carr, Ken Bernstein, and Don Garza. Mr. Sutton, and again, all members of the public, please identify which organization you represent, if any, or whether you live or work in the area.
My name is Michael Sutton. I live in the area. I'm a resident of downtown for about 8 years. I just want to say that since you said I can't say for or against,
Well, you may say whether you're for or against, but your card did not indicate either.
Oh, okay.
It offered general
well, I am for it because I am in recovery and also in transition, and at the present I'm not employed, and I just can't see that anything other than low-income housing at the present, and it'll be that way for quite a while. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanis Carr, followed by Ken Bernstein, Don Garza, and Tut Hayes.
My name is Tanis Carr. I currently live in the downtown area. I've lived there 5 years at the Downtown Women's Center. I have seen homelessness firsthand. I have been homeless, and I'm in favor of the redevelopment program. But as some of you may be aware, there is redlining in the area. They won't hire some people that live in the 913 area. So when you're redeveloping and creating these jobs, I hope that you keep in mind the people downtown that can't get hired because they won't hire them outside of the, when they realize that they're in the 913 area. So I would like special attention drawn to those who live down there and who desperately want to work, that they be given some of the jobs. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bernstein, followed by Don Garza, Tut Hayes, and Conrad Watson.
Good morning, Ken Bernstein with the Los Angeles Conservancy. We are actually in strong support of the new redevelopment plan. The Conservancy has been represented on the Project Area Committee and has been part of this process and believes the plan to be a very positive one. This plan really refocuses the CRA's redevelopment energies on the unfinished business in downtown Los Angeles where blight remains, particularly the revitalization of our historic downtown. And for example, having the opportunity to turn our attention to the revitalization of the largest collection of historic movie palaces in the world on Los Angeles' own Broadway. Every successful city in America has a well-coordinated, successful revitalization of their historic downtowns, whether in San Diego with the Gaslamp Quarter, in Denver with Lower Downtown, in Cleveland with the Flats and the Playhouse Square District. And we are at long last at the verge of such a renaissance here in Los Angeles, but we need these redevelopment tools to make that possible. There are 2,000 new housing units currently in the pipeline in historic buildings in downtown Los Angeles that can provide housing opportunity to the entire city in an area that we can accommodate density, but we need the support of the CRA to keep that momentum going. And that's why this plan really is more than about downtown's narrow interest. It's in everyone's interest in the city of Los Angeles to provide real and tangible benefits to all Los Angeles residents, and it's why this deserves your support today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garza, followed by Tut Hayes, Conrad Watson, and Larry Adamson.
Honorable Mr. President and council members, my name is Don Garza, and I was elected to represent resident tenants in the proposed redevelopment project area. I abstained from accepting and adopting the plan on the fact that in the historic core, there are various hotels, and you guys may be aware of them. They are hotels such as the Cecil, maybe the Alexandria, the Frontier, those large hotels, which have which supply low-income housing for low-income individuals. Now, I understand that the CRA may not be taking any of these large hotels, and I am for economic development and removal of blight. We need to finish what we started a long time ago in downtown Los Angeles. This is getting out of hand, and it's been very late. But I think we need to work together as a team with the CRA. The first step would be to bring forth responsible legislation, which I know there are people here that are doing that. And I feel that because of the increase in property values that come along with regentrification, I hate to use that word, but that's what's going to happen. These people are in danger of imminently being displaced because some of these buildings have been seen as slums. And I believe that we need to find a way to have some sort of protection for these 3,900 units of housing that are in danger of being displaced. And I would hope that the council members here who understand that I do not want to see any more homelessness than what is necessary, because this issue is not only affecting those that are very low income, but this is affecting the city in a wide array of income levels. We need to do the high density of downtown as far as residential. We need to do the economic development, but we also need to take into consideration we may be creating a homelessness problem in the future if we do not find some sort of way to protect the individuals that are in these large hotels, regardless of whether it be the CRA that takes over these hotels or whether it be the increase in property values that displaces these individuals. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hayes, followed by Conrad Watson, Larry Adamson, and James, is it Howard?
Mr. Pacheco, you don't want anyone left behind. Why do you think they would eliminate the term Skid Row? Skid Row has been eliminated not only as a term, but also as a locality. The reason they do that is quite obvious. When I appeared to be a member of the PAC, the Project Area Committee, I was told there'd be no category as homeless. No one can represent homeless people. I am homeless. Homeless primarily, solely because of the Community Redevelopment Agency some 14 years ago. But there are 10,000 homeless people in Skid Row and downtown in this area, but nevertheless they cannot be represented on the Project Area Committee. Why is that, Mr. Pacheco, Ms. Perry? The CRA contends that that is your design. It is your mandate that homeless people be excluded, accepted from being on the Project Area Committee. I think you will recognize, that a federal judge will probably recognize this population deserves to be represented. You see, we can vote, because I think that might be one way to address this to people who are elected representatives. If a homeless person can identify the intersection, say 5th and Los Angeles Street, that person may vote federal elections, local elections. But we cannot sit on a Project Area Committee and voice our opinion. There's no vote there that'll make anything firm and determinate, but nevertheless we should be there to represent ourselves. The Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority says that there is no homeless person qualified to sit on that agency. Why is that? So, on my objection, and I think you'll find out how firm it'll be later on, is that first of all, we have a representative, I would like to be there, on the Project Area Committee. The next thing we want to talk about is whether or not we will actually use the term Skid Row, because the population that I do represent on the advisory board is in Skid Row. And to exclude that term sounds rather devious to me. No matter how upwardly mobile you want to be, right now, you're down in Skid Row. So let's put that term back in so we know that that population and that condition does exist in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Conrad Watson, Larry Adamson, James Howitt, and Brent Miller.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Conrad Watson. I'm the executive director of the Salvation Army Harbor Light Center. We own 2 large buildings in this area. We're in favor of the overall proposal. However, I am opposed to the current language in the draft that pits social service providers as part of the problem. And I'm also opposed to any language that says that we could not increase or develop beds in our private agencies without going through some process through zoning or permits where it would be denied by virtue of the CRA plan. And so I would say that the language that I think we are part of the solution, any language in the draft that characterizes us as part of the problem and that we're an over-concentration of providers, I think is a misnomer. And I would ask respectfully that that language would be changed in the draft. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adamson.
Hello. My name is Derek Despain, and I live in the proposed area, and I'm for the redevelopment of the project to beautify the city. I love the city and I'd like to see it beautified. I'd like to know what you plan to do and if there's anything we can do to help that we live in the area. And also, I was wondering if these areas on this second thing sent in the mail, if these are exclusions or if these are the areas that are going to be redeveloped instead of the whole area.
What was your name again, sir? Your name again for the record?
My name is Derek Despain.
Okay. Need a public speaker card from you if you get a chance. Mr. Adamson.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. First, I do need to correct, you read into the record that my letter was in opposition to this plan. I need to change that. We have been in support of this plan with some qualification, and I hope that the record so shows. I am Larry Adamson. I am the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Midnight Mission, located at 4th and Los Angeles. We are the second oldest continually functioning social service agency of this city. I also address you as chairman of Los Angeles Central Providers Collaborative, which is the newly formed association of CEOs of the major program providers in the greater Skid Row area. I come before you with a mixed message, but a very focused determination. We have been fortunate to have been included in the issue of redevelopment and have held a voting position on this PAC, and we appreciate that opportunity. I say that my message is mixed because I'm truly appreciative of the excellent work of the CRA. To Jerry and Don and the staff, you have moved this process along with lightning speed and a real professionalism, and the work product of your office was balanced and comprehensive. The PAC worked diligently with CRA, and up until April 10th, the spirit of mutual support for the community was apparent. Then, in an 11th hour, 59th minute amendment effort by several of the developer interests on the PAC, that changed the spirit and included new language focused specifically on increasing their financial interests. I believe that the language of the March 25th, 2002 draft, specifically sections 105, number 14, should again be added back to the document as the language of record. With that, I fully support the adoption of this plan. The recognition of this return to a cooperative spirit is necessary to address the needs of the very poor and the drug addicted of our city. Don't, by your actions today, give credence to a self-centered and somewhat mean-spirited effort to limit the city's need and effectiveness for social service agencies.
Thank you very much. Mr. James Howard, and I apologize if I mispronounced the last name, but from Volunteers of America, followed by Brett Miller and June Eve.
Good morning. Jim Howard, Volunteers of America of Los Angeles. We both own and lease property in these areas. I am supportive of the recommendations of the committee, with the exception of what we saw as a limitation on providing services for low and very low income people, which would include the homeless. One of the questions that I heard voiced and have heard voiced a lot is, why are there so many services in this area? Well, I have worked in Los Angeles at various times since 1958. And going back in that time, this area has always provided low-income housing. Back in the 50s and 60s, it wasn't formalized as SRO housing. It were residential hotels that at times rented for as cheap as 50 cents a day or a few dollars a week. But it did provide housing for low-income people. So traditionally, this has been an area, always, that has provided that level of housing, which, while we may not like what it looks like to us, it is necessary for certain people, for those in very low income and those that are, sort of teetering on the edge of homelessness. Oh, I would hate to see that reduced again. Actually, the last redevelopment did reduce the number of beds in that area. So I do not want to see this reduced again. I think we should be looking for more low-income housing. Unfortunately, our city has one of the worst records in providing low-income housing, so I'd like to see us move in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brent Miller. Mr. Miller still with us? Followed by June E.
I want to thank God for you guys allowing me to get here. I'm kind of hoarse. Mr. President, the committee, everybody in here. I'm here representing the homeless. I've been homeless for a while, but thanks to the SRO, housing, low income, I have been saved. Also, I work closely with the union missions concerning the women and the children. They're not being totally helped. I would like, also, I agree with the committee and the plans, but I also have a great rapport with the people downtown Skid Row, which is City of Hope. I can work with the people. They listen to me. I can also help when they can hire the people that lives downtown Skid Row. They're willing to work. The women and the children, back to the Women and Children Project, they would like to move away from downtown. I understand also that I would be willing to step up a notch or two if somebody can support me, but I am ready to work and get the women and children away from downtown into affordable housing. I am down with that, so work with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. June E. And Mr. Ed Rosenthal, Advisory Board Member, to follow.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I am of a different place. I'm very fortunate. I own a piece of property in downtown Los Angeles since 1964, along with my husband. This was a manufacturing property that we built and developed our own products up to the year 1987. I'm listening to all of these people who want housing here in downtown Los Angeles. Who's going to provide them with jobs? All of the industry has left Los Angeles. The small areas that you're talking about, flower shops or little businesses, are not going to support all these poor people that are here in Los Angeles. We, unfortunately, had a fire in '87 and lost our business for a few years. We had to redevelopment and increase the site to the seismic upgrading to the tune of $150,000. After that, we were advised that the City Council Redevelopment and Zoning Division downzoned our properties so that we lost value, tremendous amount of value in our properties. We therefore couldn't even lease our property to anyone who might establish our own business again over and over again. And it was industrial, it's manufacturing. It became residential. It became commercial. Then, suddenly, we were afflicted with the light rail system. It didn't go into the middle of the street. It went smack dab against all of our 50 properties up and down Flower Street. This became, as far as I'm concerned, the blight that people keep talking about in Los Angeles. It is ugly. It should have gone underneath to Washington Boulevard, down Flower Street, where it had ended at Pico Boulevard, and should have gone down underneath to Washington. Therefore, the street wouldn't be blighted with this ugly rail that constantly goes by and throws in all the dirt into our manufacturing. I will say this. I don't like the idea of saying that someone's going to come in and condemn my property or take it for whatever they feel is necessary. I am very much opposed to this type of government, and I hope you will consider something in that relationship where you don't discourage property owners and kill them altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rosendahl for general comments.
Thank you. I'm putting my comments in the general section because I think there's just a couple of things you should pay attention to if you have the time. I know you're very busy people. First of all, one purpose of this new area is to support and continue the efforts that private developers have made to really convert empty buildings that are not being used to housing. Number two, the hotels that people have spoke to you about are not really specifically addressed in this plan, and it would be a number of years before that could possibly happen. However, those hotels are really a negative impact on the entire area to the extent that they really are a magnet for drug dealing and prostitution and crime. I hope you members of the council, I know you're very busy, will put some attention specifically towards those hotels and how you might better enforce the laws and make it safer for all the people in the area, including the occupants. And other than that, I'm a member of this advisory board. We've all put a lot of energy into this development plan, and all the communities involved were heard from. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Members of the public, members of the council, we will now hear comments from those present in favor of the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Development Plan and the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan. Again, I ask members of the public coming forward to please identify themselves, giving their name, address, and organization you represent, if any, and whether you own or rent property or live within the project area. Council calls forward at this time Ms. Carol Schatz, followed by Tony Ricaza, Jackie Breger, and Richard Markels. Ms. Schatz.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Carol Schatz, President and CEO of the Central City Association, 606 South Olive, Los Angeles 90014. We represent over 300 businesses, primarily in the downtown Los Angeles area, and we are here to speak in support, strong support of the proposal to create the new redevelopment area. Central City Association, as you are all well aware, has been the leading voice for the redevelopment, revitalization, and emergence of downtown Los Angeles as a great and world-class downtown. We obviously supported the Central Business District redevelopment area, and unfortunately, the cap has prohibited us from doing more in that area. But our mantra has always been, and will always be, that there are many areas in downtown that have not yet been delivered into prosperity and economic well-being. And the areas that are being considered for the new redevelopment area will begin to bring and lift all boats in the downtown area, in addition to bringing very important housing to the downtown area. We think it is also very important that the areas around Staples Center be considered in this plan, because the redevelopment of those areas is critical to how downtown continues to grow and prosper. And the tax increment will help to build a stronger downtown and a stronger city. We hope that you will support the boundaries as they have been described and support this effort to make downtown our truly great downtown. We are on our way, and this is another way and a very important way for us to continue all the way along. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ricaza, followed by Jackie Breger, Richard Markels, and Rick Mantley.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, members of the Commission, I'm Tony Ricaza with the Office of Assemblyman Gil Cedillo, 617 South Olive Street, downtown LA, 90014. Assemblyman Cedillo asked me to share a few thoughts for him today. It's about greatness. It's about the greatness of the city. It's about the greatness of political leadership. It's about the greatness of the people who live here. What you're doing today, what you approve, is going to impact more than just the districts that you represent, but it's going to have a profound impact on the perception of the city and how great this city is. Because if you pursue a plan that is a sound public policy, that is doing the right thing, that addresses the needs of the homeless, addresses the needs of the low income, addresses the needs of the developers, addresses the needs of those business owners who employ people, then you will bring our city to greatness. Just a couple days ago, we celebrated the rededication of this fine building here. And it was back then that this building represented the greatness of Los Angeles then and the greatness of what it's going to be. And the Assembly member has a faith in all of you. We believe, we support this plan, and we ask for your aye vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jackie Breger, followed by, I apologize, Richard Morello, then Rick Mantley and Kent Smith.
I'm Jackie Breger, Director of City Life, Downtown Summer Camp, and soon-to-be Charter School, opening, we hope, in the historic core in September of 2003. I'm happy to be following Tony Ricasa because what I'm going to say is very much related to that part of a public policy decision has to be the greatness of the city and the legacy. And I look at these things from the point of view of the engagement of children and young people. I thought over the years in our summer camp, kids have been very much engaged with downtown, with buildings, with light, with what they call nasty stuff and good stuff. And I would share with you a couple of their comments that you can just let them roll around in the back of your brain when you're making decisions. About the old buildings along Broadway, Spring, and the historic core. Kids think that the buildings hold memories and they should be kept. They hold the memories of how people lived and also the memories so that grandparents can tell their grandchildren what music they listened to there. These are their exact words. One of our participants liked the Biltmore Hotel because it is architecture mixed with art. And St. Vibiana's should be kept, restored, because it is like a three-dimensional work of art. There's a lot of impact on the kids. The Orpheum doesn't look like any movie theater I've ever been to. I only go to the regular theaters that are just black. And this was before the Orpheum was restored, by the way, but the Orpheum was gold, and I like how it was a theater and a movie theater. The kids noticed the sidewalks made of terrazzo. They had colors and fancy shapes, and it was so pretty compared to the other parts of the sidewalk. And about City Hall, which we were in before, it was closed down for restoration, and just last summer, one of the kids commented that the dome and the rotunda makes City Hall a big and auspicious building. I feel small in there, but I do like the marble. I'm glad they decided to keep it this way instead of building a new one. And about downtown in general, kids thought that they would be surrounded by, their words, hobos and bums and gangs, and that there would be a lot of crime in downtown. And one of our participants learned that things are not always what they seem. Broadway is not so welcoming, but it has a lot to offer, said he.
If I may ask you to conclude, please.
Pardon me?
If I may ask you to conclude.
Yes. And I learned that I can help make it better. That's the important piece, the civic engagement that kids can help make it better. And I hope that you can help them learn from seeing what was nasty to their comment that downtown is cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Morello, followed by Rick Mantley, Kent Smith, and Orlando Ward.
Good morning, Council and CRA board members. My name is Richard Morello, and I am an elected PAC member on the redevelopment project area. I strongly support the adoption of the new project area. We spent many hours, many days hearing all from different aspects of how this project area would affect developers, businesses, residents, homeless. Everybody was well represented at that table. The plan as proposed is a well-balanced work product that I think achieves most people's goals. One of my personal interests was to see the eastern side of downtown come with a little more attention than it has in the past. And I also urge the strong adoption and quick adoption of the Central City Industrial Project area, which unfortunately started at the same time, but got put off for a few months, and that will be the next one in front of you guys, hopefully in December. Both of them will truly help downtown and all aspects of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick Mantley, followed by Kent Smith, Orlando Ward, and Jeffrey Byrd.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of this council. My name is Rick Mantley, and I'm with the Los Angeles Community Action Network, LA CAN. We are a grassroots community organization that works for and directly for the poorest of the poor, the homeless, those who live down in the Skid Row area. And I'm here today to say that we do support the redevelopment plan. We are in favor of redevelopment and economic revitalization. However, I ask for your support in some key revisions of the City Center redevelopment plan in order to reduce the negative impact on very low income and homeless residents of this area. I understand that state law requires that redevelopment serve the interest of the health, safety, and general welfare of the people of these communities. As a resident of Central City East, much of which is included in the City Center area, I want to ensure that we benefit from the upcoming redevelopment. We cannot allow thousands of people and families to be displaced from residential hotels with no place to go. We are struggling already with the impacts of homelessness that is very widespread, and currently our organization is engaged in a campaign against what we call a 28-day shuffle, which is the insidious practice of hotel owners to allow the continuous occupancy of these hotels for 30 days so they do not recognize their tenants as tenants under California law. Thus, they are subject to lockouts, illegal evictions, sudden and outrageous rent increases, and their property is seized, and they are asked to pay for the return of their property. We want to stop this insidious practice of what we call the 28-day shuffle. And we also request that full disclosure by the CRA of whether people living in these residential hotels will be eligible for relocation assistance, and whether units rehabilitated in residential hotels that currently provide affordable housing will be replaced on a one-for-one basis.
I may ask you to conclude, please.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to present my concerns about the City Center redevelopment plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kent Smith, followed by Orlando Ward, Jeffrey Byrd, and Bob Garrison.
Good morning. My name is Kent Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the Fashion District. We're the first property-based business improvement district in the city of Los Angeles. We represent 550 property owners in 82 blocks, the largest group of property owners in any bid in LA. We are the creative heart of fashion in California. I was elected to the Project Advisory Committee of the CRA to represent both the district and the 3,000 businesses located there. We are very supportive of the City Center redevelopment plan. We're proud that some of the fashion district is not included in the plan because the private sector has revitalized these significant portions of our district. We're spending $2.9 million every year to keep the area clean, safe, and comfortable for all Angelenos to enjoy. While the fashion district is a vibrant, friendly place for small businesses and has pedestrian traffic that is similar to that on Hollywood Boulevard, the streetscapes are in dire need of improvement, and the lack of parking is becoming an obstacle to commercial expansion. We are also the location of the largest adaptive housing project in Southern California, Santee Court, at 7th and Los Angeles Street, along with the Pacific Electric Building at 6th in LA. These new housing projects will require infrastructure to support the new neighborhoods they create. We are supportive of a mixed income housing and groups in downtown Los Angeles. We'd like you to improve the City Center redevelopment plan and allow us to continue the revitalization of the fashion district and downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Orlando Ward, followed by Jeffrey Byrd, Bob Garrison, and Jack Rubens.
Council President, council members, good morning. My name is Orlando Ward. My address is 354 South Spring Street in Los Angeles. That's my work address. I'm also vice chair of the PAC of the CRA Center City area. My comments are these. I want to thank council members Perry and Pacheco for their efforts in the redevelopment process. I think it's a very good one. However, during deliberations of this plan, I abstained from voting because of item 14 as it addressed critical objectives to the special needs populations that we serve. After vigorous and difficult discussion, this objective was removed. Because this plan has 30-year implications, I could not, in good conscience, render an affirmative vote. But I recognize the necessity for revitalization in this area and could not and do not oppose it. I'm concerned that there are no specific references to transitional housing for a population that currently resides in the Center City area, i.e. runways, homeless, senior citizens, special needs population. And there are no provisions for child and elderly care services or mental health treatment and outreach. There are other services essential for the community's health, and these aren't addressed. The draft language included the following provisions: to support and encourage the development of social services with special consideration given to participating in projects involving community-based organizations which serve these specific populations. The intent of that language was more in alignment with the overall goals of redevelopment in this area, and in fact, with the Los Angeles Downtown Strategic Plan, which states something to the effect, local downtown actions are required to bring those living on the streets inside and to provide requisite services, housing opportunities, and community environments to allow them to rejoin the workforce and productive lives. We shared these concerns with our councilwoman, and we thank Councilwoman Perry for allowing us to speak frankly, and for the balanced support that you give the Central City East area. I would urge you as a council to consider these thoughts as you approve this plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Byrd, followed by Bob Garrison, Jack Rubens, and Darrell Weist.
Hello, Mr. President. My name is Jeffrey Byrd. I'm the Vice President of Programs and Outreach and the Chief Operating Officer for the Union Rescue Mission, the oldest rescue mission of its kind here in Los Angeles. Over 111 years old. As a matter of fact, the grounds that the City Hall sits on today was our former Union Rescue Mission facility. We're extremely concerned about one section of the plan which affects the city's historic commitment to serve the poor and the homeless. They are recommending that you adopt an ordinance which changes the existing policy of over 25 years, and as a few of our colleagues have alluded to, it affects what's going to happen for the next 30 years. In reviewing the proposal that was revised on April 10th, it is our most urgent concern that the particular wording in this final document be amended. Based on the information recently provided to our organization, it's our impression that this drastically limits those social services that we offer to the poor. We do not necessarily oppose the redevelopment plan itself. We strongly urge that the original language under Section 105, subsection 14, in the March 25th version be reinstated. Specifically, that wording states, and I repeat what's already been said to you, to support and encourage the development of social services with special considerations given to participating in projects involving community-based organizations that serve the runaways, homeless, senior citizens, special needs populations, and provide child care and elderly care services and other social services. The April 10th draft, which you have before you, limits the historic commitment of this city to support and encourage the development of social services, instead minimizing the over-concentration or exclusive concentration of such services. Our ability to expand facilities and services has been mutually beneficial to the homeless, the business community, and the city at large, and we respectfully request that you make that consideration in approving this plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garrison, followed by Jack Rubens, Darrell Weiss, and Chris Majeski.
Good morning. I'm Bob Garrison with Lennar Communities. Lennar is one of the largest home builders in the United States, with over 500,000 homes having been built within the past half century. In the past few years, we have involved ourselves in the urban infill arenas in several cities throughout the United States and in the residential components associated with those areas. Specifically, in the last 24 months, we have committed significant resources to a master plan for the redevelopment of a residential component within the South Park area of this city. We remain strongly committed to this effort. We strongly support the adoption of this city center redevelopment plan. We recognize the importance, as we hope you all do, of the adoption of this plan, as it is a definite requirement for the city and the CRA to have the necessary funds to make this project a reality. We look forward to continuing our work with the CRA and the city to make this project a reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jack Rubens, followed by Darrell Weiss, Chris Majeski, and Mike Pfeiffer.
Morning, council members, members of the CRA board. My name is Jack Rubens with Shepherd, Mullen, Richter, and Hampton, speaking on behalf of Lennar Communities. You just heard from Bob Garrison, and I just wanted to emphasize 2 points. Lennar has been working, as Bob said, for the last 24 months on a major redevelopment project for South Park. And in the 2 years of study that's gone on, 2 things have become very apparent. First, the redevelopment of South Park is not going to occur on a lot-by-lot basis or even a block-by-block basis, at least not in our lifetimes. It's going to require a major redevelopment effort and the kind of master plan that Mr. Garrison alluded to. And second, that kind of major redevelopment effort can only succeed with the creation and implementation of the redevelopment plan that's before you today. And on a related subject, I would be remiss if I did not endorse comments that were made earlier by Ken Bernstein of the Los Angeles Conservancy. Some very important work is begun by a handful of rather courageous developers to revitalize the Broadway Historic District and to resurrect the city's historic core. And the adoption of the plan that's before you today is going to be crucial for those efforts to continue and for those dreams to be realized. Therefore, I strongly support your adoption of the City Center redevelopment plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weiss, followed by Chris Majeski, Mike Pfeiffer, and Fred Cepeda.
I'm Darrell Weiss. I'm the senior pastor at First United Methodist Church, Los Angeles. We've been in the downtown Los Angeles since 1854, and we've been property owners at least since 1868. I'm also the president and CEO of the 1010 Development Corporation, which is a faith-based agency which has built 141 units of affordable housing in South Park. And I'm here to support this resolution for the kind of housing that we build for support staff, secretaries, and janitors. We find that also is a very, very important affordable housing process. We think that this needs to be a part of it, and we're very pleased that that this new area will, and a CRA area will in fact be approved, because it will help that kind of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Majeski, Mike Pfeiffer, Fred Cepeda, and Faye Washington.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Chris Majeski. I'm representing both the CRA PAC for the proposed city center development area, as well as the LA Arena Land Company and Flower Holdings, which are property owners within the proposed redevelopment area. I'm here today to say that the process we've gone through has been an inclusive process that has involved all members of the public and has resulted in a document that we're proud of. The redevelopment of the South Park area in particular has been occurring in large part due to the partnership that the city's had with people like our organization over the last several years. We're at a crossroads here to continue that effort and make meaningful redevelopment in the downtown community, which would result in significant market rate and affordable housing, new jobs, and really realize the vision that we established several years ago. We look forward to working with you and urge that you support the matter before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Council, and members of the CRA Commission. I'm Mike Pfeiffer. I'm the Executive Director of the South Park Stakeholders Group. We've been active since 1992, working closely with the city and the CRA for the revitalization of the South Park area. We're made up of commercial and residential property owners and business leaders. I also serve on the City Center Redevelopment Project Advisory Committee, representing Transamerica Occidental Life Insurance Company. We respectfully request your approval of the proposed City Center redevelopment area. The new City Center redevelopment area can stimulate new job creation and retention for an area hard hit by the last economic downturn. It can foster the creation of new businesses, such as may be generated through business incubation or other innovative economic development measures. These are all mechanisms that this particular new area can foster. It can stimulate new residential development that'll bring about affordable and market rate housing. When you couple all this new development, it'll increase retail sales, tax income so needed for the city. It'll increase business tax revenue so needed for the city, and other similar revenue increases. This new area will foster new parks and open spaces so needed for our residents, workers, and visitors. It'll help realign our targeted streets out there that will keep us more in tune with commercial and commuter traffic increases. It'll help improve our public facilities, such as support for new schools, new expanded health facilities, and special public attention given to reducing homelessness in our communities. In summary, we respectfully request your approval of this new City Center redevelopment area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fred Cepeda, followed by Faye Washington, Candy Flores, and Gladys Reyes.
Good morning. My name is Fred Cepeda. I'm Vice President with Lakeco Limited. I think you know us better as the Los Angeles Athletic Club at 431 West 7th Street. I'm also the chair of the City Center Redevelopment Project Area Committee. And I don't know if I'm in violation of the Brown Act because I think I have a majority of my committee here this morning. By your design, we are in fact a diverse and representative group of the city. Businesses, manufacturing, residents, they're all represented on this committee. And we have received and reviewed the documents that were prepared by CRA and revised them in an attempt to try and take into consideration the various and sundry issues that you've heard from constituents outside of this hall and in this hall today. We too wrestle with the issue of housing and social services. But not unlike you, it's a difficult issue to tackle, and especially one that cannot be solved in one document. So what you have before you, is in fact a measured, balanced, compromised position of 14 people who represent the cross-section of your city. Our goal is to help you bring forth the benefits of this plan. Our goal is to work with you, the CRA, the City Council, staff, and the community to ensure that on a project-by-project basis, we make this city a better place to be. I ask that you support the plan that's before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Washington.
Good morning, members of the City Council, commissioners. It is my pleasure to be before you this morning. My name is Faye Washington, and I'm CEO of the YWCA of Greater Los Angeles, 3345 Wilshire Boulevard in the city of Los Angeles. The YWCA is the owner of one of the historic hotels that we're talking about this morning. The YWCA has been an entity in this community for over 37 years. That's right, we've been there for 37 years running the Job Corps program for the city of Los Angeles. We have on any given day over 1,000 16 to 24-year-olds engaged in a school, a charter high school, vocational training. We train them, we house them, we sleep them, we provide medical services for them, and lastly, we provide jobs for them. Our success rate is 94.8%. Of all of our youth that come through our program actually get jobs. I make that statement because as I looked at the plan, I was so pleased to see that all of the components that we provide in this program is actually addressed. The program is in great need of expansion. For the 1,000 youth we serve, we could serve 2,000, we could serve 5,000. I was pleased because we are at the beginning conversation points and engaging in a feasibility study to hopefully gain occupancy and adaptive reuse of the historic Harold Examiner building for the YWCA, to provide recreational support for that area, to provide housing for women and children and the youth in the community, but more importantly, to keep the focus that tells us Los Angeles is great, it has always been great, and we've always taken care of our own, and to allow the YWCA, a force that's been around for 100 years, and specifically 37 years in this community, the opportunity to continue to serve those who are in the greatest social and economic need. I encourage you to vote for this plan, and I look forward to working with the Board of Commissioners as well as the City Council as we go through the plan project by project.
Thank you very much. Candy Flores, followed by Gladys Reyes, Sven Manny, and Segura Brown.
Metropolitan newspaper years. The Valley Rag? Yeah, the Valley Rag. That's a good name.
Good morning, President and City Council members. My name is Candy Flores. I'm here in support of the CRA Los Angeles Job Corps. We as a resident students would like to see more space around our facility. And by having another housing facility, students will have more space and rooms, no more than 3 students to a room, and the facility on Broadway and 11 is small for all students that are in Los Angeles Job Corps. Students are trying to join Job Corps. Trying to run in Los Angeles Job Corps cannot become residents because there is no space. But if we have another facility, students will be able to stay in Los Angeles Job Corps and leave up productions and situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reyes.
Hello and good morning, the President and the council members. I'm Gladys Reyes and I'm here from LA Job Corps, and we just was thinking about getting a bigger facility and a better one to have a better career and a better education, and somewhere we could live and have somewhere we could go after we're done with LA Job Corps. And we just need a bigger space for the people that do want to come to Job Corps and do want to study more and don't have the money. They could come here to Job Corps, and Job Corps will help them. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Manning.
Hello, I am Sven Manning, and I am representing Job Corps. We do need bigger facilities because I hate to see people go home. You know, I've seen resident trainees, I see that almost every day. They have to find a place really quickly because then maybe their exit date has moved up. Job Corps is a great place to go. It's helped me get a better education. It helps a lot of people get a better education. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Segura Brown, followed by Gabriela Garcia, Kenneth Aslan, Louis Bloomberg, and Lisa Gaines.
Good morning, President and Council members. I'm here on behalf of Los Angeles Job Corps for the CRA and the housing needs of the greater Los Angeles area. My name is Sequoia Brown. I'm 18 years of age and I've been enrolled in the Los Angeles Job Corps program for 20 months. My training is vocational nursing. I am a resident of the center, and as a resident I can tell you that the center has benefited a lot of young people in the community by giving us a place to go and a place to learn, and a place to get an education. It has allowed us to leave places where it was either psychologically, emotionally, or physically abusive. We've left situations in which we were homeless or living from pillar to post. And I would just like to ask you guys to approve that we do have more rooms and a bigger facility so that more people can come and benefit from the program. I also ask that you have a facility for a transitional facility so that once we leave Los Angeles Job Corps Center, we can maybe enter into low-income housing to prepare us for when we leave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gabriela Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriela Garcia, and I'm 25 years old. I've been in the program for Job Corps Center 6 weeks, and I came to Job Corps because after I graduated high school, I had lots of opportunities to go to universities, but my status, legal status was not right in this country. Now, recently, I become a U.S. resident, so I decided to go on for my career. And Job Corps opened the door for me. I want to be a computer web designer, and I have the skills, and I have the talent, but I need some trainings. Now, I think I'm a little bit late to start my education, but never is too late. And like me, there's lots of young people out there who lives in very bad conditions. They have like problems at home, and they think that they don't have a future. And I'm here to represent all those students out there who are involved in gangs and gang members and all these problems and drugs. And Job Corps is keeping them away and giving them a future. So thank you for your time. And I will appreciate you to consider this proposal, because the young people in this nation is the future of America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Aslan, followed by Louis Bloomberg, Lisa Gaines, and Ted Hayes.
Hi, Kenneth Aslan. Good morning, Mr. President, members of council. I'm the executive director of the Historic Core Business Improvement District, 522 South Main Street, Los Angeles. We've been working several years. It's a daunting task to create a neighborhood downtown. We've been looking at jobs, housing, and entertainment. Our budget's $1.2 million a year. We spend $400,000 a year on homeless job training. The task, as I said, is a daunting task, and we need every partner we can get to revitalize downtown. In the last few years, one of our partners that were lacking was the CRA, and this proposal would bring them back into the picture and really help in the future of downtown Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louis Bloomberg.
My name is Louis Blumberg. I am here representing the Los Angeles Unified School District. I have already presented to the city clerk for distribution to the council members a one-page copy of this presentation I'm making and a two-page precise comments that we would like to be incorporated in the project. The students of the Los Angeles Unified School District will benefit greatly from the proposed city center redevelopment project. If the project is approved and based on the agency's projections of tax increment revenues with the redevelopment, and in which we concur in most areas, and the district's understanding of the interpretation of Assembly Bill 1290 pass-through formulas, over the next 45 years, the district expects to receive between $312 million to $445 million in AB 1290 pass-throughs. These are for facilities to build primarily within the project area and elsewhere throughout the school district areas. Hence, on behalf of the school district, we urge you to support this project. AB 1290 payments to the district may be used for land acquisition, facility construction, reconstruction, remodeling, or deferred maintenance, which are determined by the district board of trustees to be of benefit to the project area. Working with the district, the agency has identified already $42 million in potential school projects in the downtown area. Improvements include the 9th Street School and other downtown sites, which are already included in the redevelopment plan. We also encourage the agency to negotiate appropriate facility cooperation agreements with the district at appropriate times in the future, so to minimize the potential offsets from such projects to the facilities portion of the district's AB 1290 entitlements.
May I ask you to conclude, please?
Pardon?
May I ask you to conclude, please?
Many persons in the public service community have expressed in campaigns and while they hold office their intent to support education in the LA School District, yet they seldom have a meaningful opportunity to do such. This is a meaningful opportunity. Again, we would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lisa Gaines, followed by Ted Hayes, Bud Hayes, and Leslie Kroom. Lisa Gaines still with us? If not, then let's go forward with Mr. Ted Hayes, followed by Bud Hayes, Leslie Kroom, and Fran Inman.
Good morning, Mr. President, Jan Perry, Nick Pacheco, City Council members. I'm Ted Hayes, homeless activist. I live at the Dome Village with 26 homeless people, Los Angeles, at 847 Golden Avenue. I am in support of the redevelopment plan for downtown Los Angeles. Like most of the stakeholders in the downtown area, I have a vision for a vibrant, prosperous downtown Los Angeles, a late night or all night city where people can feel healthy and safe to come into the community and spend and have a nice time. And I believe that we need to have a diverse economy for the people in downtown Los Angeles. We cannot continue to build a whole lot of housing in the downtown area because we're going to end up creating or expanding the ghetto situation that already exists there. I encourage you, City Council members, to work with the County Board of Supervisors to get the other cities within the county to bring more housing development into their communities and stop allowing downtown to become the hospital for their problems. So we need to come up with a better strategy. And one more thing I'd like to say too, it seems to me that the biggest controversy around homelessness is the people living on the sidewalks and on the streets out there. That's the biggest controversy. I think we need a separate plan to address that situation. And as many of you know, last week we had the 1,000 student march in homelessness, and all of you were out there, and we really appreciate you, Janice, and everybody who came, and Jan Perry. And there's a new day in LA, and because of your support of that. But again, I support Jan Perry's motion and Pacheco's motion. Please make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bud Hayes.
Mr.
President, Council, thank you. My name is Bud Hayes, SRO Housing Corporation, and yes, I am Ted's brother.
Older or younger?
I'll make it as briefly as I can. The issue of affordable housing for the homeless to moderate income is a regional problem that's been developing for at least 25 years. It cannot be solved in this part of Los Angeles anytime ever. It's just not going to happen. There are 88 cities plus the county of Los Angeles who would like to solve this problem with the boundaries of this plan, within the boundaries of this plan. And it just isn't possible. I know of no vibrant community, the community that Ted just spoke of, comprised solely of poor people. We generally call those ghettos or barrios. Healthy communities require the diversity of housing for people of all income levels, from the homeless to the poor, to the moderate, to the wealthy. Together, they form an interdependent community sharing the new amenities, jobs, and culture that will come with the elimination of blight. Everyone will benefit from the increase in public safety. The plan mandates a minimum of 25% be directed towards the very poor and poor people, which is 5% over what the state mandates. If somebody today would like to make a motion to raise that to 30% as a housing provider, I'd certainly go with it, Jerry. But to end, the plan isn't perfect, but it is a start that we can work with the CRA and the council to refine and resolve the valid issues raised by our community partners and partial opposition. To end, again, we need to remember that this is a plan for community building, not just a plan specifically for housing. And then one word of caution, Mr. President, and to the council. The people who spoke in opposition regarding social services had a very good point, and it's an issue that hasn't been raised. Any language of any type which would restrict the ability of a social service agency to serve someone who is disabled will be, on the face of it, in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So I would certainly encourage the council and the department to just make sure that the draft is reviewed at least one more time to clear and clarify and resolve that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
We are in support
much.
of the plan.
Leslie Kroom, followed by Fran Inman and John Valiance.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Honorable Council. My name is Leslie Kroom, and I work for United Coalition East Prevention Project. It's located at 804 East 6th Street, LA 90021. Our program is a nonprofit project working in Central City East, or the area commonly referred to as Skid Row. Our work focuses on reducing and/or eliminating community problems that stem from sale and use of alcohol and other drugs. We support Councilwoman Jan Perry in our efforts, thank you, to revitalize Central City East. It appears that the CRA plan has the potential to reinvigorate our community. We feel that low and moderate income housing is necessary to address the needs of women, children, and families, as well as the needs of the poor. Residents should have access to supermarkets as the nearest is 6 miles away, and new and existing businesses should be strongly encouraged to hire local residents. This, coupled with the elimination of nuisance businesses, are essential in creating a healthy and safe community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Inman?
Good afternoon, President, Council members, and Commissioners. I'm Fran Inman, Senior Vice President of Majestic Realty. We're here today to once again reinforce our commitment to revitalization of downtown. I was part of the Staples Center entitlement team where we worked very closely with the council and the CRA, and I think that project speaks for itself, and especially in terms of creation of jobs. And what I hear over and over again today is a solution for all of us. So Majestic Realty clearly recommends that you adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. John Valiance, followed by Ed Rosenthal. As Mr. Rosenthal's been called before. Tom Savage, and Isabel Buckley.
Good morning or good noon, President of the Council and Council members. My name is John Valance, and also Honorable Commissioners of CRA. My name is John Valance, City Center Development, 725 South Figueroa in downtown Los Angeles. We are the owners and developers of the Metropolis Project, a nearly 3 million square foot development plan for South Park. Our project was approved by this council in 1993, and we have been, the CRA and the city have been very supportive of maintaining our project in place until we have an opportunity to develop this magnificent development for downtown, and we are very anxious to do that. We are extremely supportive of the agency's efforts in the downtown area and very supportive of this new Central City redevelopment plan and the amendment to the existing plan. The CRA has been instrumental and a very important part of developing our project with us, in concert with us, and we are, again, extremely pleased to be supportive of this development or this redevelopment plan for downtown Los Angeles. Thank you very much, members of the Council and the CRA Commission.
Thank you very much. I mentioned Mr. Ed Rosenthal. I believe you had an opportunity to speak earlier in the hearing. Tom Savage, followed by Isabel Buckley and Esther Chow.
Good morning. My name is Tom Savage. I'm representing Core Realty. We're in the process of developing several different projects in Los Angeles. Currently, I manage a property at 560 South Main Street and 121 East 6th Street, which are going to be converted or already have been converted into artist loft spaces. The 612 South Flower project is, I believe, going to be a living space and retail space at the bottom, but I just wanted to come in on behalf of Core Realty, say that I'm behind the project for redevelopment, and good luck, and I look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Isabel Buckley, followed by Esther Chow.
My name is Isabel Buckley, and I work and have worked for the past 20 years in the Los Angeles Flower Market, which we call downtown, which is very close to many of the affected areas. We're thrilled to see the continuing redevelopment of the area. We are in one of the bids and have seen remarkable improvement. Having read through the plan, I think our biggest concern, and even hearing it here, is the juxtaposition of the large business interests, the social services, with very little mention of the small businesses that have to date held up downtown, whether it's a little toy town where those people have taken their lives into their hands and developed that area, or the flower market. I think the largest concern would be the homeless issue. I think it's an opportunity to look at this problem from a different perspective. It's not only the housing. It's not only the availability of job programs. There are some people who may not be reached by this. And I think it's an opportunity to put money, well-needed money, into social services, psychological, methane treatments, an area for these people. We don't want to see them pushed down just one more block. They used to be on Maple, now they're on San Pedro. This is a huge issue that has not really been touched on. I mean, everyone wants it in somebody else's neighborhood. The small businesses have lived and worked with this problem and will continue to, but it needs a bigger and a greater solution than what's being offered here. And that would be our biggest concern, not to necessarily move them, not to shunt them aside, but to once and ongoingly work with the problem. To face it, there is a problem. It will always be in a large and prosperous city. And let's just face it, give them toilets, give them housing, give them the appropriate psychological, medical treatment that they so deserve and need. And that would be as a representative of a business that has worked in that community for 25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther Chow.
Thank you very much. I've been listening very carefully about the program, the plan for the
disabled and for the poor, I am for it. I have nothing against it. However, I'm here to seek your guidance, Mr. President and the councilman, because I have been picked as an owner in Los Angeles County since 1964 about a code violation which completely contains false information. Number one, I'm accused of having 6 units. I just received my registration for 2 units. And number two, they said that I have no construction. I haven't built anything. I just repaired the plumbing or whatever, cement or something. That's not new construction. And so I need your attention here to tell me what to do against this Inspector Barco, who's after my tail for nothing. And I talked to his supervisor finally yesterday, Mr. John Lipio or something, and he said, what do you want me to do? I said, I want this Mr. Barco to be checked in why he has conflict of interest. The problem of this Mr. Barco, he sent the notice of violation on April 22nd, and on April 23, I got an offer to sell my property, which is not up to code. So who knows what? How come suddenly from 22nd and the very next day, I get the first offer in my lifetime for those properties? So I need this council chairman, president, or whoever, members, I need to get guidance what to do with this City of Los Angeles Housing Department code enforcement false charges against me. Can you answer me, please?
After public comment, there will be an opportunity for responses by the agency and the council on appropriate questions and concerns.
Pardon me, what, I cannot hear, I'm a little deaf.
When we finish public comments, there will be an opportunity for the agency and for the council to address questions and concerns brought up during the comment period.
So I have to wait until this afternoon again? I just canceled my medical doctor appointment because I thought this is very serious. The code violation.
As soon as we're done with the public comment period, if you are the last speaker, then I will be asking the agency to respond to questions and concerns raised during this comment period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. And that she is our final speaker. This concludes the oral comment section of today's proceedings. Mr. Charlotte, does staff wish to respond at this time to written or oral statements and comments just presented?
The staff would like to defer any formal responses to the oral or written comments, but I would like to make some short informal comments. I think that this plan is a great opportunity for the city, but it'll also be a challenge to try to balance the needs of all these various parties in the area. And that certainly includes the issue of homelessness and affordable housing. These two issues have been principal themes for the agency. The agency constructed and developed much of the SRO housing. The principal goals of this plan relate to homelessness and affordable housing. And I personally feel that revitalization will not take place unless we address this very difficult and massive social issue in a way that's serious.
Thank you, Mr. Charlotte. At this time, are there any final questions or comments by members of the City Council or the agency commissioners on either the proposed amendment to the Central Business District Redevelopment Plan or the proposed City Center Redevelopment Plan? Beginning with Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withheld from doing this earlier, though it might have been more apropos to do it then, but I just wanted to say a couple comments in support of this. We expedited this, as has been the procedure for new redevelopment agencies, by waiving it out of committee. It may be something in future times that we might want to look at, whether or not the council wants to do the public hearing here, or whether it might be more useful to do in committee, simply because there's 3 versus 15 people's time. Nevertheless, I want to praise both Councilmember Perry and Pacheco for their work on this, the agency as well. Again, this is evidence of how swiftly we can move when the political will is there. I think enough has been said already on some of the housing issues. I know I've talked as well with the chair of the Housing and Community Development Committee, and we both share some concerns in terms of what qualifies as permanent housing. So when you have people that are temporary, whether or not they'll get some sort of replacement just because of the transient nature of a number of the people that live downtown. And clearly you have an opportunity here that you've heard very strongly from folks to make sure that that redevelopment vision for this area is the first imprint of this new board, and an imprint that is one that's linked very closely to the residents. And it's not a densely populated area in terms of the residents, but that being part of the law, I think there's a real opportunity here while still having opportunities for the economic revitalization. I don't know, Mr. Charlin, if you could answer the particular question about the single the SRO housing right now. Is there a requirement legally, or has that been an area generally that's been exempted from replacement housing in redevelopment areas in the past?
I think I need some staff assistance.
Go ahead, take a seat there.
Alicia Hammond, project manager. There is a legal requirement with single room occupancy. The problem is that there are some additional hotels that are not classified as SROs, which include the larger ones like the Hayward and the Cecil, and those don't fall into that category.
Okay, so that's an area that we'll have to look at trying to cover. And also, just I think if we can specify too, as we add any amendments, it may, because of the particular population that's down there, when we're looking at the affordable component of this, I think making sure that we have that 30% of median, that real lowest of low is going to be an important piece of that as well. So I just wanted to reiterate that. But otherwise, I'm really looking forward to this. This is one of the best tools that we have, and I appreciate the work that you're doing and you all coming in here today as well.
Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. Charlin, as we begin closer and closer to this day, many of the constituents and stakeholders that I've been working with have want to make sure that we're all online. So I'm going to ask you to come back next week and answer some of the questions I want to have dealt with. For example, I want to make sure that one of the projects that we've been working on very hard is the nighttime Broadway project. So I want to make sure that as we go forward on this, will the building codes and land use issues be a part of this project, and are there going to be funds available to staff the needs of the planning department or any other city department to further the goals of nighttime Broadway, and whether or not that would qualify. Also, in the last 3 years, we've been working very closely on street furniture program, with benches and trash cans on Broadway and Spring. I want to make sure that when we look at this, if that's the type of program that will be funded. I also, on a whole separate note, want to know about all of our work with the automated public toilets. Right now, we're relying on the revenue from the advertisement. I want to know if specifically that would be, if we want to expand those services in these areas, exactly what type of resources can we earmark. The streetscape improvements in the fashion district that I've been working on, I want to make sure that that is also included. Recently, we were looking at the Los Angeles Theater and the parking study and the construction of parking facilities. I want to know how we can make sure that if we're going to do parking studies, because I know they have to be a public benefit, also how we deal with the residential community, especially in the affordable housing units. And I would like for you to look at the downtown rebound implications in terms of reconciling that with Assemblymember Cedillo's office. I know that we've been working limited scope on facade improvements on Broadway. I also want to talk about public safety as part of this redevelopment goal. We installed some pedestrian lights in the fashion district and want to know if this is a direction that we can also be part of. So please include that in your report back that we keep doing the pedestrian-oriented safety measures. And also, we worked very closely with Assembly Members Beal and State on the jewelry industry, the new codes, new regulations for a more safe environment. Is there going to be resources available to those businesses to comply with those new safety measures? We want to make sure that as we go along redeveloping the area, that we don't redevelop in a way that exposes us to more danger. Also, wanted to make sure that we continue to provide assistance to our homeless advocates, and I am very concerned, and can you report back on the issue that Tut Hayes brought up about membership and who's allowed. And I want to know if under the current plans, our community court in the downtown area will be eligible for funding, either the staffing as part of our redevelopment. Obviously, we're all concerned about relocation of residents if we do redevelopment in housing areas. And finally, we have, the practice in Los Angeles has been to find the public benefit or for affordable housing, be able to transfer funds between project areas. So I want you to just answer the very specific question I think the public would like to know. If in case the city center is ahead and the industrial site is behind, can we transfer funds for affordable housing in the industrial area?
Thank you.
And so I would appreciate those questions as a report back for the work that I've been doing downtown. Thank you.
We'll do that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the agency and its staff and the board members for the very difficult and arduous process and for working through this with the community. I appreciate all of their hard work, and I know that they will be responding to those in the audience in attendance today who have raised concerns that necessitate a response on May the 8th, 2002. I'm also pleased to note for those in the audience about the work program contained in this plan from 5 years to 30 years, and I know that the staff will share their conclusions at the next meeting and highlight that for those who are concerned. So again, thank you. I'm proud of this process. I'm proud of the fact that people were able to dialogue, to argue, to cajole, to exhort, and to take part in the vision that will carry downtown to the next level. Thank you.
Go ahead. Any response?
Just a comment. Mr. President, my name is David Farah, I'm chairman of the Community Redevelopment Agency. As you know, 4 of us commissioners were only recently confirmed to the commission. This plan has been underway for many years, involved a lot of hard work on a lot of the staff people at our agency, and it took us some work to get up to speed to understand it. I would just like to publicly compliment and following Jan Perry's remarks, publicly compliment the professional work of the CRA staff in assembling the material and briefing us and making sure that we fully understood this. It's very, very complex. I've been on the preparing side of these kinds of reports, and I was personally enormously impressed with the professionalism and the quality of the work that is obvious here, and I wanted to make that a public comment and compliment Mr. Charlin and Ms. Hammond and our counsel, Mr. LaSalle, on an outstanding job, and Mr. Don Spivak.
Thank you. Again, are there any final questions or comments by member of the council or members of the board? Then seeing none, are there any written objections that require written responses?
Mr. President. Hello. Mr. President, there were written objections that will require written responses to the city center plan. However, I believe that the council and agency board can proceed on the central business district redevelopment plan, since that will be amended and then defer the city center matter to another time.
Okay, so since there are no written objections requiring written responses, and since responses have been made by agency staff for all other questions, the joint public hearing on the proposed amendments to the Central Business District redevelopment plan is now closed, and the joint public meeting on the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan will now continue. The agency and the City Council will now proceed to consider actions to adopt the proposed amendment.
We have before the agency a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, making a finding of no significant effect on the environment for the amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan. May I have a motion to approve the resolution? May I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
That matter has passed.
We have a second resolution, a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, approving the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan and the report to council thereon, and authorizing the submission of the redevelopment plan amendment and the report to the council, to the City Council of the City of Los Angeles. May I have a motion to approve the resolution? May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
That matter has passed.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, the agency now submits to you the actions of the agency for your consideration and your actions to adopt the proposed amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan.
Thank you very much. Council members Perry and Pacheco, do you wish to make any final comments and or motions? Then we have before us, members of the City Council, a resolution making a finding of no significant effect on the environment for the amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan, as well as an ordinance of the City Council approving and adopting the amendment to the Central Business District redevelopment plan. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith to the mayor for signature, please. Legal counsel, do any of the written statements in opposition received into the record for the proposed city center redevelopment plan require written responses to be prepared for consideration by the city council?
Yes, Mr. President, they do, and at the same time, staff will also prepare writings in response to some of the oral comments that you received today.
Because a written response to written objections must be prepared, the joint public hearing for the proposed city center redevelopment plan is now closed, and the joint meeting of the City Council and Community Redevelopment Agency in connection with the proposed city center redevelopment plan is continued for the purpose of responding to written objections received prior to and at this joint public hearing. This joint meeting is continued to Wednesday, May 8th, 2002 at 10 a.m. here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, at which time the council will consider the written responses by the agency to the written objections received for the proposed city center redevelopment plan. The agency and the council will then deliberate on the actions before them and proceed with actions to consider the adoption of the city center redevelopment plan. I want to thank everybody for their patience on this item. This concludes the actions for today on this item. Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item is item number 3, which is the continued joint public meeting on the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan.
Item 3 now before us. This is also a joint session of the City Council and the Board of Commissioners of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles to consider the approval and adoption of the proposed redevelopment plan for the Pacific Corridor redevelopment project, which had continued from last week. The redevelopment plan is proposed to be approved and adopted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. Madam Clerk, is a roll call necessary?
Mr. President, do you wish me to call the roll again? This is the continuation of the meeting.
If the roll call is necessary. Our city attorney advises that it is. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Burnson, Galante, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley, Thomas, Weiss, Sine, Padilla, 14 members present, a quorum of the council. The CRA board, David Farrar, Greta Hutton, Douglas Ring, John Schaefer, and a quorum of the CRA commissioners.
Thank you very much. Last Wednesday, the agency and the City Council held a joint public hearing and considered testimony presented to us on the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan. The agency and the council had closed the public hearing last week, at which time there were no verbal objections heard. However, the city clerk read into the record the names and addresses of persons or organizations submitting written statements concerning the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan, of which one was a written objection requiring a written response by the agency. Mr. Charlin, does staff wish to respond at this time to the written comments, including the one objection received last week by the city clerk?
Two of the written comments submitted were not written objections and did not require a written response by law. However, the agency has acknowledged the comments by sending a letter to each of the authors regarding their submitted comments. The written comments and agency's acknowledgement letters have been incorporated in the report to council. As for the written objection, the objection letter and the agency's written response has been incorporated into the report to council. Furthermore, the City Council at today's meeting will consider adopting written findings in response to the written objection.
Thank you very much. Are there any final questions or comments by members of the City Council or the agency commissioners? Councilmember Hahn, would you like to make a statement about the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan and adoption of a new project area in your district?
Yes. Mr. Council, colleagues, I rise today to ask for your support for this critical redevelopment plan. I ask for your aye vote to approve the proposed redevelopment project area, and by doing so, you will provide my community of San Pedro the tools it needs to move forward to improve the quality of life in their neighborhoods, which will lead to improved housing, retail facades, development of open space, and provide incentives to attract businesses and developers to downtown San Pedro. Last week, if you remember, you witnessed an overwhelming support from my community for this project. We are waiting for the renaissance of San Pedro to happen. Please help me make that happen today. I urge your support.
Thank you. Any other council members, members of the board? The agency and the council will now proceed to consider actions to adopt the proposed redevelopment plan. Mr. Chairman.
The agency has before it a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, certifying that the Community Redevelopment Agency has reviewed and considered the information contained in the final environmental impact report for the Pacific Corridor redevelopment project, making certain findings regarding the environmental impacts of the project, and adopting a mitigation monitoring program and statement of overriding considerations. May I have a motion to approve the resolution? May I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
The motion is carried, Mr. Chair.
The Commission has before it a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, approving the proposed redevelopment plan for the Pacific Corridor redevelopment project area and the report to the Council thereon, authorizing the submission of the proposed redevelopment plan and the report to Council of the City of Los Angeles and making certain findings relating thereto. May I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Moved.
May I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Motion is carried.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, the agency now submits to you the actions of the agency for your consideration. In your actions to adopt the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Han, do you wish to make a motion at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to approve and adopt the following. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, California, certifying that the City Council has reviewed and considered the information in the final environmental impact report for the Pacific Corridor redevelopment project, making certain findings regarding the environmental impact of the project, and adopting a mitigation monitoring program and a statement of overriding considerations. In response to the one written objection received by an affected property owner, I move to approve and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, California, adopting written findings in response to the written objection of an affected property owner to the proposed Pacific Corridor redevelopment plan. And finally, I move to adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles approving and adopting the redevelopment plan for the Pacific Corridor redevelopment project area.
Thank you, Ms. Han. Do I have a second to Ms. Han's motion? Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Gould both second. Any final comments before we proceed with the votes? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith to the mayor for signature, please. I want to thank everybody once again for their patience on this item. This concludes the actions for today on this item. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President. Earlier, council had...
Excuse me, we need to adjourn. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Move.
We are adjourned.
Thank you to the agency commissioners for all your hard work. Returning now to the balance of the regular agenda for the City Council. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, earlier council had adopted ordinances. However, 14 members are present now. Do you wish to reconsider those and have those go forward?
We may reconsider those ordinances.
Those would be items 4, 5, and 6, 28, 29, and 30.
Let's open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Said ordinances are now back before us. Madam Clerk, please reopen the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those ordinances are approved. Forthwith on item 28, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, next item, item number 8 was called special by Council Member Labange, but I understand he would like to have that continued to May 10th.
Request to continue item number 8, colleagues, to May 10th. Without objection, item 8 shall be continued. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, number 13, called special by Council Member Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti?
It's answered. So I don't
On
need to call
items
special anymore.
13, 14, and 16?
13, 16, and 27. 14 if we could keep special.
Items 13 and 16, whose questions have been answered.
And 27 has been answered as well.
Items 13 and 16, whose questions have been answered. Let's open the roll.
On
Mr. Weiss.
item 13, I thought had been called special.
Yes, did
Is
you
that
have questions, Mr.
that's
Weiss?
the Churla matter? The day labor? I do have some questions for whatever staff or folks are here on this.
Okay, let's hold 13 on the desk. Item 16, unless there's any questions on item number 16, let's dispense with that item. Please open the roll on item number 16, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Garcetti, item 27 is held on the desk. There are 2 reports on 1 file. We do need a motion on that. Returning now to item 13, Mr. Weiss.
I could have the staff come forward and just briefly explain what we're doing. If you could hold my time while we do it.
Roella Louie, Workforce Development Division.
What agency, I'm sorry?
Community Development Department, Workforce Development Division. And you have some questions on the
Could you
daily...
just generally describe for us what we're doing here with Chirla, where they'll be working, and whether the people that are working at the certain locations that we're contracting with will have any ability to work at other locations throughout the city?
This is to extend their contracts so that they can continue their work throughout the city. We have been asked by the committee to do an assessment report by June 2002, and then we will look at the whole issue of the service, delivery of service over the past years.
And is that service delivered just to the areas that are indicated in the contract or whatever it is we have before us, or are they delivered to the whole city?
To the whole city.
Okay. So what is your next report going to be?
June 2002
And the action we're taking today exactly does what?
is to extend their contracts to December, to get the report to you by 2002, and then be prepared to go out for a request for proposal again for services in this area, on this issue, day labor program.
Well, I will, I'll go along with what we're doing here, but I would move that your report include in it a discussion of Chirla's efforts at the corner of Beverly and La Jolla in the 5th Council District, where there has been an ongoing effort for years by Chirla to deal with the day laborer program. It has been completely ineffectual. People in that community are at times are afraid to let their kids go out of the house. And I would like a report back from, I'd like you to look into it and report back to us on possible solutions and whether we can get additional resources from Chirla or from any other provider to that location in Beverly and La Jolla.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. On this issue, there's a number of locations in the West San Fernando Valley Council District 3 that don't have any type of support in this arena. Problems have been going on for a number of years. And I would ask that with large operations like a Home Depot or large paint distribution centers where there seems to be continuing accumulation of day laborers at those locations, is there any cooperative effort between those enterprises and the programs that we have in place, or are they totally on separate tracks?
There has been some with Home Depot, but it is uneven.
It's what?
There has been some with Home Depot, but I would say it's uneven.
Okay, because there's a new Home Depot going into the 3rd District in the Fallbrook Center, and a great concern of the residents in that area is what's going to happen when that's completed, and then the day laborers come to invade that residential area. I don't see any locations in the 3rd District or in the West San Fernando Valley. I know you have North Hollywood. I think that's the only location you have in the San Fernando Valley that has some type of a contract, and I would ask that when you bring this report back, what recommendations you would make, not only to my district, but the other districts that are impacted by this continuing growing problem. And I know that the problem, for the most part, has been ignored, and we keep on trying to come up with some solution, and it keeps on negatively impacting the residential areas. So with Lowe's coming into the communities, with Home Depot coming into the communities, some coordination must be made. Large paint stores, where they congregate, so we can maybe coordinate the efforts, so they can do their work at the same time, put this center close by instead of so many miles away where it's absolutely impractical. And then I also ask that your report's going to show the effectiveness that they've demonstrated?
Correct.
That'll come in June?
Yes.
Okay, so between now and then, we can have these other answers?
Yes, and I would appreciate an opportunity to brief your office.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, I've been around here for 14 years, and I'm going to yield to the expert as relates to day laborers. The person who knows the most in these chambers about the need for facilities for day laborers is no other than Mike Hernandez, and if you permit me, I think Mr. Rios and work with him when they try to get that problem solved. Permit me to request, respectfully request that Mr. Hernandez share his knowledge and experience with us in the subject matter. Overtime, Mr. President.
Detenga su tiempo, señor presidente.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the
El
council,
presidente, miembros del Consejo.
you know, the history of the day
Sabe la
labor strike
historia de
has
jornaleros.
been one that's been with us
Es
for
una que ha estado
the
con
last 10,
nosotros
15
por los
years.
últimos 15
Initially, we
años.
started the CD15 with a city-sponsored site that didn't have as much success and control. And then we started working with nonprofits like Sherla. And they basically have a program that they implement that allows for the day laborers to do more than just go to a site and look for a job. They actually work on educating day laborers, providing them some skills, and making them more helpful. But as these sites continue to grow throughout the city, we cannot continue to subsidize that kind of operation. What we find out is day laborers congregate in areas where basically the same communities are asking for their assistance. So they tend to congregate around a Home Depot, around a building supply location. And so some of the things the council started working on is, for example, in the Cypress Park site, we worked out a program where some of the tax increments that are generated from that site are basically set aside for purposes of offsetting the cost of a day labor operation. And we made it site-specific. Now, on the 6th and Union site, the new Home Depot that opened up in the first councilmanic district, the developer there, as part of the project, actually built out the location where the day laborers will congregate and have their classes, their restrooms, and be hired from as part of the project. And now, again, a tax increment program could finance the operation on a yearly basis. The Home Depot that is basically being proposed in Councilman Holden's district, as part of the tax increment financing of that program, monies were set aside up to 10% for purposes of funding a day labor site. And the reason I want to bring the concept to you is because the concept is fairly new, but as we start expanding these locations throughout the city, what we need to do as council officers is try and include in the development of the project the mitigation measures for purposes of funding a site so that it can be controlled, it can be regulated, and basically it can be supervised. And that's where our successes have lied. And that's the only way we'll get away from the city basically having to use block grant monies for these kinds of purposes, because it's a limited source of revenue. And so basically the concept is very simple: site-specific evaluation of what are the increments that will be generated, and then using some of those increments to mitigate the issue. And we do have models that have been established. Pico Plaza is one of the models. That Home Depot has not been built, so the program hasn't been established, but the model is there. And I think Mr. Paul Smith from CLA's office worked very hard on that model. The Cypress Park model, we are using, they're not dedicated because they go to the general fund, but there's an agreement where we will set aside funding from the general fund for that purpose based on the increments generated by the project. And again, the developer on 6th Street on his own voluntarily and there's no subsidies whatsoever on that project, but on his own volunteered to develop the center itself that the day laborers will congregate on.
On my time? All right, on my time, Mr. President. Yes. When Ms. Gruhl can speak.
I just wanted, for all my colleagues that stood up on the issue of day labor, many of the questions you asked were ones that we had in the committee. That's where we asked them to come back in June to report on effectiveness, other sites, and why we only extended the contract till December. We think Turler's doing a great job, but similar to you, Councilman Zine, there are other places in my district, as in Jack's district, that may not have huge numbers, but have 4 or 5 people that come every now and then. And whether or not we can design an outreach program that allows us to have outreach workers go out to some of those sites. And similarly, as Mike Hernandez mentioned, how do we work with the businesses who are, in essence, the magnet for this, for individuals coming to be part of the solution and not just part of the problem. So we are having tentatively have set May 16th, a special meeting on just day labor issues for the Housing Committee, where we're going to talk about some of the issues and ideas that have come up as we go forward, how they're going to assess effectiveness, have some of the community groups come and speak, et cetera, to make this program work and make it work in other parts of the city. Because if you only have it in North Hollywood, it's not serving my son, the Tahunga area, that has a problem in your area as well as Jack. So I'm glad we're all on the same page on this issue and are going to work together to make sure that we have an effective program, it has enough resources, and it's serving the remainder of the city. Thank you.
I just want to say in the remaining portion of my time that I didn't know we had too many day laborers in the 5th district. If they do, then of course we need to address the issue. But I want to thank or in those other places of affluency. But I would like to just thank Mr. Hernandez for all he's done in this coalition for rights for immigrants. We have to, they're the ones who are doing the work. We have to try and provide some facilities and programs for them where they can work in an area of comfort, as most of us do. So, Mr. Chairman, members, rules, yes, let's work it out, but let's not stall the other programs that we now have in place.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Reyes.
It's been a long day. I'll try to keep this short. A couple of points. One is that each site that deals with these issues requires that we are creative in how we mitigate. In certain instances, in the sites that have been already described, we work with the parking requirements to create space on the parking surface to contain what's being defined as the imposition on the community of having individuals out in the street waiting for work. Bottom line here is that we're dealing with human beings. These are folks who are trying to survive. And these are folks who don't have a roof over their heads in terms of shelter from the sun or when it rains, when they have their necessities, in terms of just when Mother Nature calls, there's nowhere to go. So again, it's a blighting effect. So we need to be comprehensive. We need to understand the need for this. And it's just another element of our economy that we cannot ignore. And the more attention we give it, I think the better results we'll have, both from a business point of view, from a neighborhood point of view, and just addressing human beings for who they are, human beings. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. The chair now recognizes Mr. Pacheco, otherwise not to be disturbed.
Mr. President and colleagues, I want to share with you a sort of little different perspective on this whole issue. One of my colleagues indicated that businesses are the magnets for day laborers. Let's be very clear about something. Businesses are not the magnets for day laborers. Work is the magnet for day laborers. Day laborers are looking for opportunities to feed their families, opportunities to earn an income. So it's work that is the magnet. And if children are afraid because they see people congregating together, then we need to educate our children about people congregating. If they're afraid of inappropriate behavior, then we should reduce the inappropriate behavior. But people standing around together should not be something that we reinforce as a fearful situation. At least the last time I checked, everyone has a constitutional right to gather in public places, but it's inappropriate behavior that should be diminished. And if day laborers are not utilizing the pre-designated areas for day labor programs, it's because the residents in those council districts are hiring them outside those pre-designated areas. So why don't we educate the residents of those council districts about how to appropriately utilize our services before we dump on the day laborers? Okay? Maybe we should look at our own constituents and tell them to participate in this program appropriately, and that their inappropriate behavior is what's causing this domino effect of fear in their own children. So let's not dump on the day laborers because they're here. You know, it really just bothers me that we're picking on people who are trying to do what's best for their families, when we're not looking at the persons who are reinforcing the inappropriate behavior. I also want to share with you that we also need to look at this from the standpoint that We need to have this service organized so that no one gets ripped off. Too many times, people go out there, do a hard day's work, and get ripped off because they're not participating in the program. So if you want to do the right thing, get the programs in your districts, get your residents to understand how to use them, and admonish them that not using the appropriate services causes a detrimental effect in their own districts.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. The chair now recognizes Ms. Grue.
Councilman Pacheco, I just want to make it clear in my statement on the magnets, it was not in the negative sense. What it was is, when I worked for Mayor Bradley, we created the day labor program, particularly to address the needs of those individuals who were being taken advantage. And I think that, for my perspective, the interest is making sure that we look at both the side of the individual who needs work and who needs services, and to help them get a job that is going to have health care and benefits and other kinds of ways, and also to educate the public. So I just want to reassure you that what I'm talking about and what I'm proposing as we have this particular public discussion is how we make sure we serve both sides, because I think that I strongly believe, yes, that we need to educate our neighborhood about not taking advantage of those individuals who are standing out there as early as 4:35 in the morning because they desperately need work, and that we need to provide services to get them long-term, permanent jobs and ways that we can do that. So I think what I referred to was really in the essence of that there's some businesses that can be helpful where they're congregating to ensure that we're financially providing resources, whether it be Lowe's or what other Home Depot, et cetera, to be part of the process. And so that it is an opportunity for us to work together to serve those communities. Just wanted to make sure you knew that's where I was coming from, and I think as well as many of the other members of the council.
All right. We see no other members of the council wishing to be heard at this point. We do have a card brought to us by the sergeant. We're going to recognize Todd Hayes to be heard on item number 13.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would suggest to you that if you go out and look at what's happening, you might have a better understanding of what goes on. The people who are contractors, the journeymen, plumbers, and electricians may not live in a neighborhood. They simply go to the Home Depot closest to the job. Many instances, the day laborers recognize the truck, the vehicle, or the van, and they rush up to it. They mob it, in fact. Some fall down trying to get to that vehicle, almost run over because the vehicle is moving. It is a very dangerous situation in that regard. The Home Depot on Sunset, its location for the day laborers is 4 blocks away. No one's going to be foolish enough to be situated 4 blocks away, where the person driving into the Home Depot is right there, and they can perhaps approach. You have to go out, perhaps take a video camera, and kind of get an indication of what's actually happening. You cannot educate the community. Everybody living in that neighborhood is not putting a new fixture in. But it's the contractors, the gentlemen who go wherever is closest to the site they're going to work in. I don't know how it can be handled. I did not come here to tell you what the solution is, but I came here to tell you to examine it and recognize that I think that people are very aggressive, very assertive to try to put food on their table and a roof over their heads. And maybe you have to be more inventive to come up with a way in which to deal with it. I would suggest that peer pressure might work. If they are notified that they are unruly, if they're causing some distress in the community, that might hamper their possibility of getting jobs. Perhaps they will regulate themselves. That's the best notion I've ever seen function in my time. Thank you.
All right, that closes the public hearing on this matter. Seeing that no other members of the council wish to be heard at this point, Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Now close the roll. Please tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Right, we shall proceed with the next item before us.
Item number 14, called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a little historical note for the council, I think many of you remember the Palomar fire that was at Western and Santa Monica, a tragic fire which we lost 2 lives, and we honored some of the firefighters and others who helped out that day. This item will move forward so that historic apartment structure will be converted into affordable housing for that area, which so badly needs it. Hopefully a semi-happy ending to a very tragic event, but I ask for your support today. I want to thank the Hollywood Community Housing Corporation as well for their great work in stepping up and making sure that state affordable housing and actually will probably be improved from what it was before. It is again only a semi-happy ending to this, but nevertheless as good a one as we could have hoped for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Members of the council, is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Now close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 27 calls special, inasmuch as there are 2 reports on the file. However, if council wishes, it may adopt both. The Budget and Finance Committee does concur with the Education and Neighborhood Committee report with an additional instruction.
Right. We have Mr. Carey at the center table. We may wish to hear from Mr. Carey at this point, or no one has pressed their button to be heard.
I meant to raise my hand.
You raised your hand, sir.
I'm from the old school.
All right, well, you're from the old school?
The old school.
My God. Would you press your button, Mr. Old School?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anyone
President.
else wishing to be heard? Mr. Gruel.
That's right. I'll take it. Mr. President.
Proceed, sir.
This is a great opportunity. I think our city clerk's office has come up with a great way we can help reach out to more people and our ability to communicate what we're doing in translation services and look at some other models around. And I'd like to ask that our city clerk give a little explanation because I think this is very important.
Basically, we submitted a report to the 2 committees outlining 3 options. The first option is a minimal increase in the current funding. This year's proposed budget provides about $65,000 to continue the translation service we provide for the council and its council meetings. In addition, there's some money to move forward and have a self-updating listing of employees who have bilingual skills. The option 2 is 3 additional staff, additional money totaling about $244,000. That would expand the equipment, it would expand the listing program. We would also start to archive documents that have been previously translated into various languages. We would also start to aggressively pursue contracts for translation services at the suggestion of Ms. Hahn. We would also go to the LA Unified School District and see if we can utilize some of their employees. The third option is frankly a model patterned after the LA Unified School District, which is a $7 million program, very extensive. This is pretty much a policy decision. Both committees recommended the second option. And the only other additional issue is this will be before the Budget and Finance Committee for securing the funding for that option, assuming the council approves the policy decisions. And then we would start in the new fiscal year moving forward, assuming the money is provided.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Carey.
And Mr. President, also this will help the Department of Neighborhoods in their ability to reach out and communicate. And I also want to introduce the great chairperson of Education and Neighborhoods to take my remaining 29 seconds.
I'm free at last. The chair now recognizes Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I want more than 29 seconds.
You have all of yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Again, this was an attempt for us to empower our residents. And there's nothing more empowering, in my opinion, than really making sure that we've got the ability to translate documents, meetings, whatever is happening in a language that's understandable. I think with the creation of neighborhood councils, this is going to be more important than ever, and I would really ask that you support the Education and Neighborhood and the Budget and Finance committees who have decided that option 2 is a good start for us. Ultimately, it would be great to be at option 3 and be equal to the LA Unified School District, who has amassed an incredible staff and incredible translation efforts. But right now, we don't even have enough equipment sometimes. If we check out all the equipment and there happens to be another couple meetings in your district, you're out of luck. So I think this is a great effort on our part to say that we really mean what we say. And adding 3 positions will most importantly help us to really keep up with the database that we have right here in the city of Los Angeles with employees who can speak another language and who can do the translating. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. In my opinion, the great city of Los Angeles needs to move forward and really making sure we empower the residents who live here and are trying to be a part of the governmental process. So I urge your support on this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. The chair now recognizes Mr. Garcetti. Pay no attention to the confab that's going on behind the president's chair. Thank you.
No doubt, we weren't looking up there anyway, don't worry. I think just wanted very briefly to say this also underscores, I think, something that I know Council President Padilla has looked at, the number of people have looked at in terms of translation. It really underscores the need in this city for a bureau, a department of immigrant services and language services. Other cities that have a far smaller immigrant population than ours have taken the initiative on this. It's just to plant that seed as part of this today. I think that's something this council needs to revisit this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Any other member wishing to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? I'll close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Unanimous vote, Ms. Hahn. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 42, called special by Councilmember Reyes, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council.
All right, Mr. Reyes, the floor is yours. Now, we do have several cards on this matter, do we not?
Yes.
What is your pleasure?
We hear from the public.
All right, you want to move a 15-minute hearing?
Yes.
All right, it's been properly moved. Is there any objection? It is so ordered. We will proceed with the hearing, and we will appeal to the persons who completed the cards to be mindful of the fact that there are several people who have done likewise, and if you would simply govern yourselves accordingly, we would be most appreciative. We begin with Rick Thorpe, followed by Don Toy, Kim Ping Lau, and King Young Wong, in that order, please. Gentlemen, if you would come forward, take the center mic, and proceed with your testimony. Is Rick Thorpe still here? If so, may I encourage you to come forward. Don Toy, please take the opportunity to speak.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Rick Thorpe. I am the CEO for the Blue Line Construction Authority, and we're here today to support a very important project, and that is the linkage of the Chinatown Light Rail Station to the Chinatown community. Our station that's currently under construction is about a block away from the heart of Chinatown. We have been working very hard with the city and the community to provide a linkage between the Chinatown station and the heart of the Chinatown community. We have a project that we call the Chinatown Intermodal Station. We've been lobbying in support of that with the federal government. The federal government has provided some funding. We're optimistic that this next fiscal year they will provide some additional additional funding for that station. We believe it is a very important project for the Gold Line itself, as well as the Chinatown community, and we urge your support in making that project a reality. It's with great pleasure that I announce that we are just over 12 months away from having the first passengers ride that line. And so as soon as we can get that project, the better off we're going to be, because again, it's a very important project to both the light rail as well as the Chinatown community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mr. President, I'm Don Toy, and some of the other names that you listed, it's instead of us, in the interest of time, having each one come up, let me go through other than names that you have talked about. With me is Ying Xiao, Xing Wing Wu, Ying Xiao Tang, Ho Lee, Kim Pang Lei, Cam Lin Lee, Quinn Law, King Yao Wang, and Van Hewen. So instead of you having to go through all that and going through, we came up in tandem, and we're going to have a rep talk in the interest of time. In addition, Mr. President, Mr. Wing Tam, Hui Ming, Wao Yu Huang, Sing So Kwan, Ting Bao Mai, Tuan Ngo, Po Sito, and King Wu had to leave to go back to work, and but they wanted their presence to be known that they support the motion that's before us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, with that in mind, sir, I will ask two representatives of our group to just say a few words, and I will try to translate for them, sir.
Thank you very much.
各位先生，各位司機員，我那行業知道羅生啊，他那攤咁多同識呢行話唔識講，我等下咪退先生喂我講我那行話，因為先生貴原諒啊。
各位先生，我係傾友邦，我係嚟支持呢個案，我又唔識講英文，我叫阿蔡生幫我代講。
Mr. President, all of our people basically are saying the same thing, that their English capabilities is limited. However, living in Chinatown and having to understand the conditions that they wish for me to help translate and put forth their views. We've had an opportunity to discuss this particular motion before us. In fact, Mr. Thorpe has been in many meetings where our senior citizens has in fact demanded that he move forward with this project, which is connected to Chinatown Station and the Gold Line. We've had a deal in the last few months with Mr. Thorpe that as soon as the opening happens, that all the seniors will be invited to in fact right on the Gold Line. The seniors are excited to make sure that other elements of that particular project, including a cultural plaza, including a space for people to sit, including to have a view, including to have a connection, and the list goes on and on. But bottom line, Mr. President and board members and council members, is that we all here today are supporting the motion. We think that this particular motion is a positive step that will help move the project forward. With that, we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. Those who are testifying, we thank you for your testimony. An additional testimony? Please.
What I like to do, Mr. President, is that you did call my name in the meeting. And as a resident and as a community member, as well as representing a teen organization and senior organization, I do wish to make my own separate statement, which is that the Chinatown Station and that particular project that we're talking about, Mr. President, has been on the boards for over 10, 15 years. Myself, I've had the pleasure, or perhaps the displeasure, of having to stand around to look for and wait for the completion. At the time that Councilman Hernandez and before, we've been talking about making sure that this particular station, which in my opinion will act as a gateway, an eastern gateway to Chinatown, which will give us an ability to pull in other people from across the city and county, which is allow us hopefully to be an impetus to perhaps be an economic boom. a security issue in terms of making sure that the community has an opportunity to go and relax and enjoy these areas. And for all these reasons, Mr. President and fellow council members, we urge for you to support this motion. We think this motion is appropriate, that will be helpful in terms of moving forward and giving Chinatown what it's due. Thank you, Mr. President, for your time.
Thank you very much, and to all the speakers, we appreciate you coming forward and offering and or affording us your testimony. We will proceed now with Neha Tom, Edwin Ma, Derek Ma, John Wong, Larry Wong, George Poon, and Edmund Soho, Diane Poon, George Yu, and Duncan Lam. In that order, please proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and the council members.
Your name?
My name is John W. Wong. I'm the Vice President of CCBA, which stands for China's Consolidated Benevolent Association, which is made up of 26 organizations in Chinatown. And today we are here to speak our mind on this motion sponsored by Mr. Ed Reyes and Wendy Gruel. And we appreciate very much. They spell out the benefit and the importance of this project in connecting the heart of Chinatown to the subway, to the light rail. And we are in consensus of supporting this motion sponsored by these two councilmen. And we appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Okay, my name is Derek Ma. Good afternoon, President and Council Chamber, all the councilmen. And today we have CCBA President, Mr. Nihei Tam here, and we have the Senior Advisor, Larry Wong, and we also have a Supervisor Board, Mary Chu, and also we have the VP, Vice President for the Supervisor Board, Michael Chang here, and they will speak later. And my name is Derek Ma, President of the National Welfare Council in Chinatown. Also, I'm representing Ma's Family Association. I'm here to support this motion to purchase the vacant Little Joe restaurant site in the corner of North Broadway and College Street for building a parking structure building. Because we need more parking space for the Chinatown Gold Line station, and that's benefit for the Chinatown. That's will good for the traffic flow. Will bring more tourists to Chinatown, bring more business people, and increase more sales tax for the city. On top, we also want to build a cultural center and other use. This site is the main gate to the heart of Chinatown. That's what we need for Chinatown. Also, I would suggest we do need the committee input and form a committee group for this project and work with the city councilman closely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Please proceed. Your name?
Yeah, my name is Edwin Ma, 925 North Broadway in LA. As one of the community leaders, board members of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association, I have associated with the Chinese community since early 1960s. I have seen enough downturn of the Chinatown in the last decade. I am here today to support and for the motion from the 1st District Council Member Ed Reyes. My reasons are parking shortage has been a long-standing issue and a severe problem to the Chinatown area. A new parking structure would definitely meet our need. The said property we're talking about, in this motion, is an abandoned property, has been there vacant for almost 2 years, and it is in the center spot as far as the Chinatown is concerned. Our community wishes to see the prime location be developed as soon as possible. And such development will result to revitalize the tourism business and bring in a newer business investment for the Chinatown area. Regardless, this motion is a positive one. Further, I believe this motion will help to accelerate the development of this property. And I wish this Councilman Reyes' office, would provide detailed proposal of how to utilize the acquisition to the best concern of the local community. And the Chinese community realized the importance of this motion, is willing to help and to provide input for the future development. Thank you very much.
We thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please. And we have about 5 minutes remaining.
I talk Chinese. I support the 呢個案，同時呢希望快斷呢完成佢。Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I translate it for Larry Wong? Larry Wong is a leader of the community, and he is in full support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Pro Tem Thomas, Councilman Reyes, and all other council members. My name is George Poon. I'm representing the Chinatown Senior Citizen Service Center in Chinatown. I'm here to speaking for item 42. I think this is very important because I've been working with this rail station for many, many years. With all the help of the council office, especially Councilman Reyes, this has been moving along very good. And this project has to go forward to stimulate the economic growth of our district because right now the business has been nearly dead in Chinatown. We need the rail station to bring in more tourists from Pasadena and all other areas. It's very, very important. And I'm all for it, and it's very good for senior citizens too because they can ride well to everywhere, to Pasadena, to visit their friends and everything. And I want to thank you, Councilman Reyes. We are strongly in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poon. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
That's it.
We all thank you for your testimony. Gentlemen, next speaker to be heard from is Roger S. Hong.
Excuse me, President?
Yes, sir?
I think Edmund Suhu was after George Poon,
all right.
if I heard correctly.
You did hear, and they all disappeared, so we...
I was behind.
All right. Please
If I may.
take advantage of your time.
Good afternoon,
Thank
Council
you.
President, and also members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Edmund Suhu, and I grew up in Chinatown, the community we're speaking of, and also continue to work and socialize in the community. And over the years, I've seen our community grow, and I've seen it also grow short of where it should be. And over all that time, there has been changes for the good as well as changes that we probably didn't want to see. But one of the nice things is that the blue line is coming in, now the gold line, I mean, and it's important that we support that and have the infrastructure that continues to build upon that for the benefit of our community as well as the city. Now, I support Councilman Ed Reyes' motion because it does ask to bring the developer, the owner of the property as well, with the city for the benefit of our community. While I support, I don't support taking a private property, I do support working together with the public and private sector for the benefit of the entire community. And I think when the public as well as the private work together, it's a better project for all of us concerned. So I'm in support of the motion and ask that the council support it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will proceed to the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Diane Poon. I grew up in Chinatown. I work in Chinatown for the last 15 years, and I'm also one of the founding members of the LA Chinatown Business Council. I'm here to speak, I guess, on behalf of myself and the Business Council. I would like the council to reconsider the motion. I get to know private developer, Larot Partners, through the last 2 years of our campaign in forming our BID, Chinatown BID. Actually, this is the first Chinatown BID in the nation. And Mr. Kim Benjamin had earned, I guess, his respect from the community, the business community especially. He worked very hard to make sure that the business improvement district happened. He also put in time, effort, and money to make sure that Chinatown is a good place for the residents to live, and also make sure that it is a good place for the visitors. He has demonstrated that he is responsible. He's a responsible developer. He had helped Chinatown many times to remove obstacles such as the gambling school, the adult entertainment center, and also actually he put in money and efforts to form an English academy in Chinatown to help the low-income workers so that the kids could improve their English skills after school, and also a place for them to do homework. So besides developing the business side of Chinatown, he has also done many good things for the community, especially for the workers and the kids in Chinatown. I urge the council to work out a plan so that the private as well as the city could work out a plan so that, again, that will benefit Chinatown. Yes, we do need parking structure. Yes, we do need to have the walkway to link to the goal line. But we also need recreation space. We also need to create jobs, as well as some mixed housing units, market rate, as well as affordable housing that could be possibly developed in that site. Retail store, and maybe, another Little Joe restaurant so that we all could go and reminiscent again. In order to sustain the economy in Chinatown, we do need the visitors, we do need the tourists, as well as residents. We just cannot just rely on one. So I urge you to reconsider and work with the private developer, not work against with them.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next speaker, please.
Council members, my name is George Yu. I'm the Executive Director of the Chinatown Business Improvement District. I'm here to read a quick letter on behalf of our President, Mr. Patrick Lee, who was not able to be here today. Dear Council members, I'm writing to reiterate our support for the Rock Partner proposed joint development project at 900 North Broadway in Chinatown. It is our firm belief that this project will provide the foundation for future development on-site as well as elsewhere in Chinatown. The project is the first major development to be proposed in Chinatown in many years. The project provides the following: public parking structure, cultural center, pedestrian linkage between Chinatown and the Gold Line station, the intermodal transit facility, and the infrastructure for future development. This project is the catalyst that will spur development and positive change in the Chinatown community. In addition, the likely possibility of significant and simultaneous public and private investment in Chinatown makes this the perfect time to move this project forward. We are strongly in favor of this effort and encourage your support as well. We encourage the city to work out a fair and equitable working relationship with the Rock Partners to create the proposed joint development project. And sincerely, Patrick Lee. Thank you very much for your time.
We thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please. May I remind the speakers that we have exhausted the time permitted. Mr. Reyes, you want to extend for 5 more minutes? So moved. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, my name is Roger Hong. I'm a property owner in Chinatown, and my family has been there since its inception in 1938. And I also want to add my desire for the council and Councilman Reyes to work with the private developer, Kim Benjamin. I actually find ourselves at a strange juncture this morning when we have this potential conflict, when I believe Kim has worked very diligently to earn the respect of those in the community, and also to propose 2 physical projects that accommodate all the things that were just spoken about by George and Diane. So it is a little misleading in the earlier speakers where we would think that this is only a transit project, and this is a private development that has potential to catalyze the revitalization of our area. So I would hate to see a mediocre project that is only a parking lot or a parking structure without all the other benefits of density that usually go along with a multimodal transit station. Again, I'd like to say that I would recommend that from my perspective also as a professional architect and planner that certainly I think that it would be more prudent for private funds to be mobilized to affect these needed necessities of the community rather than public funds to take the project and the property and not be able to realize this, and also to discourage private investment in Chinatown, which we dearly, dearly need. I think that many speakers in their earlier motions about diversity in housing is very appropriate. We do not want to be the hospital for all the ills of the downtown area either in Chinatown. So I very much recommend that Ed, please try and work this out with the community and with the private developer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from
My name is Duncan Lamb with Sunny Hills Palladium. We are a real estate investor in Southern California in 5 counties. We also own property in Chinatown. And it's been very encouraging in the last few years to see the positive things in Chinatown. It's also discouraging to see that recently this conflict developed that might involve a possible condemnation of Kim Benjamin's property. And all the positive things that happened in Chinatown has been, Kim has been a good, big part of that. So it's not right to treat a valued member of the community that way. And plus, property owner has their right. So I will urge you guys to find a way to resolve that, balance the need of the community and the private sector. We do need private sector to make the community vibrant and vital. So I urge you, please consider that. We need investors like that, private business, and not to drive them away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. We're going to ask now for the following persons, Roger Hong, no, I want to make sure, David Lee, Steve, Steve, your spelling of your last name is a bit of a challenge, and Mr. Newman is deferring to Mr. Benjamin. We'll now hear from Kim Benjamin.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate that. I'm Kim Benjamin. I'm the president of LaRock Partners, the general partner of the partnership that owns the property in question. It's my understanding, and I'm not that sophisticated, and if you could bear with me, I take 3 minutes. Is that all right? I bought this property some time ago, but my understanding of this motion is it's not a motion to condemn the property. It's a motion to try to negotiate some agreement between the public and the private so that we all come out ahead together. I remember going to an opening ceremony when you were councilman and digging a hole in the ground with a gold shovel, and Rick was there and other people, and it was over off of just behind Little Joe's, actually. And I just acquired the property the previous year, and you were talking about the project, and I think you got me in trouble saying there was going to be a 5-star hotel over here. And I never promised a 5-star hotel, but from the very beginning, I came to this community and have tried to be a genuine, real partner in this community, and have tried to act accordingly. I know that through Nick Pacheco, through the previous council office, and through this council office, without their leadership, we wouldn't have been able to successfully oppose 211 Alpine without that partnership. I'm not a politically sophisticated party. I'm not necessarily the usual developer either. And I hope you can see that through my presentation as well, and by my actions. My mom always said that spoke louder than words anyway. I want to negotiate successfully with the city. From the very beginning, I think I've had an adjustment of my plan 3 times. One of the most current ones was this proposal, which was as current as last year. It's been out there for over a year and 3 months, in which it was a joint venture between us. And I'd like to just read this statement here, even though I have Mike's letter to Frankie Banerjee requesting funds and support for our project led by developer and owner Kim Benjamin. I've seen the council office do the same, speak on behalf of the project as a joint venture to meet both needs. I've seen the congresswoman do the same. Effectively, the following is my statement. I'm a member and a founding member of the Business Improvement District. I am also the current vice president of that organization and its government affairs person. They somehow elected me to do that. I'm the co-founder of the just recently approved Historic and Cultural Neighborhood Council, which represents the Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Forgotten Edge, Solano Canyon, El Pueblo areas. And we're looking forward to finding a strong bond there, an alliance, to improve all of our communities. The property that I bought over 2 years ago was empty. And since then, I've tried to position it so that I rejected offers to lease it. I could have made money. I've tried in earnest for almost 2 years to make an arrangement happen that got me what I wanted and got the community exactly what it wanted. I'm still working in that effort. The proposal I made for the joint venture to the city to provide them a passageway for the train station and to give them that right, that property right, to put a parking lot on site, as well as to, for public use, as well as 8,000 square feet of outdoor space I would never get to build on, and to build out at my own expense 4,000 feet of museum or exhibit hall space for the public's use. All I've asked for is my money back off the table, no profit for the time use of my money, none at all, and just the opportunity to build my portion of this site. A normal developer would say he wants more than that. I have by right the opportunity to build here 1/3 feet of space. And when I found myself finding this motion around as a prospect, I filed something that might stand on its own, which is a housing project that the community could use, with 20% dedicated for low-income subsidized housing and some market housing. All these parts are what we as a community want. I'm looking for common ground. I am going to China shortly, on Friday, to adopt our first and only daughter, and I will be gone for 3 weeks. I know that Ed's been kind enough to extend the 30 days to 45 days, and I've thought about whether I should ask for anything more here. I don't want to delay this process, but I would like your concurrence that in the event that I need more time because I'm finding myself unsuccessful at negotiating this, that I can come back and get some additional time at that time. With that, I don't think I have anything else to say, except I hope that we can find common ground and we can find ourselves with a public project need and a private developer need that helps revitalize and rebuild this community. And I want to thank you for this chance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newman, final speaker.
President Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Jerry Newman. I represent Kim Benjamin in this matter. As I think you've just heard, the reality is we're not necessarily talking about a project because we do have common ground on what that project should be. The question is, how do we get there? And in fact, we support the idea of the motion that brings both parties together and gives us a time period in which to make it work and make it happen. The part of it that is difficult for us is the part that then says, if we don't, we're going to take your property. Because up to date, there has not been a value of the property at its highest and best use. We have not seen the dollars put on the table to make it work. I will tell you that Mr. Benjamin does want to make it work, and he wants the time to do that, and that is truly all that we're asking for. We want to take the time to find a way to build this project for the community in the way that we have outlined, which incorporates everything the community has wanted. We believe we can make that happen in time and with the cooperation of staff. And we ask that you not just put our feet to the fire, but put staff's feet to the fire to come up with a resolution that works for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. Mr. Reyes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I just first want to thank all the community members that have stepped up to the microphone. I'd rather have people step up to the mic and articulate their points of view so we can reach a common understanding. That is what this motion does. What I'm trying to do is get us to a point where we can begin understanding where our differences are and come to an understanding of an agreement. I've been working hard on this project for many years. As council member, I've been pushing hard to get this to the table. Reason being is that the goal line is coming. It'll be in place in a year. And development time every month is precious in terms of reaching a resolution and reaching some kind of a decision on how we're going to connect. So I applaud everyone who stepped up, because it tells me that we're all going to work hard to get to this point. I've been working with our CLA office to make sure that I'm protecting our public funds. I want to make sure that every public dollar that goes into this project is used for the public benefit. And so I'm very confident we'll reach that common ground. But I need this green light to establish that negotiation and to establish a very real base by which we can build upon. Quite frankly, we're spinning our wheels. We need to bring everybody to the table and come to consensus. So it's not to take away from Mr. Benjamin's effort. I acknowledge his great work, the business community, and as much as the residential community. But we all know in our neighborhoods, we have this tension, and we have to establish those priorities based on the public good. So that truly is my focus and my objective in putting this motion to the table. Mr. Miller, would you like to come to the center table and just talk about our efforts, what we're trying to get done, just so that the rest of the council understands that we're trying to be as fair as possible and responsible with our resources. You can hold my time, please.
Jerry Miller with the CLA's office. Just very briefly, the council, probably about a year and a half ago, under a motion by then Councilmember Hernandez, asked the CLA's office to get involved in seeing if we could negotiate essentially a public-private partnership and the purchase of this piece of property on which would be built a parking structure and a pedestrian linkage from the elevated Gold Line station to Broadway. In addition, we've been attempting to work out what additional development may occur on the site. Essentially, the issue we're having now is that we have stalled. We need we need to put some brackets around the time frame here, and we need to be able to try to negotiate a final price. The issue is, in fact, one of cost. I think everyone is intending that this be a project that benefits the community and the public and the transit users with the Gold Line as well.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. My priority here as a public servant is to make sure that we're using our public dollars in a manner that's going to benefit everyone in every sector of this community. And that truly is my objective. I'm not here to take away anything from anyone. I want to be fair. But I do want to take the time to thank Congressman Roy Allard, the staff, DOT, planning, everyone, CLA, CRA, has been working on this project. And it's not about favoring or taking sides. It's about coming together with a common goal, working through this tension, and establishing a base by which the whole community will benefit. And ultimately, I truly believe in this creative tension. I truly believe the best will come out from everyone. This jockey that's going on, I believe is part of the process. The question becomes here is how do we leverage these public dollars, and how do we get the biggest bang for our buck and bring back Chinatown to its glory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We see no other members wishing to be heard at this point. We've had a full hearing on the matter. The matter is before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Excuse me, Mr. President, item number 42A, does council wish that adopted in lieu of the original?
Pursuant to Mr. Reyes' motion, that is before us. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you very kindly. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 44, call special, inasmuch as there is a card from the public.
All right, item number 44 is before us. We see that there are several persons wishing to be heard here. Ken Strumpel, Geoff Melman, Mary Lou Crockett, William West. You would please come forward. And proceed.
Yes, my name is Ken Strumpel.
I'm the chair of the Sepulveda Task Force that has been meeting for the last 3 months, almost on a weekly basis with LADOT to examine the project that is before you. And it's been a very long process, but one that I think has now rewarded us with a project that is much improved over what was originally envisioned here. And so I urge you to approve this motion, but I also ask you to approve the process behind this and make this the way that the city does business. I don't think any of you or represent districts that would welcome a road expansion coming through your main street. This is something that we've managed to change into a project that'll be very different by working closely with the Department of Transportation. In the past, projects have often come to communities after they've been approved and funded. Before the community has an opportunity to really participate in their planning. What we're showing is that there are real results that can be positive when we're included early on. It prevents costly delays, it prevents the sort of mistrust that can often develop, and it just works a lot better. So I urge you to approve this motion and to also change the way that the city does transportation projects to be a community-based planning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jeff Mailman, and I'm a member of the Sepulveda Boulevard Task Force, as well as president of the Westchester LAX Marina Del Rey Chamber of Commerce. And as Kent mentioned, this was a difficult process for the task force, not only because of the strings that are attached to this money, but also because of the short time frame in which we had to work. But I'd like to thank DOT, some of the staff members who are here, Ken Husting, Sean Harry, and Jay Kim, for working with us and being open to new ideas and creative ways to solve some of the problems that we have. I'd also like to thank the staff member from Councilmember Goanner's office, Mr. Trevor Daly. They've helped us reach some difficult decisions in this process. I believe this new project protects the community from the original 4 through lanes in each direction that was originally proposed and provides the opportunity to do some beautification in the form of planted medians, streetscape furniture, new street trees, repaired sidewalks, etc. And it's also opened the door to a new spirit of planning to create a new design for Sepulveda Boulevard. This process of asking for community input and incorporating the wishes of our community in the design process should be a model for future projects, and I urge you to support the motion before you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary Lou Crockett, William West, Barbara Musala, Daryl Nickens, Sheila Appleson, I think is the correct pronunciation. And we have approximately 10 more speakers, and if you would be kind enough to be governed accordingly, we'd be appreciative.
Thank you. I like to practice 1-minute speeches.
All righty.
Mr. Council, President and members, my name is Mary Lou Crockett. I'm president of the Westchester Vitalization Corporation, which came into being in 1978 as a quasi-public organization under Mayor Bradley for the very purpose is before you this afternoon, addressing problems that have to do with the vitalization of the Westchester area. This motion probably helps the business community right on with the goals of our district. I think that the ownership, which is mostly under the leadership of H.B. Rollinger Company, is very much in favor of this motion and will be there to bring about the private-public partnership that's necessary for Sepulveda to look the way that the task force is hoping that it will look. The spirit of the improvements north of Sepulveda between Manchester and down to Centinela is of concern, and the new dawn of leadership in the council. I just remind you that the sidewalks and the streetscapes are a big concern, and how we work side by side to bring about a win-win situation for all facets of our community, and make sure that people can walk as well as ride their bicycles, and this community-based plan is a great start towards that. I thank all the members of the task force, all the other folks that have been thanked today, and I thank you very much for getting this motion through today.
Thank you very much. A lady of her word. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much. My name is William West. I'm the general manager of HP Dollinger. In the early 40s, the Dollingers really started the Westchester Central Business. 60 years later, we're still here kicking. And I'd like to compliment Member Holden on his outstanding neckwear. Very nice.
Oh, boy, please don't start any confusion here today.
We are also a member of the Sepulveda Task Force and have enjoyed working with the Council Office, Trevor Daly, members of the City's Department of Transportation. I would urge you to support this revised Sepulveda beautification and traffic mitigation program. It will be an outstanding asset, especially as our retailers. We control 28 different retail properties along Sepulveda, and they're very much looking forward to some better sidewalks and full-time parking in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. I believe that should be Barbara.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Barbara Musella.
All right. Thank you.
But you did all right.
Thank you much.
My husband and I have lived in Westchester for 31 years and raised our family there. I'm here today to ask for your support for the proposed improvements on Sepulveda Boulevard through our community. The proposed tree planting along Sepulveda will help beautify our area and create a warm sense of community while providing shade and helping to clean the air we breathe. The addition of another through lane of traffic along Sepulveda without the elimination of parking in the central business district will help move traffic along an already congested roadway. Some may argue if you build an extra lane of traffic, more will come to use it, but the reality is they are here already. Living next to the third busiest airport in the nation can create challenges for local residents, but with your help, we can improve traffic conditions for commuters and residents, while at the same time beautifying our community and adding traffic calming amenities to what I believe is the gateway to the world, my hometown of Westchester. I urge the council to act today in supporting the local community and approving these much-needed improvements to our community. We need more trees and we need better sidewalks. I want to thank Councilmember Galanter Ruth and her staff for their leadership in this important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Musella. We appreciate your testimony. We'll now hear from Mr. Nickens, followed by Ms. Nicholson, and then from there we'll hear from Susan Schleckman. Sir.
Hi, I'm Gerald Nickens. I'm a 17-year resident of Westchester, and I am a member of the Sepulveda Boulevard Task Force. I too want to support both the motion before you and the process by which it was arrived at. Members of the community worked with LADOT and the council staff, and we were able to create a level of trust that enabled us to come up with a plan that has support in the community. DOT has said that this process could be a model for how they could work with others. I do hope that that would be the case based on our experience. What we have arrived here is a beginning. With this money, we can begin to both better manage traffic and to start to build a better, more beautiful community, a more workable community, as well as a gateway to the city of Los Angeles, of which we all can be proud. So I would like to thank Council Person Galanter and her staff, LADOT, my colleagues, members of the community, and hope that you will vote to support this measure.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Thank you,
Mr.
Muchas
Thomas,
gracias, señor
council
Chan.
members.
Miembros del
Good
Consejo.
afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
It's a new day in
Es un nuevo día en
Westchester.
Westchester.
Your name, please.
Su nombre,
My name is
por
Sheila
favor,
Mickelson.
Sheila Mickelson.
Thank you.
Gracias.
This project
Este
represents,
proyecto
to say the
representa,
least,
para decirlo menos,
benefits,
beneficios,
but with benefits, there are
pero
also
beneficios
pros
también
and
hay,
cons.
pues,
And with those pros and cons, there's controversy. I am a member of the Westchester Task Force, and I am also a member of Vision, community organization group that organized the Westchester community in opposing the widening of Sepulveda, creating a freeway in the middle of our community. In working with the community, I learned that Westchester's voice can be heard all over this country, all over the city of Los Angeles in terms of this project. The voice of the community is one that's united. We want to, yes, create a project that will enhance our community, but not at the same time impact our community in a way that's going to bring more traffic, more congestion, and more pollution in our community. As a member of the task force, I'm not in full support of this project. I think that we have to look at it in a manner in which our benefits are hopefully going to outweigh the negative aspects of the project. I have major concerns in terms of the parking lanes in the downtown business district, in terms of creating more congestion, especially during peak hours. I would just like to say, though, Councilwoman Galanter, through this task force and through this whole project, has really made this project a community-based project. While it is controversial, again, the community has given their voice, and it's up to us to represent the community in a manner in which everyone is represented, not just the developers, not just the city itself and their required traffic mitigations, but the community at large. I want to thank you all, and Councilwoman Hahn, I remember when we were down in October, you shared with us how you raised your children on Airport Boulevard. So, like all of you, when you were out and heard about our concerns with redistricting, you know that we're vocal, that if this project is not a project that we want, we're going to be back down here, and we're going to bring 5 buses the next time. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Next speaker, please. All right, we shall move on. Myra Krawanek, Denny Schneider, Judith. Proceed.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Mark Ridley Thomas and President Alex Padilla, the members of the council, and I thank you very much for allowing me, Myra Krewanek, a 20-year resident of Westchester, to come before you today and to go on record as a member of the Westchester Playa del Rey Community Plan Update Advisory Committee. Briefly, I would like to bring to your attention that the fact that Westchester and Playa del Rey has spent the last year updating its community plan to bring our local area into conformity to reflect current policies, practices, and changed conditions that have occurred during the past 25 years. The area of the Sepulveda Boulevard in this motion is located in this community plan. We thank our Councilwoman Ruth Galanter for the insight and opportunity to update the community plan, one of 35 community plans established in the city of Los Angeles and intended to provide the guidelines for land use and city planning in each local community. I cannot emphasize how important this updated city plan is to us. It will help us, it will help you, it will help all of the city departments in planning and solving the problems we face in the future, growth and development in Westchester Playa del Rey's community. With this said, it is my hope and the pursuit of this Community Plan Update Advisory Group that this motion for Sepulveda Boulevard, which pierces through the heart of a residential community, will ultimately be in conformance with this updated plan. I do support this motion with the provisions that it meets the community's expectations, and I have confidence that it will as we continue to work with Ruth Galanter's office. Bottom line, it is intended to safeguard the integrity, safety, and compatibility of our family, residential areas, and to protect the children, families, schools, and churches along Sepulveda Boulevard from this super major highway conditions and hazards. The integrity of our community must be safeguarded, and please let this motion go through ultimately to serve as the tool to do this in accordance with our community plan as it becomes updated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Denny Schneider, and I've spoken on many different subjects here, but I think this is an important one because it's a milestone project for Westchester Plan LA. The area is under siege. We've already lost 1/3 of our community to the airport. Traffic makes it almost impossible to get in and out of our community. And we're putting up with a lot of pollution, traffic, and noise, etc. The reason this is important, though, is because it's a first step in making our community look good again. Because it really doesn't look as good as it should. And we are the gateway for Los Angeles. So I urge you, make it a nice-looking community, but keep it a community.
Mantengan una comunidad, no queremos nomás ser un camino.
Thank you very much for your
Muchas gracias por su testimonio, Judith.
Help me.
Hi, I'm Judith Chanchamino.
Chanchamino, thank you so much. Ms. Galanter did attempt to assist me, and I respectfully tried.
It's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll extend your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It does take a long time to say. I'm also a community member and a member of the task force. I want to just ditto what everybody said before me. I support this motion. I urge you to support it. I also want to commend the council member on her vision for creating the task force. And nobody's told you before, this task force isn't over when you pass this motion. We still will be working with DOT to guide this project to fruition. I think that's very innovative, and I would really like to congratulate Councilman Galanter for thinking of it and putting it forward. I don't know if other people do it, but I've never seen it done before. I also want to thank DOT for their tireless work, and I do want to caution you, however, that Westchester is a very vigilant community, and capacity enhancement doesn't equal widening. It didn't before, it doesn't now, and it will never in the future. We will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Gracias,
Chanchamino.
apreciamos su testimonio. Ahora podemos oír de Carol Hansen. Y el orador final va a ser Ciso.
Good afternoon, Carol Hassan, Westchester resident. I voted against the Sepulveda project because I preferred to have a more lengthy planning process than when pushed by a tight funding deadline opposed from outside. As you know, the Westchester Community Plan hasn't been updated for over 20 years, and the updated plan is in process and won't be in place for some months, but it would be nice to have worked within that plan. My thought on point one of the motion regarding the central business district is not specific enough. It should define how much and where the widening would be. Specifying no HOV lanes would be good too. The scope of widening the 6 feet off of each side of the sidewalk that is necessary to create the 24-hour parking lanes in the central business district isn't referenced in the motion. In fact, the parking lanes aren't mentioned. We're concerned that the 24-hour parking lanes can ultimately, at some point, become driving lanes because the funding is based on traffic capacity enhancement. Many residents, including myself, wanted more specific language in the motion to protect the community. A desired point was to specify no widening of Sepulveda from Manchester to Centinela in the residential district. Westchester, Playa del Rey are frankly tired of being the a sacrificial lamb to large entities such as LAX and the proposed Playa Vista development. Our community wants to be protected and kept as a viable place to live. We've already sacrificed much in terms of loss of homes, residents, and increased traffic due to LAX, and I really hope in future planning that will be taken into effect. I know the task force worked hard. I just wish they had more time to work on this and that it wasn't, they weren't rushed by a funding deadline imposed from outside. Thank you.
Gracias. Le damos las gracias oradora
Yes,
final. Sí,
Cecil
muchas gracias,
Tapio, and
Carpio.
I
Y
live
yo
in
vivo
the
en
city of
la
Inglewood,
ciudad
and I've
de
been there
Inglewood. Yo
since
estaba ahí desde
1973.
1973.
This T-shirt you
Esta
see that
camiseta
I've been
que ven que
impacted
está
by LAX
impactada por
over the
el
years,
LAX en Los
and
Ángeles, aeropuerto de Los Ángeles.
wearing this
Y usando
T-shirt
esta
shows I'm in
camiseta enseña
support
que estoy en
of
soporte
Westchester's
de
desire to
Westchester
protect and to
proteger y
improve their
mejorar
community.
su comunidad.
But I can't
Pero no
support
puedo
this motion.
soportar esta moción.
And one of the
Yo
reasons
quiero
is
las
because
razones
this
porque
isn't
esto
a
no es
traffic
una
mitigation project,
dirección
this
de
is a
mitigación de
capacity
emisiones, capacidad.
enhancement project. And as I heard people talking
La gente
about the
acerca
thank yous
de
to
las
everyone and
gracias a
about the
todos y
open
cómo
process
el
of
proceso
government,
abierto
I
del
want to
gobierno.
remind a few
Quiero
people that
recordarles
this would never
que
have
esto no
occurred
hubiera
if it wasn't for
ocurrido si
a
no
gentleman
fuera
named
por un
Mike
caballero, Mike
Stevens
Stevens,
from Inglewood
de
with
Inglewood,
a group called
con un grupo
LAX
de
Expansion
expansión
No, at bringing a group of people from Westchester, Inglewood, and El Segundo to a place called Southern California Association of Governments, where there he had a list of projects, traffic mitigation, capacity enhancement projects, which included Sepulveda widening. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know that we would even be here today, because would the community even know that this project was in the works? As a matter of fact, with all respect to Ms. Galanter, who has helped this group, the Sepulveda Task Force, she was all for the project and it was ready to go. Besides that, though, I want to say that the community wanted repaired sidewalks, safe streets, breathable air, rush hour traffic mitigation, downtown business district, vitalization, and quieter neighborhoods. I feel instead that the community gets a $5.5 million project that widens Sepulveda to 8 lanes in the business district and enhances capacity for Playa Vista and LAX generated traffic. 6 lanes of 24-hour through traffic and 2 lanes of parking equals an increase in the capacity for non-rush hour traffic, such as LAX, and a decrease in the capacity for rush hour traffic, people going to and coming from work. Think about that.
Piensen sobre eso.
When you have 3 lanes of traffic going through with parking, you're going to get jam-ups, and that does not relieve the traffic relief. There's so much more I could say, but I see your signal that I have no more time. Thank you.
Muchas
We thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su
Please
testimonio.
feel free
Por favor,
to
siéntese
submit
libre de
your
someter su
remarks
tu escrito para y podemos recibirlas. Podemos con cualquiera de los sargentos, si quiere.
All right, thank you very much. That
Muchas
effectively
gracias.
closes the
Efectivamente
public
cierro el
hearing portion of this particular item. There are members
asunto
wishing to be
particular,
heard.
los
We
asuntos que
begin with
vamos a empezar con Bertrand Ruth Galante.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas
And I want to
gracias,
say thanks to all of you for sitting here until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys didn't get any junk food like some of us did. I want to, first of all, urge your support of this motion. I'm sure you remember the last time we discussed Sepulveda Boulevard and half of Westchester was here. We agreed as a council that we would not support the original widening of Sepulveda Boulevard. We asked the community, I asked the community and DOT to work together on this. And I have to say that this has been a really wonderful experience. Because the first thing that happens, as all of you know in your own districts, is that the city people who have a job that's very clearly specified in their job description and the community who are going to live with it don't trust each other. And the first step in this resolution process has been working together enough to trust each other enough
to be able to engage in a constructive discussion. And I want to say not only thanks to the members of the community who gave all their time, I know you've heard some of this before, but I have to say that the guys from DOT, Jay Kim, Sean Harry, Ken Husting, really went out of their way, well beyond the call of duty, well beyond their normal working hours, to work with the members of the community to make sure that everybody understood what we were talking about or not talking about, and they listened carefully, and I hope that this is, as they say in the movie, the beginning of a beautiful relationship. I also want to say special thanks to Trevor Daly of my staff, who has more patience than all the rest of us put together, and without whom this would not have been. We would not be here today with a motion that nearly everyone supports. In my district, we make a practice of never having everybody support something. It would just ruin our reputation, and we couldn't possibly do it. And as Ms. Chanchimino pointed out, this is a very vigilant community. They know what they want, they know what they don't want, and we will all be hearing exactly what they want and what they don't want from now till the end of time, which is as it should be. So I think that we have made enormous progress since the last time we discussed this, and I think it would not have happened without the hard work and commitment of everybody who was involved, who started out disagreeing. So I urge your support. This is not the end of the process, but it is a very important milestone in the process. It is a recognition that in order to do anything that the community wants or that it doesn't want, even if we're only doing the things they want, we've got to have money to do it with. And this is a recognition that there are some things we want to spend the money on and some things we don't want to spend the money on. We've got to have the money in place. So I hope that you will join in approving this motion and let us get on to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing, Ms. Lanto. We now hear from Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Holden, to close Ms. Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for your patience as well. As was alluded to, I think many of you were at the redistricting meeting. This is an example of leadership that is coming from the community. We're following from the community. An important cue for us to model in our own neighborhoods. I know I've talked with Sheila about this too, but we had a similar project in CD 13 where the Glendale Freeway ends and Glendale Boulevard just dumps off into our community. And there was a proposal to kind of increase capacity there, but we were able to work with DOT, come up with creative solutions for it to be more of a beautification project for that area that actually makes it a more pleasant place for the people that live there and doesn't increase capacity. So thank you for that model. We know that it's happening in other places, and hopefully with neighborhood councils that those neighborhoods can learn from each other so that the next Sepulveda Boulevard or Glendale Boulevard will know these lessons as well.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We now recognize Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden will allow Ms. Miskowski to speak, and then we will speak after you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, I think. I too want to compliment the community. This is, when we had seen this before as just a major road widening project, to start seeing equal with that in the language of the motion and clearly in the language of the community, the intent of the community, pedestrian enhancement, concern about sidewalk width. There is just so much width in an area, and we take it for streets and even landscaping, that means we're usually taking away from the sidewalk. And the sidewalk is not only vital to the community, it's vital to businesses, it's vital to all of us, and we can't narrow that sidewalk so it doesn't any longer function for the community. That these words and that these ideas and concepts are elevated to, with the community, to the area of just roadway widening is significant. And I think you are right that to say that this isn't just the beginning, that you've signed off on a plan today, but that this motion directs the Department of Transportation to seek prior approval from the community in any discussion of implementation. This gives you that leverage, gives you that control, gives you that participation that may have seemed somewhat forced, somewhat having to come to the table to get in 5 months' time to save $5 million, but it keeps you there forever as a partner, full partner with the community, with the Department of Transportation, and I think it can be a model of how we should do this, not only in the city of LA, but as you in this community in the city of LA goes to MTA that says this is what road projects should include in the future throughout our county, throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miskowski. Mr. Holden, please proceed. Mr. Holden, the floor is yours.
Eso es suyo.
Hello,
Hola.
how are you? Ms. Crockett, did you work for Pat Russell
Usted
once?
trabajó para Wilson, sí.
Oh, I remember the name.
Yo
It's
recuerdo el
Marianne
nombre,
Crockett.
María
That's about
Clark,
that
yo
name.
recuerdo ese nombre.
You're out there in Westchester being very busy. You know, I remember the Rotary
Yo
Club in
trabajé en el
Westchester.
curso de Rotario de
When
Westchester.
Howard Drollinger used to invite me in.
Trabajé
Did
en
you know the Judge Richards?
Juez
The judge, oh yeah. Out there we got him pointed to the bench. Westchester was a nice
Pues
area to
un
represent.
área para
Do you
representar.
all remember when I was a senator
Cuando
in
eres
Westchester?
senador de
representing
Westchester,
Yes, right. This guy shakes his head. You just moved in. You
se
do.
acaba de cambiar en nuestra comunidad.
All right. But it was a wonderful community.
Es una comunidad maravillosa.
Almost
Yo
every
estaba
charitable
presente en
organization,
esa organización.
including the Rotary Club,
El
got to
club
know
de
all the people
rotatorios
there.
y conocí a toda la gente.
And I believed in them, and they
Yo creo en
believed
ellos,
in
se
me, and
creían
they
en
always
mí,
supported
siempre
me.
nos soportaron.
100%, and I thank you for
100% y
that.
les doy gracias por eso.
I say that this
Yo digo
project
eso,
we
que este
have today
proyecto que tienen hoy
says
dice que
that it provides for community
provee la
input. I don't know of any other
comunidad y no
community
con otra comunidad.
equal in
Igual en
activity,
actividad
concern, and
y
interest
preocupación.
as the Westchester community.
Con la comunidad de
Community
Westchester,
of
comunidad
interest.
de interés.
And God, you guys have gotten together with the Department of Transportation, the task force, to work out what the difficulties are. Let me just say, give you an analysis situation. I was first elected to the city council with a street called Fairfax Avenue. You all remember Fairfax? Well, Fairfax Avenue, they said, we're not going to widen Fairfax Avenue. 3 feet on one side, 3 feet on the other. Exit right up the freeway. And which was going to put an 8 for your driving, safe left turns, right turns, trees and lights. It's beautiful. Hey, how many people been up Fairfax lately? Well done.
Bien hecho.
But before that, it was
Pero antes
bump
de
feet,
eso
bump
estaba
feet.
bien estaba mal.
Every time a bus go by, a
Cada
truck
vez que
go by,
pasaba
you
un
shake the
carro,
house.
movía la casa.
Homes were big,
Las
vibrating,
casas
and cracks in the
vibraban y
ceiling.
había roturas en los techos, lo que hizo un mejoramiento.
When I talked about
Y cuando habló yo de que el departamento de transportación en Chazán, Fairfax, lo que pasó, no.
Leave it the way it is.
Deje la manera que está, de la manera que estaba en aquel tiempo.
It's just not good at all.
No era bueno para nada. De eso no podemos cortar
We
calle.
can't stop
No pueden
people
cortar.
from coming in. We can't reverse the flow of traffic as if it were in 1942. It's here. The airport as it was in 1940, 50 was south of east of Sepulveda, all right? That was your airport.
Eso era el aeropuerto.
And then they removed all those homes on the slope of Westchester, Pershing Drive, remember that? When it was created? They asked me as a senator
Como el senador,
make provisions
hicieron
for
provisiones
Pershing
para
Drive
Pershing Drive.
because the Coastal Commission didn't permit it
La
initially.
comisión no
Then
permitió
they
inicialmente.
the traffic started cutting through
Empezó a
Pershing
cortar
Drive,
por Pershing,
avoiding Sepulveda,
evitando Sepúlveda.
okay, at Century, and
La
also
Century también.
the next street down south, and then goes through the neighborhood of
Por el
Westchester.
vecindario de
And that's the
Westchester.
way it flows
Esa es
today.
la manera que está ahora.
Now, what this will do,
Ahora lo que haría
President
ser
members,
presidente y miembros,
I'm convinced
yo estoy convencido
a lot of traffic goes
de que
straight
mucho
down
tráfico va
Sepulveda.
derecho por Sepúlveda,
Take it outside of your
tomando
neighborhood.
fuera de su vecindario.
Westchester was a dead
Westchester era una comunidad
community.
muerta. Puedo sentarme ahí. Pues
It was a dead community.
era una comunidad muerta.
The businesses
Los negocios
closed,
habían
given
cerrado.
eyesore, but the entire community
La
went to the
comunidad
airport
fueron al
and they
aeropuerto
traveled through.
y
They
viajaron
can
por
put an
ahí.
exit off the
Pusieron un
freeway
éxito en
down
el freeway
Sepulveda
para Sepúlveda
so that you can take traffic
para que
through
tomaran tráfico por
Westchester
so
you can start
para que
revitalizing the
pudieran
business. Am I
rehabilitar los
right?
negocios, ¿no es cierto?
Howard Drollinger just said he wanted
Eso
that, and I
probablemente
said it's
querían
done.
eso, está hecho.
So it has been done. It
Y de
has
hecho,
been done. But the fact about it,
después de que este presidente,
I think it's a good idea
creo que es buena idea de la comunidad,
Department of
el
Transportation,
Departamento
MTA,
de
and others,
Posicionamiento y todo eso,
to work with you.
trabajar con ustedes.
And I'm sure you'll come to
Yo
a good
seguro que
decision.
van a una buena
You
decisión.
make it work with
Esta
the
decisión el
community.
trabajo es bueno para la comunidad. En
Inglewood
Inglewood
only suffered
no
the
más
flight
puede
path.
sufrir el camino de los vuelos.
Not be impacted
No
with the
estuvieron
traffic as it
impactados con el
goes down.
tráfico por ese
Only with
pueblo.
the flight path.
Solamente por el
That's one of
camino
the
de
problems
Valencia
we
es un
have on
problema que no
the
tenemos control.
Federal Aviation
Pero
Administration.
aviación y registración.
It's out of our hands. I wish I
En
could
tus
do
manos
it.
podrá ser por ver.
But Mr.
Muchas
Thomas
gracias
will
por
in
el tema.
second.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
We appreciate your
Te damos las
comments.
gracias por sus
Members of the council, we see no other person
comentarios.
wishing
Otra
to be
persona
heard
que
at
desea
this
ser
point.
oída en este punto.
Mrs. Galanter,
Señora Galante,
we ready to
estamos
proceed?
listos para proceder.
Having gotten the clearance on the
La
runway,
clearance en la
Madam
cabina.
Clerk, please open the roll. Now close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes is unanimous, and Ms. Galanter has requested that this go forthwith. That will be the order. We take note of the great chair, which was an aid in affecting that vote. And we thank the constituents for coming and giving their testimony. Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 15.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garcetti.
Mr. Chair, and with the indulgence of the council, I was wondering if we could suspend the rules to to convene the special meeting in order to hear special item number 1. We have to act on that today, or we need to act on it today. We don't have to, we need to act on it today. With folks' indulgence, we should be able to do it relatively quickly.
All right, if there's no objection, we will dispose of it with dispatch. All right, Madam City Attorney on the findings.
No, this is not a special, this is a special
We will
meeting.
then recess the regularly scheduled meeting and proceed to the special meeting. Madam Clerk.
Bernstein, Galanter, Garcetti, Roll, Hahn, Holden, Labange, Guzekowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Willie Thomas, Weiss, Padilla. 14 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, the item of the business here is before us, special one. Mr. Garcetti.
Mr. Chair, members of the council and of the public, special 1 today addresses the city-owned parking lot at the Hollywood Highland development, which has been suffering, and our revenues from that parking lot have suffered due to we believe, the pricing structure. It's a 6-month pilot plan to look at a different pricing structure that would hopefully bring in, and we've done a study with Crane Associates to look at bringing in more revenue by upping the volume and reducing the short-term price. Before anybody hesitates and is worried about the citywide parking revenue fund, the downside of this is all absorbed up to $300,000, any potential downside, which we don't expect, but could happen, up to $300,000 by the developers themselves. So this doesn't endanger the fund for all of us. They will spend a further $200,000 on maintenance and publicizing the new parking structure. This will not only have an economic effect on the project itself, which we all benefit from in terms of the tax revenue when folks shop there instead of Universal City or Burbank or Glendale, but also will encourage shopping in other places around there, because the system will only need any receipt from the Hollywood area to be brought to this parking lot, which is city-owned. And so we anticipate that we will be able to see more folks coming into the garage. It's been set appropriately to encourage the use of the garage and the stores and neighboring stores. DOT, the neighboring business community, local consumers all agree that the current rate structure is too high. So this is a 6-month trial with reduced rate structure, and that we hope that this, coupled with additional marketing, will actually increase garage revenues for all of us. Again, if they should somewhat decline, however, Tricon is putting up to $500,000 in garage operations to improve its operations and to cover any revenue decline. We're also instructing the CLA to report back to the Transportation Committee with a plan for ensuring long-term success of the garage, both for the city and the community. We see this revised agreement as a win-win, both for the city, the developer, and for the local community. And I really want to thank especially the CLA's office for working very closely with my office for a couple months on this. I know the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and other folks in the community has worked on this very hard. Also on DOT and the CRA for their involvement in making this deal a possibility. And I want to thank Councilman Burnson for his leadership on this issue. He had to leave, but he was supportive this morning in committee of this deal. And we've talked about the longer-term negotiations for the parking lot. This is a 6-month trial again. Any downside up to that $300,000 will actually be absorbed by the developer, though we don't expect to go there. Any upside only benefits us. I urge your support, and I know the CLA is available, as am I, for any questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. There are 4 other members wishing to be heard on this item. Although we do have public comment cards, so let us proceed with the public hearing first. Turn to council discussion and debate. The council calls for it at this time Carrie Morrison, to be followed by Ron Gubler and Jerry Newman.
Good afternoon,
Buenas tardes,
Council. I will be very
Council.
brief. We're all
En
very
pocas
hungry.
palabras, esto da mucho
The
dinero.
last time I spoke to you
Última vez
about
que
this
hablé
was
con
when you were
usted
at the
acerca
Kodak
cuando
Theater
vinieron
at
al
Hollywood
Teatro
and
Kodak
Highland
Hollywood
and
Highland.
prevailed upon you prior to the opening of the Grove and the Cinerama Dome, two competitive projects that compete with Hollywood and Highland, the movies, the restaurants, the retail, which were offering highly marketable parking rates. We have seen the impact of those developments, and we are convinced that the moment this new parking rate is announced to the community, we will see a tremendous upsurge and return back to Hollywood and Highland. The $2 rate is a great boon to the community, and we will work very hard to support it and to market it and to promote it. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Gubler and Jerry Newman.
Good afternoon, council members. I would like to echo my colleague and ask for your action on this today. No one is benefiting from the status quo. Retailers are hanging on by their toenails, trying to stay in business until this is resolved. Triacon is suffering because they've got unhappy tenants and they're having to give them assistance. The city is losing because they have an empty parking lot that is bleeding revenue from the city. And the community is losing because we've touted this project as a symbol of the revitalization of Hollywood. We need to take action to get people back in there. The chamber's spoken with a lot of the residents who want to come, but they're boycotting the project because they feel the rates for retail shoppers and moviegoers are too high. They can go to the Grove for $1 for 3 hours. The residents have told us they will come back if the rates are brought down to a reasonable level. We're moving into a high season for the introduction of a lot of movies. There's a chance to turn things around, but we need some action. We urge you to act on this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newman.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Jerry Newman. I'm representing Triacon. I'm mostly here to answer any questions that you may have relative to both the project, how it's working, where we're at in terms of why we're making this request. I think it is important to point out that it's not just the Grove or the Beverly Center that we're talking about in terms of marketplace. It's more than that. It's a lot of the residents are leaving Los Angeles. They're going to Burbank and to Glendale and Pasadena because those places offer free parking. We view the Grove and Beverly Center as a market in terms of where the rates come, but it's not necessarily that people are leaving Hollywood to go there. They're leaving Hollywood to leave Los Angeles. And that, I think, is a very important point. Additionally, we believe in the project. We believe in it moving forward. The project, as it was originally conceived, dealt a lot with how we deal with both the tourist aspect of Hollywood and also the local community of Hollywood. What we have found since the recent historic events and the recent economic conditions, the tourist element of it has dried up. And therefore, the market that was, the rates that were structured towards that marketplace is no longer valuable. What we must do is reconfigure the rates to the market that exists and comes into the project, which is the local community. And at this point in time, the local community are saying that those rates are just inconsistent with the markets around them, which are not only in Los Angeles, but outside of Los Angeles. And I'll be available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Focus public comment. Item number 1, our special meeting agenda. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a number of questions for staff, so if they could come to the table, that would be great. But I first want to start by acknowledging that I think all of us here are very impressed with what Mr. Garcetti has done. I mean, he inherited this project, and he inherited all of the problems associated with it, and whether it's the economic downturn, the design of the project, or other reasons that have caused it to not make economic sense over the past several months. And so we recognize that you've done your very best in terms of trying to grapple with these difficult issues. Is there Department of Transportation staff here who can hold my time? I'll tell you what my questions concern, and there will be two. Questions concern the Special Parking Revenue Fund. I'd like to know first, A, what has the impact been on the Special Parking Revenue Fund of the shortfalls at Hollywood and Highland to date? And then B, I'd like to know going forward, what do you project? And then C, There is a parking lot that has been proposed in my district for several years, I mean, almost a decade, the Studio City parking lot on Ventura Boulevard, across from Arts Deli. There is no excuse we can offer Studio City for why that hasn't been done. I believe additional funding from this fund would be required to complete that lot. I'd like to know about the impact of this proposal on that. So A, what has been the impact to date? B, what do you project? C, what's the impact on Studio City? Hold my time, please.
Okay, Alan Willis with the Department of Transportation, Office of Parking Management. Response to A is that in our budget, originally we projected, since this is the startup year, only 8 months of this year will the garage have been open, and we projected roughly $250,000 deficit of revenues compared to expenditures. What we have now projected is approximately a $4.2 million deficit. About $4 million more than we originally projected. Now, what that does is that comes out of what is called in the Special Parking Revenue Fund the projects to be designated by ordinance or resolution account. That's essentially our UB, our unappropriated or unallocated budget amount. So it's a reserve fund. That's money that was available for new projects, and it's going to be covering that extra deficit at $4 million. So the fund is still solid, the garage is still open. It just means we have less money to spend on new projects in the city, citywide.
Okay, that was A, impact so far. B, projection in the future.
Okay, we are currently running, when we put our budget together for this year, the only thing that we had to rely on were the patronage and revenue projections prepared by consultants hired by the developer. And we are now showing after about 6 months that we're running at about 54% of the revenue projections that they had. So we're projecting that is going to continue at least into next year, and will probably be another, say, $4 million less than what was originally projected for next year by the consultant. So there's an additional deficit potentially going forward into next year. What we're looking at right now is that it may just, the project was going to take some time to get into the black. That was originally understood. It takes a while to lease out all the spaces. It takes a while to open all the facilities in to open the hotel, really book up the connectivity.
Just to understand what you said, did you just say that you're projecting a $4 million hit on the special parking fund over the next year?
Yes.
That's with the proposal before us today or without the proposal before us today?
Those are independent of the proposal before today. We really have not been able to project what the revenue impact would be of the proposal before today. And even the consultant hired by the Community Development Agency was not able to project that. We anticipate that we will make up in volume what we lose on the per car revenue. So I think that we're expecting to cover, or at least try to match what we have today for revenue.
C was impact on the Studio City parking lot.
Okay. Studio City parking lot has already had $5.7 million appropriated by the council for its construction. We are now going through the process of evaluating the constructability of that project. There may be some additional costs associated with that construction that were unforeseen, but they've been caused by problems with not being able to obtain a staging area for construction materials. It makes it very difficult, complicated construction process. That extra money could come forth in two different ways. Right? One thing that actually the council did, I think in June of 2000, is they authorized bonding, the sale of bonds, to pay for the cost of constructing Studio City. So that's something that could be used to pay for any additional costs associated with Studio City. And in fact, the council passed a reimbursement resolution last June that authorized the reimbursement to the Special Parking Revenue Fund of any costs incurred on Studio City from the proceeds of any anticipated bond sale.
Well, let me just sum up what I understood of what you just said, and I'd love to have you comment on this. You've told us that you expected a $250,000 deficit in the parking revenue fund associated with startup of this project. Instead, to date, we've incurred $4.2 million of a deficit in the parking revenue fund. You're projecting out another $4 million hit, totals up to about an $8 million hit to the parking revenue fund, which is there for parking lots throughout the city of Los Angeles in every council district. And finally, you sat there and told us that although a study was done, that you don't know whether adjusting the rate structure is actually going to be a net positive or a net negative for this fund in terms of income. I guess I'm trying to ask you, is that the best case you could make to vote for this today?
I was just going to say, Jerry Miller with CLA. Clearly, this parking lot is very problematic. There is no doubt about it. It is a bleed to the fund. Clearly, if nothing is done, it will be a disaster for the fund. It's essential that we stabilize this parking lot and we stabilize the development. What this will allow us to do is to charge competitive rates, find out what the parking uses patterns are, study those rates, and help stabilize the development, and give us an opportunity to come back to you involving the CRA and involving other options to essentially restructure this garage and try to eliminate this problem globally. But this is a short-term fix designed to essentially stop the bleeding.
And just indulge me for 1 second, Mr. President. I agree with those goals. I mean, I think everyone here wants to stabilize and stop the hemorrhaging and do what you call a fix. My concern is that no one from the city has sat at this table and said, this actually is a fix. So we're in a fix if we vote for it, but someone's got to convince me that this is a positive step, because we're endangering parking throughout the city if we continue along this route. So I really hope someone can make a persuasive case. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
I just like to say that we don't know that this, I'll grant you that we do not know that this will fix it. We believe doing nothing will not fix it either. We believe this is a relatively low-risk 6-month experiment. We're going to change the rates. We're going to see if we have a better situation. We're going to do some monthly passes that we have not done up to this point. But to not do something, I think, is much more dangerous for the fiscal viability of this than to do something. And we had an outside firm take a look at this, the firm that we've used in the past. We believe that this is the perhaps the series of not great choices, this is the best choice right now to try to resolve this problem and see if we can and bail ourselves out of it. We're not suggesting this is long term. We want to be able to look at it and see how well it's doing. We're not letting it go for a long time. But if we can't do this during the summer months, then I think that we'll have to come back here and indicate that it didn't work. But we believe it has a good chance of working, and at least not making it any worse than it is, and perhaps make it better. So.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, colleagues. My voice is coming back. My understanding then is we have a $5.4 million debt every year in order to make our deal complete with Tricycle. Is that correct?
That's the bond debt service. We sold parking revenue bonds to finance the construction of this garage, and the debt service on that is $5.4 million a year.
So that's what the city is paying out every year because of the structure of the bond?
Yes.
Okay. And so at this point, what we're doing today is trying to generate the revenues we have projected when we structured the bond.
Yes, we're trying to get the revenues up to that level.
And since we know it's not happening, Councilman Garcetti, Councilman Bertson, CLA, we're being told that this is the best approach in order to stop the bleeding.
Yes.
Now, has Trazicon taken any position to try to support this effort? Are we supporting Trazicon as well? I mean, where is this partnership going?
Hello. On a short-term basis, Trazicon for the next 6 months has agreed to waive the city under contract is required to pay 25% of maintenance, security, utilities, other things in the garage. Tricicon has agreed to waive that for the 6-month period, 300,000 of that, and the other 200,000 of that they will spend in additional rate signage, advertising promotion, advertising rates, letting people know the garage is there. So they will spend approximately 500,000 over the next 6 months.
So we do have the flexibility to restructure this arrangement with the Tricicon so that the public can, we would be in the best position not to be, I hate to use this phrase, but to be guilty of corporate welfare.
In essence, there is some sharing of the pain for the next 6 months to give us a chance to figure out what to do on a long-term basis.
And the reason why I use that term is because that's what I get when I go into my communities, where I'm trying my best as witness today to put together the Chinatown Blackmail Station. We have the station site for the project over by the St. Viviana's Church. My understanding is that there's a project there identified. And there's one in Studio City that my colleague had referred to. And so we have to be careful on how we impact those projects as well.
That's correct.
So this is a whole domino effect.
That's correct.
Es correcto.
Okay, so again, I use that term not to be condescending or to be in any way negative. But the bottom line is that we have to watch out how we're using the public dollars and how they impact all of the other projects throughout.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I understand the situation there, and I've been to that facility, but what I find is that parking is not the problem. The parking is when you park, what are you going to go there for? And when you find the vacancies there, and you find that the businesses aren't catering to the clientele, whether it's the tourists or the people of the area, that's why they're not going there. So this whole issue about the parking rate, and you mentioned competitive rates, what's the parking rate at Universal City? What's the parking rate at Beverly Center? What's the parking rate at the Century Plaza Hotel? You talk about competitive rates. It's not that the rates are exorbitant, even though I believe they're high. That opportunity is not there for the people to go and purchase goods and products. And I know they're having problems, and we want to bail them out, but at the same time, let's be realistic and say if we lower the rates to $2, is that going to encourage people to go to a facility and park and not to purchase anything? And I was told that the red line stops there, and the concept was people would use the red line, they travel there on the red line, and they wouldn't use public instead of private transportation. So this whole issue about the parking, to me, is very short-sighted. We have to look at Tricicon and say what businesses are occupying the space and how many started and how many vacancies do we currently have. I'd like you to answer those questions, please. And competitive rates, Universal, Century Plaza, the Grove, and the other issues, Beverly Center.
The Beverly Center, my understanding, is $1 for 3 hours. The Grove is $2 for 3 hours. Universal City is much higher. I believe it's $6 flat rate. DOT can perhaps assist. But in comparing Tricicon to truly retail mall-type outlets, it's substantially higher than any of the others.
Can we read that again?
I say, in comparing Tricicon to other retail mall-type facilities, it is substantially higher than other retail malls. Again, Universal City, the parking is also for Universal Studios themselves. So it isn't quite comparable. Again, Beverly Center is $1, the Grove is $2. This will be $2 for 4 hours.
And what about the occupancy?
It's 3 hours for free parking.
What about the occupancy? How many of those businesses are vacant? How many storefronts sit vacant at this time? And what opportunities are there people to park there and shop there? Not everyone's going to the Kodak Theater because they don't have events every day. And if you go down the street to the Lion King, they've got waiting lines to go into the Lion King. So they also built a new facility on Sunset where the Dome used to be with a major parking structure. I don't know what the rates are there, but what I'm looking at is if it's a failing operation, don't blame the parking. Blame the enterprises that are currently in place there. And maybe that's what needs to be addressed, so people will come to the trough and spend
money and pay $2 or $3, but if you don't have things that will attract them to that site, lowering the parking rates isn't going to solve the problem.
Exactly. I mean, they're definitely interconnected, there's no doubt about it.
There's what?
They're definitely interconnected, right? There's no doubt about it. The question is sort of the chicken and egg. Is the fact that there's so many vacancies in Trizacon and they're not getting the rates that they had projected when they built the project due to the fact that people are coming and paying $10 to park for 3 or 4 hours and deciding, why am I paying $10 to park here? I can pay $2 to go to the Grove. So that's part of this experiment, is to find it, is to make the rates competitive, so at least that's not an argument. Bring people into the garage, find out what that does to the overall development, and work out a long-term plan.
What's going to be done to have the patrons go to the establishments? In other words, to open up the closed businesses. What kind of businesses are going to go in there to attract the people to go in that parking structure?
Well, on a short-term basis, as they indicated, Trizacon is going to spend up to $200,000 for a massive advertising campaign to bring people into the existing businesses, get the foot traffic up, get the business up at the facility itself, and then try to bring in additional businesses to fill the vacant spots.
And how many, this was my last question, how many businesses started and how many they currently have in operation?
That, unfortunately, I don't know. I'd have to get back to you.
Jerry, you have that?
I don't know the exact number of businesses. We have lost 3 tenants in the last 3 months who moved out. The answer to your question is we are having difficulty stabilizing the tenancy, and a lot of what the market is telling us is that the parking rates are high. And this is why it's noticing they're in the lane, and therefore they don't want to come here because they don't believe that people will pay the rates that they have to pay at park there and then patronize their facilities. We think making this move helps both stabilize the parking demand for the existing customer and also provide the base for us to negotiate with new tenancies. Trizacon, on a day-to-day basis, is subsidizing rents to maintain the existing tenants there, and beyond the $500,000 that have been discussed here today, they are putting many more thousands and hundred thousands of dollars into rent abatements in order to preserve the tenants that are there today. Their issue is bringing the people in. And what we've seen is there was a demand in the parking structure of about 100,000 cars coming into the parking structure in December. That has now gone down to about 48,000 cars. At 100,000 cars, everybody would generally be feeling pretty good about the place, both from a standpoint of the city's revenue as well as a standpoint of the patronage. We need to find a way to take that demand back up, and it is a mix of adjusting park rate and letting us do our work on tenancies, which we're committed to do, supporting this and bringing those tenants in to open those doors. And is there any move to sell the facility? Trizacon announced a while ago that it has gotten out of both the development and retail business. However, they are not planning to sell this facility until it stabilizes. And that's part of the issue, is bringing this up to stabilization. And then it becomes an asset that's available for sale. They're not going to have a fire sale on this project. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hall. Here we go again, Mr. President. I didn't want to vote for this Turk in the first place. It's accommodating Ms. Goldberg. I'm not accommodating Ms. Garcetti anymore. I've done it once. Trizacon is just like any other company that bids on something. They buy in and they start amending. The gentleman said in Pasadena they have free parking. What he didn't tell you is that these other developers pay for the parking structure themselves. They didn't. And in Pasadena, the city provided the parking free for its citizens to go there. And now they're saying to Pasadena, who gave them every break in the world, including subsidy, they're saying to Pasadena, we cannot survive as a business unless you give us, you start charging a fee for parking and give us the revenue to subsidize our business. Come on. These guys, I mean, Jesse James, used to do it to the trains. And I'm telling you, what they're doing here is what you do in the bank when you want to commit a crime. See, this is a stick-up. Well, fool me once, your fault. Fool me twice, my fault. And I'm not going to be fooled today, Mr. Dean, on this turkey. The motion was put in yesterday. Not nearly enough time has been given for consideration. There's no need to rush it. You should be given an open and fair hearing so we'll know what businesses moved out, what other businesses are about to move out, what they charge for parking next door, are those lots full or not full? If they charge less for parking next door and then they have empty, then what is this going to do if you charge the same rate? You'll be just losing more. If the business is shut down and the high-end businesses, which is the bad on that judgment, people are not coming because they can't afford to shop there or spend their money there, then this won't solve anything. What you have done is built this parking structure on the backs of the taxpayers of the city of Los Angeles. We are obligated to pay down the bond. When the money won't come in, we have to get it out of the general fund. Now listen to this. They said they're going to advertise. They said that when we had the original agreement that you're going to advertise. Now you're doing us a favor saying you're going to pay for the advertising? That was your original agreement. Did we give you tax credits? We give you a tax credit to build the facility. Yes, we did give you a tax credit on the taxes that are coming in. Does not go to our general fund. It goes back to the developer to pay down the debt. Am I right? Is that a tax credit benefit? Yes or no? You bet it is. The fact of the matter is that once again you want something for free. And then when you say, when the business is stabilized, you will walk away, you'll sell it and walk away and you get the most money for it. At this point in time, you say you can't sell it for maximum dollar. But I can tell you this, now you're running out, that's good. Let me say this, and I'm going to close. We're not going to get you. If you want to declare bankruptcy, move out, move out. We'll get somebody else in there. What you've done in the communities, slick talk and rip off. And hold this to tomorrow, and I'll tell you what they're doing in Pasadena. I'll bring the facts over here and I will show you. Don't vote in the dark on this issue. This is just another step toward putting the taxpayers in the city of Los Angeles in further debt and obligation to pay down these bonds and to trick you into buying in the first place. My vote is a no vote. I ask that you continue this for one until Friday. We'll give you the additional facts.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Levant.
Mr. Holden, President, members of the council, Frank, James, and his brother Jesse. We're not treated well by the railroad. As the railroad moved west across the country, that got Frank's ire up. So we got your ire up, Nate, but we also got a situation in Hollywood and Highland. A situation that everyone believed that this would help spur the redevelopment of Hollywood in the community. And I know not everything is absolutely perfect as we would want it in that project there, but I do know we have to take advantage of that project there, and we have to deal with the parking rate to enhance those people to visit this particular location. And why it's so important right now is we're coming up on the Hollywood Bowl season, and they have been working with the bowl operators. And working with the bowl operators and with the county of Los Angeles for shuttles to the bowl would be an absolutely plus plus. I only wish, Mr. Holden, that we had the subway run up Highland Avenue and stop right in front of the Hollywood Bowl, but it didn't happen. So we have this situation here. In 6 months, Mr. Dean, we will be back with the review. Is that correct? That's correct. Good. And then you also have other alternatives that you may be able to suggest to offer at this time?
Yes.
And it's critical at this time that we help resolve this situation that faces Hollywood and Highland.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to support Mr. Garcetti in his motion. This is something that we have to do to try to resolve the parking situation that is so important to all of Hollywood and Highland. Not everything is perfect as we may like it, but I think we can enhance that. I have situations in my district that work out a little bit better in other areas, but this particular situation needs our help. But we have that 6 month review, which is so important. And we're right on the end of the Hollywood Bowl season. And wouldn't it be nice for people to drive to that facility and dine and entertain themselves in the Hollywood Highland area or along Hollywood Boulevard
any one of the other restaurants, including Musso Frank's, where Dennis Zine likes to eat, and then go to the bowl for some classic music. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I support this.
Soporto yo esto.
Mr. Council?
Señora Macausa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support it as well, but I think my colleagues have asked questions that need to be asked. We clearly have a yellow flashing light in front of us right now. We have caution. We must proceed very, very carefully, very, very specifically with reports, with analysis, and we need to know that when we did this before in a very courageous public-private venture, public-private partnership, that there were some expectations. Like anything else in a business world, there are ups and downs. This hasn't yielded what we thought it would yield, and so we need to make a quick adjustment. That's what's coming in now, which says, let's lower those parking rates and see whether or not that helps stabilize the tenant situation and helps stabilize some income coming in. But I also think there's a caution out there that we cannot at this time, because of this project and perhaps others, enter into other public-private partnerships that depend on and use the parking revenue, the special parking revenue fund, until we've gotten some stability. I had some questions. You indicated that the Studio City parking area, that we did that, we're doing that project by way of bonds. What is covering that bond?
If bonds are sold, they would be based upon the parking revenue from that structure.
Okay, in other words, a very similar situation as this one. How many other projects do we have now which are backed, their bonded indebtedness by the revenue delivered in from those parking structures or the special parking revenue fund to cover it?
We have, the only project we have right now that has revenues covering its bonded indebtedness is Hollywood Highland. It's the only project that we've ever bonded. Everything else we paid cash for. The council did introduce a reimbursement resolution last June where they indicated the possibility or the intent to possibly sell bonds to finance 4 parking structures: Chinatown, Studio City, El Pueblo, and Cathedral Place.
Okay, I would hope that we won't come back and look at approving those bonds until we've seen that this one stabilized, because as you said, the potential that this may go beyond the 13th council district parking revenue and special parking revenue fund and cover the entire special parking revenue fund. We can't be over securing or using that as a security for other actions when it may be in other words, we can't double dip against it or double bond against it. And I want to guarantee that will be looked at and discussed each time any other proposal comes forward on those kind of bonds.
We'll be pleased to look at it, but we, personally, I believe that in some instances, and Studio City is one of them, and I believe that some other parking facilities using bonding is appropriate. This happens to be the only time of a substantial nature that we have used bonding in connection with a retail development. And that the, if you will, that the usage of it is interdependent on the success of the retail situation. In other instances, when we're talking about responsibilities like in El Pueblo for providing parking for Bear Street, or in the case of city parking as it relates to replacing the parking at Park, or at St. Viviana's, and other types of things. This is, it's only a question of using cash vis-a-vis using bonding, and they're not a parallel situation. But we're not, general fund is not in jeopardy on this. What is an issue here is that the parking money we have, I won't say that. We have attempted to limit the parking money coming out of various areas to be used for additional parking in those areas. We haven't always done that, but that has been the attempt. As long as we're doing that, and whether we're bonding or paying cash is really irrelevant to the issue. This is an unusual situation where we use parking money, as I said, in this retail situation. We will not suggest any of those until this stabilizes. But we'd like to, the others we'd like to have on its own merit, because it is for additional parking for, like in Chinatown, as it relates to a transit shelter. There's just a whole
No, and each one standing alone on the parking revenue expected to be generated and used to cover those projects. That's exactly what the revenue fund was meant to do. My concern is that this one, as I recall, had first call on all the parking revenue money from the park district in CD 13. And then after we went, if that wasn't enough to cover it, it went through the rest of the special parking revenue fund. And I didn't want, if we're going to be putting some of that other money in other districts to other projects, if they're committed now, fine, but we can't create other projects to which we're committing it. With this one, we don't know what the stabilization factor is, and we definitely want that money to cover this if it's needed. And granted, hopefully in 6 months there will be a turnaround. Part of the motion says talk to CRA about other ideas that could occur, and we need a very close watch on it. But as I do say, it's got to be a warning for everybody else on the council that we can't be looking at other projects right now that are dependent or based on that special parking revenue fund, either existing or future, until we've stabilized this project. Because this was, as you said, maybe the only time we did it, but it is the first call on those until this stabilizes.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will try to be as concise with as much information as I can. And let me lay some things out there very straightforwardly. The main reason, look at all the other things that happen, the main reason this project is suffering, and this isn't about this project, this is about our parking lot, is because of September 11th. Unlike most developments, the Grove, other places, this was a 50-50 strategy from the beginning on the Asian tourist market and on local folks. September 11th came. So when we're looking at what projections are going to be, I can't guarantee that to you, Mr. Weiss. I can't guarantee you where we're going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now. Who knows what the world will bring. But what we can guarantee you right now is we have a bleeding patient. And Mr. Reyes, I appreciate it. The last thing I want to do is corporate welfare as well. The bleeding patient is not Trizicon. They may be bleeding, but that's not my concern. My concern is us. We are bleeding. So this is about my ability as much as anybody else's ability to do any parking projects in our own district. This is something that I inherited, and that we're trying to work very hard on coming up with a solution. But it's like a patient that's laying there in the field dying. And we can decide, well, I'm not sure if this is the right medicine. I've only got one medicine. But if I'm not sure it's the right one, why don't I do nothing? That patient will die or get worse. At least we have to see if it's the right medicine. Come back in 6 months. I know Mr. Reyes has suggested, Mr. Reyes had a friendly amendment that we'd get reports back every 2 months in the 6 month period, or maybe it was every month, I don't know, you can specify either way. Let's say every 2 months, to see what the impact is on the special parking revenue fund, so we can follow this along tightly as we're doing it. Secondly, what Mr. Holden was saying as well, this is a public-private partnership from the beginning. And I wasn't here, but it was one that we entered into knowing that. Now, the public side of it is now our obligation. If we're upset with what the situation is now, let's not punch ourselves. Let's not shoot ourselves because it is doing badly. We need something that will allow us to recover. And this is a tool which we have done excruciating in the same way that you've looked at Homeland Defense. I know more about parking now than I ever cared to, Mr. Weiss, but it's something that we can't predict definitively. We will never know. But it's something which public policy demands that we get our feet wet. If we stay dry at the banks, we will never be able to experiment and see if our money, which is much more than about Trizicon, this is about the entire Hollywood area. This validation system is not about just Trizicon. It also has details, which we don't have a lot of time to get into, but the ballroom, similar to what you're talking about with the Century Plaza, Mr. Zine, which doesn't have that subsidy. They will still have to pay that full amount. We have things that are in there that are guaranteed so that they're bringing money into this, $500,000, because the last thing I want to do, Mr. Holden, is add more money, public money to them. That's why I did take your lesson from last time and asked them to bring that to the table, and they did. Colleagues, we need 10 votes for this to pass. The one vote, 2 voices that are missing that I wanted to add to this, I know the mayor's office, which we could bring to the table, but I'll save everybody's time, is supportive of this. But the second one is Councilmember Burnson, the Transportation Committee. What people are also missing is that he was very cautious about this, looked with his expertise at this, has ideas which we can't publicly discuss here about where we go 6 months from now, but signs off on this and will be watching this like a hawk. I too will be watching this like a hawk because this isn't about Trizicon, and it isn't just about Hollywood and Highland. It is about all of our fiscal abilities to do the projects we want for the future. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Before calling on the next speaker, Mr. Labange for a brief introduction.
Summers, he's a captain at OCD, Operation Control Division, LAFD. We have an international computer-aided dispatch system convention in town from all over the North America area. Please give them a full welcome and salute as they learn about the city of Los Angeles and our great system.
Thank you very much for the introduction. These are the movers and shakers of dispatch centers, fire dispatch centers and police dispatch centers from not only the United States but also from Canada. They're here to network with other dispatch centers so they can do the best job, find out what's good out there for vendors, problems, troubleshooting. And we're able to host that today, and I just thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. To our visitors, welcome to Los Angeles. Madam City Attorney, I believe a comment was made of whether or not this was a 10-vote item. Can you clarify that for us?
The item itself is 8 votes, but since it is a motion, a Rule 16 motion, and it's a communication from the committee, I thought it was going to be a committee report. I think you need 10 votes to take that up, and then it's 8 votes on the item itself.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, colleagues. I do want to support this project. I do understand the analogy of a patient. We got to know how much medication we're giving it and whether it's the right amount. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we get monthly reports on what it's doing to the special revenue fund, the park revenue fund. I do know we have, like I mentioned before, Chinatown, Cathedral Place, San Vivianas, El Pueblo, Studio City, not exactly in that order, but they're all lined up hoping to participate in this revenue fund. And I do want to act as one city, and I do want to support my colleague in this effort. But the truth of the matter is, I'm not sure how much is too much. And I don't know when do we start cutting off the umbilical cord, if you will, and start looking for how the private sector can participate in a stronger role in order to fill that gap. But I do know that in many of our neighborhoods, we do need special tools for economic development. And that we should not be penalizing or denying those areas that don't have average median income households where there's 60,000 and other areas where there's 14,000. I mean, there's a disparity of economics throughout our city. And we need, as a whole city, be creative in how we use these economic development tools. So I do agree with my colleague, Councilman Sikowski, on being careful. But let's also be alert to the fact that certain areas can sustain certain types of projects and others will have higher risk. But let's be diligent in how we structure these tools. And let's take this, and I'd like to make that friendly amendment to my colleague who accept it. He says yes, he's behind the scenes. In every sense of the word, all right, good. But bottom line is, let's move this in such a way where we are careful. But let's not penalize areas of need, and let's not curtail our economic development tools when we need them to address these areas that specifically want creativity. Thank you.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Labange have done a terrific job in explaining this issue to us, and they're fighting for something that it's very hard for them or for the people at the table to figure out what's right. I do think that our colleague, Ms. Misakowski, pointed out the bottom line here, which is that net, what I took out of your comments, Ms. Misakowski, is that this is the parking lot that could eat all other new parking lots in the city of Los Angeles, potentially, or certainly the ones that are coming online right now. And that's a horrible thing for Los Angeles. So what I would like to understand, what you have put before us, as I understand it right now, is this either-or situation. Either you let things continue the way they are, and we think people aren't going to Trizicon or going to Hollywood Highland in part because it costs $10 to park, but probably for other reasons too. We don't really know what the future holds. Or change the parking structure to a couple bucks, and we think some more people might go, but we're not really certain. In any event, we're going to lose $8 million. And I would ask the CLA folks, if I could, that's Mr. Dean and Mr. Miller, I just can't believe that those are our two choices. The two choices that have been laid before us today, if so, that's not adequate. Why can't we proceed against Trizicon? Why can't we proceed against the CRA? Why can't we renegotiate? Someone mentioned that Trizicon's putting $500,000 in. They're putting $500,000 into something that's going to cost the taxpayers $8 million. Well, what about having them put in more? This does not strike me as the final decision point. What other options, list them all, do we have? Because I am skeptical that this is all we can do, what's been put before us today.
I'll try this one. The reason we're, just first off, the reason we're putting this one forward is we are hoping within the existing structure to make it work. If this does not work, we could always try to attempt to sell it. We can go to the CRA and attempt to get some of the tax increment from them. We can negotiate with Trizicon relative to a different deal. But I think all those things, we need to find out what price has to do with other things happening at the site. This gives us an experiment to try that. In the meantime, during that 6 months, our intent is, as we said, as is said in the motion, is to look at alternatives. And certainly we're looking at those alternatives. By the way, I do not believe as bad as the situation is, it unfortunately can't get much worse. In other words, we're not going to eat up much more of the parking money because we're bleeding so much that this is kind of where we are. I mean, short of closing it, which has a whole series of other ramifications I don't want to go into, but it is that's much worse than this. So we're attempting to make a situation work today, and we'll look at it in the next 6 months. But your other alternatives are attempting to sell it, renegotiate with Trizicon, and get the CRA have a larger participation vis-a-vis the tax increment.
I yield to, by the way, that didn't fully answer my question about what else can we do today, because I'd like to add something. I know Ms. Mizikowski has a suggestion. I yield to Mr. Reyes.
Just one quick question. Can we go back in our books and look which parking projects borrowed money from these different revenue sources and have they paid back what they borrowed? Can we look at other districts that have our money in the past that have taken monies from the inner city? And can we look at that just to see if we can balance this out and has it been paid back? For the sake of the total fund for the whole city.
We'll give it a twirl. Districts change. Some of the agreements were informal. So within that, with those caveats, we'll attempt to see where the money went.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
President, members, once again, I'm going to start by saying this is a railroad job. And Jesse James and Frank James is not doing it. Jesse was shot in the back, died. Frank still out there, and there was one time when Henry Ford would say, if I live to be 100, I'll tell you who I really am. Good old story there. Mr. Deaton, I'm going to ask you a question. You can hold my towel and ask the question. What do we pay for the parking meter in downtown Los Angeles? Per hour.
I believe it's $1.
But you guys enjoy your parking. Are you going to hold my time, Mr. President, while they answer my question? Thank you, Mr. President.
My recollection is that we raised downtown to $1.
It was $2 before. You didn't raise, you lowered it from $2 to $1 then.
I don't think we put in, you could put in 8 quarters for an hour. But I mean, my recollection, it was $1.
Well, who's in charge of park revenue funds?
Department of Transportation administers that fund.
Anybody here from the Department of Transportation?
I'm here from there, and so
Well, then you would tell, well, yes, tell us about the park revenue fund and where the money comes in per council district. Where, how much you charge? You always tell us that before.
I have approximately 75 parking meter zones in the city, and I don't honestly have memorized the rates charged in every single one of those zones. The only thing I know for a fact is that recently we doubled the rate in the Hollywood area from 50 cents to $1 an hour.
So in 4 hours, you pay $4.
In Hollywood, yes.
In Hollywood. But in this parking lot, in 4 hours, you're proposing $2.
Yes.
Ah, that's not fair and equal. Mr. President, members, I think, Jack, you better listen to Mr. Weiss. The Park and Revenue Fund was misused previously 6-7 years ago for other purposes other than providing it for additional parking for the people of the city. And we were sued. And they were granted $1 plus $1 million legal fees for misuse of park revenue fund. Now here he's asking us to give them the park revenue fund. I think we need to be mindful of what we're about to do here. I said it's a railroad job because the motion was put in yesterday. They had a heard meeting today, committee, and now it's before us right now to vote on finally. That's a railroad job. And once again, the taxpayers are asked to foot the bill. This project is losing money now, losing money from the very beginning. It was one that we should not have bought in the first place. I was here. I was voting on the Trotticon project. I asked these questions then. They gave me the bogus answer then, and the same bogus answer they're giving you today. But I tried to work with my colleagues. Mr. Garcetti is a nice young man, just got elected, and I want to work with him, but not on this one anymore. I need more information, and you're not providing it. Mr. Weiss is asking for additional information. You didn't provide it for him. You'll never, Mr. Weiss, you won't get your parking structure because the money will go to subsidize the loss they have here. Now, one closing question, I'll sit down, Mr. President. Question. Is this parking lot contracted out and to whom?
The operational lot is contracted out to Trilicon Hollywood / 5-Star Parking LLC.
Which gives them a surplus of overhead. When they get an overhead, we have to pay down the overhead before you can get enough money to pay down the debt. Total loss, we should operate it ourselves. This is a bogus program. And the taxpayers can't do anything but lose. My vote is no. Every time you ask me to vote no, I'll say no.
Mr. Pacheco.
Señor Presidente, me gustaría mover la cuestión anterior.
For those needing translation,
For
Mr.
those
Pacheco.
limited, I move the previous question.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the previous question. The roll is open on the previous question. Close the roll. But let's reopen the roll. It was changing a second ago. The roll is open on the previous question. The roll is open on the previous question. Everybody have an opportunity to vote. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
Close, but no cigar. Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to bring up some information that was not, I think, for some of the members of the council who aren't familiar with this project. When this project is approved with CRA and parking revenue money. One of the things that was held back, that is not normally held back on a project like this, is tax increment money. That is, the CRA is not putting, was not required, was held off the table. Tax increment money developed from this project wasn't being backstopped, wasn't being utilized for this project to help pay some of this. I would like to say that on item 7, where we asked that a report back, that we asked the CLA to report back and have CRA present to respond to us within 30 days about the substitution of tax increment money from this project. This project is now committed at double the value than what was estimated in earlier projects. So there's an additional potential $4 million that is accruing to CRA in this project area that is not being used to backstop this project. That's what should be used first, as opposed to dealing with parking revenue funds that are affecting other projects or potentially could affect other projects citywide. So my motion is to add on item 7 to ask the CRA to report back within 30 days with the request to the city that CRA utilize tax increment money from this project, from the Hollywood District redevelopment area, to backstop this project and shortfalls as necessary before the citywide parking revenue funds, and have some report from CLA and CRA in that regard. That is then specifically isolating it, not creating a project central pool which can be utilized in this project before it goes to the parking revenue fund outside of CD 13. So that is my motion. I would like that to be a friendly amendment on this, and then for us to approve this.
Is that accepted as a friendly amendment?
Aceptar como un amendamiento amigable.
Would it specify at this point that it would have to go that way, or that we're exploring?
It's asking CRA to come here and respond to that, and have that within 30 days as an answer to the council, as an option to let that be the money to backstop this versus
That's
park
fine.
rent.
That's great. I appreciate the motion.
Ms. Galandra?
Thank you. You know, I really wasn't going to talk, but this is all reminding me of the experience I had my first summer on the council when every homeless person in America was on Venice Beach, and we had a very difficult time resolving what we were going to do, and then resolving the situation so that people would not be hurt, but they would also get off the beach. And ultimately, it was a wonderful thunderstorm that took care of the problem at the exactly right moment. But we did have a session. The reason this reminds me of it is that Eric is being put in a position that all of you either have been in or will be in sooner or later, where a difficult problem in your district requires doing something that makes everybody uncomfortable, but that has to be done. And so I just want to say, get used to it. Welcome to the city council, welcome to city government. This is unfortunately the position we often find ourselves in, and it seems to me that you should just be grateful this one isn't in your district, and give the man the support he needs.
Mr. Zine?
Yes, I am thankful that it's not in my district. When the reports come back, and I sit on Transportation Committee also, I'd like to also find or have reviewed what Tricon has done with the business structure within the facility. And reluctantly, I will support the motion to move forward. But in addition to the reports we receive monthly, I'd like to find out the advertising and what they have done to attract businesses and what businesses they have at that particular site through the 6-month process. So we have a balance on the parking side and also on the business side. So we're not blindsided, so we can see where it's going, if it's going positive, negative, or something in between. So I'd ask for that to also be included.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, I believe we're ready for a vote. Mr. Holden? Mr. Holden? We're ready for a vote.
Listos para un voto.
Please open the roll on the matter before us as amended.
Council President, can we make sure I understand what all the amendments are? Can we get that clarification from the clerk?
There was a friendly amendment by yourself that requesting a report every month on the effects on the special parking fund. And there was Councilmember Misikowski's motion that was requesting the CRA to report in 30 days relative to utilizing the tax increment fund, tax increment dollars as a backstop to this. And also, Mr. Zine requested a report on what Trisicon is doing, and that's to be included in the monthly report.
My request to have, for lack of a better word, an audit of money that was spent that was never paid back.
An audit or an accounting?
Sorry?
An audit or an accounting?
An accounting would be probably the best word.
Okay, so with all those offered as friendly amendments, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the item as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved.
Thank you all.
I believe that concludes the special meeting agenda. Let us adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Reyes, Mr. Garcetti, do you wish to be recognized at this time?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
This is for item 52.
Yes, we're about to take that up.
Okay. We can go?
Mr. Garcetti, I have a public comment card. Mr. Garcetti, did you wish to be recognized on item 52? Mr. Garcetti? We'll assume yes. Item 52 now before us, public hearing has not been held. We do have public comment cards. Council calls forward at this time Ward Allen, to be followed by Gordon Burley, Ted Wu, and Mickey Jackson. Mr. Allen?
New record, 4 hours and 30 minutes to wait. I don't want to talk on this. Let me just say one fast thing. Studio City had $6 million that we raised ourselves for parking, and it was borrowed by Westwood a few years ago. We haven't got back, and the structure was supposed to get built. They designed too big to fit on the lot. That's why we don't have parking at this point. Unfortunately, I was sick yesterday, but I was watching this on television. I want to say that I feel really bad that this came down the way it did. I spent 3 years working on trying to get an even keel on billboards in the city. And I'm going to tell you that the reason that Tricicon has gone down and every other center's going to go down is these people, these theaters need the billboards, the off-site advertising, these expensive stores. You see the Dijon watches and all that stuff. You paint such a bad picture on all these companies that they don't want to advertise in LA, and we're going to end up being another Flint, Michigan, because we're not going to have any of this commerce. I feel that there's, I don't know what's going on now. I think that we should have set up a municipal sign authority, which I try to get along all the time. You don't realize that we have 300,000 on-site signs that are much worse than these few billboards. Now, I don't want to get into it. Sunday, I took 4 hours and drove through Ed's district. I took 3 hours and drove through another district. We looked it up. We took pictures of all these billboards, and it's disgusting to see the on-sites next to the off-sites, which are much worse. So all I can say is, I don't know if it's possible to reconsider some of this stuff, but I think the plan that we had of putting these 50 billboards on the east side, they were going to pay the city $6 million a year as a monetary fee. That's gone. This district, you got to take it very carefully, because we were doing this for 3 years, and the council stopped it. We were taking down 4 poster billboards, putting backside envelopes, we've done it all over the valley, and then it was stopped here by the council. But I just want to, the last thing I want to say is that I don't know what's going to go on today with these supplemental districts, but the bottom line is we've got a bunch of old billboards in bad areas that need to be put together, moved around the city. We can't just stop it. Now, let me just tell you the last thing. 40,000 of these have been given away. I don't know if you've seen these now. And there's now talk about putting up billboards. And I think that you've got to make peace with the industry, because you really don't want them fighting the city. And they're too powerful to just dump on with these bad newspaper stories.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Burley, followed by Ted Wu and Mickey Jackson.
Yes, Gordon Murley, representing the San Fernando Valley Federation, represents well over 100,000 people. And we want to thank you for bringing this forward, but we do have concerns that many times you pass a very good ordinance that has nowhere to go because there's never any enforcement. And I can tell you, we're sitting here totally overwhelmed by the dead silence from the industry in the past
they
En el
would have had
pasado
this
ellos hubieran
auditorium
tenido este
filled
auditorio lleno
and demanding to get what
demandando
they
que lo
want.
que agarraran
So
lo que
that tells
quisieran.
us
Eso nos dice que
that there are some problems
hay
for the public.
problemas para el público.
And one of them
Y
we
uno de
feel
ellos
very
es que
strongly is the
sentimos muy
fact that
fuertemente
you're willing to
de
put
que están
supplemental
dispuestos a hacer
districts
distritos
on the
suplementarios
freeway.
en freeways.
And to my knowledge, at least in my experience, they were put up there for
Estos
the
fueron
people to
puestos
look
para la
at
gente que los vieran
and try to
y que
read,
trataran de leer.
which is not the best
No
thing
es
for
la
people
mejor cosa
driving
para la
on the
gente
freeway,
manejando en los freeways,
let alone the streets.
manejar en las calles.
But we think
Pero
that
nosotros
that should be
creemos que eso
removed and
debe
that
ser
no
removido
supplemental
y un
districts will ever be
distrito
put on the
suplementario
freeway.
debe ponerse en los
We
freeways.
also think that you need to put enabling legislation in there so you can very quickly and swiftly
rápidamente
enforce it.
Forzar.
And when they stand up here and tell you how bad the areas are,
Las áreas están,
we don't have anything to make them clean it up.
hacer que
The industry
la
seems to be
industria
proud of
dice
what
que
they've
hay un
created,
problema en lo que han
and
creado.
yet they're complaining if we
Su
get rid
queja cuando
of these,
hacemos de
things will
estas
improve.
elementos mejoran.
Well, let them clean their house and clean up what they've done with all the illegally posted signs and all the ones that they've doubled, tripled, and quadrupled in size in spite of what they've done.
Lo que han hecho.
So we
Entonces,
applaud you for
les
putting the
aplaudimos por
moratorium
poner su
on,
moratorium
for
en
prohibiting
esto,
it,
por verlo,
but you
prohibirlo.
need to protect
Necesitan
yourselves and the
sus
public
almas y al
by giving
público
building and safety and whoever else you put into enforcement some tools. Right now, there are no tools in the toolkit
herramientas en
to enforce
la caja de
and
herramientas para
protect
enforzar y proteger
what you put forth.
lo que
Thank
ponen
you.
para
Thank
adelante.
you very
Gracias,
much.
gracias, muchas gracias.
Ted Wu.
Ted Wu.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. President.
Gracias,
My
Consejo
name is Ted
Presidente.
Wu.
Soy
I'm a
Ted Wu,
concerned
yo soy
citizen, and I would
ciudadano
first
y
like to
primero
congratulate you for
felicitarlos
what you did
por
yesterday
lo que
to get
hicieron
rid of
ayer,
the cancerous
quitarse
billboard
del
around
canceroso
Los Angeles city.
de la ciudad.
But what you're proposing today, the SUD, can annul and void everything you did yesterday. Because the SUD is a big loophole. I understand the need for something flexible, but the loophole is there. Because with the SUD, you can put up freeway billboards.
Anuncios por el
Mind you.
freeway.
Now, please
Ahora, por favor,
observe how quiet
qué tan
the
callada
billboard
es
industry has
la
been these 2
industria de los
days.
anuncios.
If they are quiet, that means they
Está
like
callada
it.
es que les
And if they
gusta.
like it, it's bad for us.
Es para mal para nosotros.
Without the safeguard, there will be freeway billboards. And I will urge you to put in that safeguard by maintaining what's in the present sign code now, prohibiting freeway billboards within 660 feet of the freeway. If you maintain that,
Si mantienen
then
eso,
SUD will
entonces
serve its
SUD va a
purpose.
servir su
Thank you very
propósito.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Vicky Jackson.
Señora Vicky Jackson. Yo diré ser espontáneamente una demostración, lonche.
We could go to Trizicon for lunch, it's not crowded. I swear to you, I had no idea we were going to have the great parking lot debate today when I came to talk about this. Before I start on this, I do want to say, I'm here there, and I watched this project like a hawk, and I could not stop talking for 2 hours and give you deadly details. I won't do that.
No lo voy a hacer.
But I would urge you to
Pero
think
yo les
about having
sugeriría
a
que
big
piensen
hearing on this project. It's 500,000 square feet. It costs $650 million. It's taking you down the tubes. The Grove is larger, almost 600,000 square feet. It cost $160 million. What is wrong with this picture? This is the most expensive piece that anybody's ever built. You can't find $650 million in that place. Something is really wrong. I wish we'd look at it. I came here about a safety issue to do with mega graphics. You know, those great huge graphics on the sides of buildings. Well, the one on the top of Trizicon rips loose on 3 sides and flaps out over the boulevard, has done this twice that I know of. Mass and weight, if it falls, it's going to take somebody to heaven with it, or several somebodies. They're fixed, they've now put 2 up, one on either side. It's huge, it's on top, I have pictures. And the problem is, when you get these big winds blowing up out of the canyon, it'll go with them. I don't know if I'll pass these around and Mr. Garcia didn't have them. I know you want your own set. Good, because I never got contacted. I got contacted by everybody practically, but you guys. There was an article in the Business Journal about it. This is more than just an issue, though, for Trizicon, and that's why I bothered to come to full council. There are engineering issues with mega graphics. I used to be in the advertising design business. I designed billboards. I know a little bit about it. And this isn't the only mega graphic that's had problems. They've had problems with them all over the country. And if we're going to look at special sign districts that promote these kind of things, we've got to look at engineering. One of the fixes I was informed they were thinking about for the Trizicon things, the problem there is it's an open lattice work on either side. Wind comes down out of the canyon, boom, instant sail. Is they were saying, oh, put in more grommets. Well, any carpenter or anyone who does any kind of work will tell you it's like more nails in a piece of wood. It makes it more porous, not stronger. That's not going to fix it. There's real engineering problems here. Sure. I hope we'll look at this before we proliferate these, and we'll look at serious people who have good engineering qualifications who don't have a vested interest. In other words, they can't make money on how it comes out. This is purely a safety issue. I'm not even addressing aesthetics or taste or anything like that. I don't think we want the publicity that would happen if that thing falls off the Trizicon or the side of another building and cars crash.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
This concludes public comments. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, colleagues. So, this special use district will make sure that we stress community and neighborhood council participation. It'll allow for us to create districts in our own neighborhoods in coordination with the community. It gives us a chance to clean up the illegals, the other billboards, if we put ourselves in a position to negotiate the industry. Councilman Burnson is already testing the law at the state level to see how we can deal with illegal billboards. So that's working its way through. But just as important here, it allows us to create incentives to design standards that fits the character of our communities. If you go to other cities, you'll find that billboards do exist, but it's where they exist and how they're laid out. For example, in Anaheim, they have billboards that are set back up against the property. They're not in full view of traffic. They are compatible and complement landscaping. They have landscaping. They have the kinds of details that each one of us in their respective districts can define. Now, what's critical here is that we understand the imbalance, as someone has said, in these bad areas. But quite frankly, these are areas you'll find where you will get more participation from neighborhood councils, community groups, who are fighting to keep the backyard in a manner that should be respectful. And all we're asking the industry to do is to work with us, to be a partner. And I mentioned the word good corporate citizens, and making sure that we can allow for the product to be out there. But as long as it is compatible, it has standards that fit that community, and that we are in a position to leverage what we're offering in exchange for taking down those billboards that shouldn't be there. Now, in District 1, we have 600 billboards that we counted. 600. In other districts, we might have 100. Others might have 300. The ratios differ from area to area. But what's also necessary to address is that most of the M zones, most of the commercial zones, are in the what's been defined as the bad areas. Bottom line is there is an imbalance here of how this industry has been able to put up these billboards. And all we're asking for is some equity. All we're asking for is respect, and to establish a point of contact between the council office, the neighborhood councils, and community groups, and the talent that we have so that we can have complementary billboards that make our commercial business come back, not paralyze us when you have 26 billboards in one 6-block stretch. That is blind. And hopefully it'll get us to the point where we can set design standard for our signage so that we don't cover our beautiful architectural significant structures that we have in the form of housing, commercial corridors, We should be regulating our signage so that we can complement the billboards and vice versa. It'll bring back the tourist industry, it'll bring back the vitality of our communities, but more importantly, it'll generate revenues for everyone. And it just seems to me, one last point, that in the laws of supply and demand, if we have fewer billboards, it just seems to me they'll be that much more desirable to pay for. And I think everyone wins. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, which is why I would like to call your attention to, and I move to amend item 52, this sign district ordinance, to read that the purpose of these sign districts in the area of the city, the unique characteristics of which can be enhanced by the imposition of special sign regulations designed to enhance the theme or unique qualities of that district, and I'd like us to add or eliminate blight through the sign reduction program. And I think then that exactly does.
Ms. Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to reassure everyone that I don't believe that this supplemental use district, creating a signed district authority, is going to undermine what we did yesterday. In fact, I think if you look at the planning and land use code, we probably have maybe a dozen supplemental use districts, some of which have been used, some of which we have as a district. We created an enabling authority and we've never used. And any time we have used one, it goes through a very, very vigorous process of community involvement, hearing the planning commission, hearing out in the community, mailed notice to everyone. Let me just tell you about one supplemental use district that got a little notoriety in the city, an oil drilling district, the Pacific Palisades. That was a supplemental use district, and I dare say that didn't go down easily or quietly. It had as much community involvement as you can imagine on all sides of the issue. But I think what this does give us, and let me just say, this is not a billboard sign district. This is a sign reduction district. People can deal with, as Mr. Allen talked about, on-site signs. Once we get our neighborhood councils involved, and as Mr. Reyes talked about, very often, billboards necessarily aren't bad. The way billboards have been allowed to be built in the city, where they're built, how they are built, the size in which they're built, the way that they not only turn their back on the community, but ignore the community and light the community. As he said, if you have a standalone billboard in an area which there's not distracting anything else, it's not necessarily bad. It's bad when it's up against a building and blocking scenic views, blocking views of a boulevard that is trying to do some enhancement, blocking views of other signs that are advertising on-site businesses. So this, as one tool to look at what I think an awful lot of community people and some of our neighborhoods have asked for, what's the next step? How do we reduce signage? This gives us that. It doesn't necessarily mean that there will be more billboards, and I don't think it necessarily means that we're going to have a lot of them, because they're going to have to be very thoughtfully worked out with our communities. We don't need to change any laws. Today, the city's laws say that there shall be no billboards on the freeways. If in any community, a community wants to propose through a supplemental use district, a sign district, that approach, it's going to have to go through rigorous review. They would have to change the law. The laws that exist today says there shall not be any. So this is again just an enabling ordinance. I am not fearful of it because I know the same vigor, concern, review, participation, just as we had a little bit earlier demonstrated in Westchester on Sepulveda, where the community came to the plate and worked with the department. They found some solutions. I think this could be the same opportunity, but it's just that. It's an opportunity. If the sides can't work together, if communities can't work together, then we will not see any SN supplemental use district. But if they can, if it makes a reasonable approach, if it's presented here in public forums, here at the commission and in the community, then we will see some. And I think we can. This is the opportunity to be creative, to work together, to look collaboratively. But yesterday, the action stands. We have banned billboards in the city, and now it's up to communities to roll up their hands and see what they can come up with to reduce blight and see what opportunities are out there.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions for the staff. If they can come to the table, please. And while they're coming to the table, I would just like to say that, once again, I really appreciate what you've done here, Mr. Reyes. I know that your interest and your heart is in the right place here, and you're really moving the ball forward for your community. I do have some questions, and if you could just start with, and hold my time while they answer. Start with Ms. Misikowski's statement about this will not permit signs along freeways. Can you amplify on that? Tell us what the law is, tell us what impact this will have, and tell us whether a sign district could, in a designated area, allow for signage along freeways.
This being an enabling ordinance, it doesn't change anything, but the answer to your second question is, could, through this enabling ordinance, a supplemental use district signage be created that permitted it along freeway? The answer is yes.
And would that be an ordinance that would have to come through the council?
Yes.
And would that then, we would be asked to pass an ordinance which would allow signage along a certain designated area of a freeway?
Yes.
But we would arguably have opened a Pandora's box of the freeway issue.
The whole process would require a CEQA review, it would require public processes required of an ordinance.
Do you know which freeway locations in Los Angeles under California law would be permissible locations under California law for freeway signage?
Non-landscaped portions of the freeway, are there additional, do you know if there's additional restrictions?
The only restriction that we're aware of is that designated landscape areas, billboards would not be allowed. It's not just which is obvious, we do not have exactly information as to which ones are the designated landscape areas.
Okay, can you provide that information
We can
to us?
find that information.
So it's designated landscape areas. And can you conceive, as you sit here today, of certain areas in town which are likely to qualify for these districts? I mean, Hollywood is the example that comes up all the time. Or could they just literally occur anywhere?
Well, the reason Hollywood comes up all the time is because the supplemental use district was established with that being the one proposal that's currently being worked on. I could review the characteristics of Hollywood that make it a very plausible choice, but yes, it is written as for the ability for there to be other signage districts. And I would emphasize the point that I think Council Member Miskowski made, that this allows special regulations governing all signage, not necessarily just off-site signs. It could be on-site signs, it could be any aspect of signage.
One more question. What is the process anticipated by passage of this ordinance so that everybody understands going forward, if we are to pass this ordinance? Some have talked about a neighborhood council will have input. Some have said a council member will have input. What's the state of the law in terms of what would happen?
The requirement would be the same for the creation of any supplemental use district, which is there be an initiation, which could be by the city council, by the planning commission, by the director of planning. There's also a provision which allows it to be done by property owners. Once there's an initiation, the department would prepare a report and an ordinance with the assistance of the city attorney. There would be, this is the minimum legal process, that would be presented to the planning commission, be acted on by the planning commission, and then it would go to the city council. The other aspect I didn't mention is, of course, it would have to have a CEQA review.
Okay. Well, colleagues, what I'm inclined to do is, based on Mr. Reyes' Ms. Miskowski's work, and Ms. Hahn's efforts, I'll defer to your requests in this regard. I mean, I do have a concern that what we potentially do today potentially does undermine what we did yesterday. Because what we did yesterday was say, no billboards. But if council members really do intend to keep a tight leash on this and ensure that it only occurs in the designated, most highly prescribed areas, if at all, then I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco.
I wasn't here yesterday, and I apologize. But I do believe that if you look at the state regulation on billboards along the sides of freeways, that to me it looks like they're single-handedly allowing us to put billboards in industrial sites and sites that are not landscaped and not part of scenic highways. And some of us do have those options in our districts. And I do want to look at that as an option. And I do believe that the intent of everyone's vote yesterday was to clearly support some individuals on the council who have a unique perspective of what should be happening in their districts. But at the same time, I don't believe the vote was intended to basically snuff out, stifle, and basically suffocate other council members who believe that we should have an opportunity to take advantage of the rules and the laws that the state has provided for us in terms of this issue. So I do stand in support of 52A as amending 52. I do believe that the community is anticipating some mechanism to deal with the blight of billboards. And so I appreciate Mr. Conhouse and Frank Frank Eberhardt's comments that this is flexibility and gives us options, and each council member needs to do what's in the best interest of their council district. And I do not want anyone telling me that I don't have these options that have been recognized under state law. I feel I have every right to represent my district and exercise all the options available to me to protect my community and also remove blight in my community. So I support the current motion, and I expect a nice, vigorous debate to follow in committee and with my department.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Howell, the option that was given to us, promoted or proposed by the industry for this ratio, this exchange where so many would go along the freeway and so many would be eliminated citywide, was that based on recognizing existing state law or not? I mean, was that real or wasn't it?
Yes, I think that was in conformance with the state law and Caltrans's.
So the assumption was then that the only place this exchange would have occurred would have been in industrial zones?
No, I don't think the state law really dealt with that. The state law has the prescription on the landscape and also a 500-foot separation between billboards. At that point, it's up to the local jurisdiction to decide what it will allow and what it will not allow.
So if we are going to advocate as individual council members to eliminate the blight in our district, we need to be able to negotiate with the billboard industry in our special use districts in order to achieve the ratios that we feel will make an impact, a visible impact in our communities.
That's correct.
Okay. So in essence, we now have
ahora tenemos nosotros
a policy
una póliza
that gives each council member the ability to offer something to the industry, where we can establish our own ratios in our own sites, given the level of blight that's there.
Es correcto.
So I just want to make sure that is part of the record. So my intent has never been to snuff out an industry. My intent was to find a way to regulate how the imposition on our communities have basically gone too far for too long. And now we have a mechanism by which we can negotiate within our special use districts. Correct?
Yes, this is a mechanism that permits that.
Okay, now, I'll stop there.
Mr. Reyes. Other members wishing to be recognized on this item? Mr. Holden.
Members, does this mean that each council person can make exchanges in their own district? Is that what I think
Staff.
can make the substitutions for one billboard to get rid of a whole lot of billboards in their respective districts?
Mr. Holden, it allows you to create a supplemental use district, which goes through a process of a planning commission hearing and establishes
I
a
understand the
process.
process, but doesn't allow a person,
Within that process, once something's done.
and then district, so.
But it will allow the department
So
staff.
the council person then becomes the one who decides what happens in that district, is that correct? Along, if they go through the process.
You could create a supplemental use district which establishes the process you just described.
That's what I'm trying to get out of it. Sometimes you give a straight answer. In that case, Mr. President, members, I'm going to respectfully request that if the amendment is required, okay, put a freeze
una congelación
on any approvals
en cualquier aprobación
of any billboards
de cual los
using that methodology
usando esa
until the
hasta
new
que
boundaries are drawn. And so the council person, because I mean, what I'll do, I mean, I can, if I know I'm going to lose an area, I just flood it. Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. That's the right thing to do. But I would suggest that they hold the line until after the boundaries are drawn, so you know what area you're really in fact right.
Was that an amending motion?
Yes.
Okay, we have an amending motion. Ms. Misikowski? Ms. Misikowski? Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, then Madam Clerk. Mr. Hall is the only amending motion we have before us.
Yes, well, Councilmember Hans, which was incorporated into the new ordinance. However, if Mr. Holden's motion is adopted, then he'll have to vote on them, and then it'll go over first reading next week also.
Is there a second to Mr. Holden's motion? Ms. Perry seconds. Is there a second to Ms. Hans' motion? Mr. Holden seconds. Okay. Madam Clerk, which amending motion is before us first?
Mr. Holden's motion.
Okay. Everybody clear on what the amending motion does? Please clarify.
Mr. Holden's motion was to place a freeze on the procedure until all the new districts are drawn. New council districts, the redistricting is finished.
Point of order, can't Mr. Holden's recommendation be adopted as a policy after we adopt it? I don't think it needs to be part of the amendment to the ordinance. So the ordinance can be adopted with the Ms. Hans' amendment today, because it was prepared in the proper manner, so the ordinance could be effected that way. But Mr. Holden's is really a policy saying that no supplemental use district should be initiated or approved until redistricting has occurred, so we know which council district territory is governed by the council members.
If the council is asking that this be a policy consideration, then that would be okay. If the council is asking that there be a time period placed in this ordinance, then it would have to go over for a new reading.
Or I believe the intent is the date of effectiveness of this ordinance be the same date of effectiveness as the new council district boundaries.
I think that would require some working on this, because the ordinance would be effective 30 days after publication. Unless there's some language in the ordinance which
City Attorney, I
states.
believe that's the amending motion Mr. Holden has presented to us. So, that being the case, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on Mr. Holden's amending motion. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that amendment is adopted. We now have Ms. Hans' amending motion before us. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is also accepted. Now we have item 52 as amended.
Can I just ask a question? I'm unclear. So the council's intention is that it be a policy guidelines, not to, rather than to put language in the ordinance. Is that correct? Yes.
Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Holden, nod.
You need to ask Mr. Holden, it's his motion, but I would be satisfied that it be a policy that this would not be initiated until after redistricting has become effective. Yeah.
That's fine, and I believe it's very clear to the department staff, most importantly. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 52 as amended. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. forthwith on this matter and forthwith on item 1 of the special meeting agenda as well, please? Mr. Lamonge.
Mr. President, members of council, we have a very special guest here. Jared DeRose is here with his father, Jerry, who is the greatest map maker from the Bureau of Engineering. He does all our maps. Give him a giant hand. And his son, Jared, but he's the greatest map maker in municipal government north of the equator. It's good to have his son here and also Jerry. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Lamonge. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
This is the time for comments from the public on items not on the agenda.
Opportunity for members of the public to address the council on matters within our jurisdiction but not appearing on today's agenda. The council calls forward at this time Martin Santorelli, followed by Raul Alviola, Linda Alviola, and others. Mr. Santorelli.
Mr. Santorelli had to leave. I'm going to speak for him.
Your name again?
My name is Linda Arreola.
Any relation to Raul?
Yes, he's my father. Mr. President, council members, we are members of the Move the Library Committee of LA 32 Neighborhood Council, part of the 14th District in El Sereno. We are here to request a city council override to stop plans for construction of the proposed library at 5226 East Huntington Drive. I want to call your attention to the faulty process that has happened in bypassing community input. LA Public Library has held several community meetings to discuss only design and not the location of this new library. The public library admitted no site search was performed, and in this process and had a land swap that was the criteria for the proposed site. Proper efforts such as a site search and a community survey need to be done now before construction is started. I am concerned about the lack of adequate deliberation concerning the best location for the library, but I am also concerned about this bad location which was chosen. The East Huntington Drive site is bad because, 1, it is on the outskirts of town near the Alhambra border, 2, on a dangerous commercial corridor, and 3, hard for the children of the middle school and high school to walk to. If built, it will serve Alhambra and South Pasadena, which already have libraries. It is away from Wilson High School, which, by the way, has been acknowledged to be one of the 10 worst schools in the state. The proposed site is bad because Huntington Drive is busy and dangerous. A child had been killed there not long ago. Furthermore, the site is near the proposed 710 extension. If this library is built on this site, it will be a lost opportunity for the community to help our children. We need a library within walking distance to our middle school and high school. There are over 4,500 students in the central area of El Sereno right now who are not being served with this site.
To conclude, please, do you have others?
A multi-million-dollar library that will be inconvenient for students and residents is not an acceptable solution. Our neighborhood council and myself have attempted to communicate with our councilman, Mr. Pacheco, and his field deputy, Ms. Jimenez, to discuss these concerns. She has not returned our numerous calls, and he has not responded to a letter sent to him in October of last year by the neighborhood council. Since construction has not begun, we are here to request a city council override to stop plans for construction on the proposed library until a site search is completed and the city and LAPL explore with us, the community, a better option for the proposed library.
Thank you very much. Mr. Eddie.
We are very concerned because the library, the new libraries, not only carry books, they carry computers. Our district is very low in economics, and our kids cannot have personal computers. They do have computers at school, but they're used for school, and some of the schools use the computers for adult education, so there is no computers available around other than the library. And the library is...
And Larry Parks. Is Mark Barco with us?
Just because you're still calling.
Mr. Ted Hayes, followed by Larry Ross and Michael Sainto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I found myself in the office of a building services manager because the staff could not tell me what was happening with my complaint I had filed 4 months ago, because the computers were down. He was very agitated and told me that he had pipes, water pipes bursting and electric relays would not set, and I was there before him complaining about the fact there are no coat hooks on any of the doors in the restroom stalls. I've been complaining about that for 4 months now. He told me I should ask you, people of the city council, to investigate and put the code books in. I explained to him that plumbers and electricians don't install code hooks. So there we are. You've got this building, you had your roof you forgot to put on, your telephones didn't work, and your elevators are not functioning, and you don't have code hooks on the restroom stalls. Now that doesn't affect you because I know you don't use the public restrooms. But I would guarantee you that those code hooks were put up the time that this building was put up. And so they're antique. And so someone has them somewhere on the net selling them as a piece of City Hall. Now I will remedy this by simply going to Home Base and buying some code hooks, come in with my screwdriver and put them up. And then I'll build the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Larry Ross, followed by Michael St. Hill.
My name is Larry Ross. The hospitals are not doing the job that they are there to do. Daniel Freeman, Centinela, Harvard, UCLA, Martin Luther King, and Drew. The civil rights organizations are not doing the job that they're there to do. NAACP, ACLU. The law enforcement agencies are not doing the job that they're there to do. LEPD, the sheriffs, etc. The government agencies are not doing the job they need to do or that they're there to do. There's the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the DA, and the city attorney office, etc. The government at every level are not doing the job it needs to do to maintain law and order. The federal, the state, the city, and the county. Attorneys in the public and private sectors are not doing the job that they're there to do. The results. Abuses and violations of civil and constitutional rights, circumvention of the duly constituted laws. Example, persons' lives have been destroyed from filth. One of the family members' health suddenly shifted from sound to unsound. One close family member has recently died that I know, personally know, was subjected to abuses by Clarence County or county clans. Plagiarisms of ideas. And one of the latest entries is known to me as caterers.
I'm asking to
My repeated false arrests, imprisonments, assaults, batteries, denial to proper medical, housing, law enforcement, and legal help. And the latest lie, he spent most of his time there.
Mr. Ross.
He emits a clear image of corruption
Mr. Ross.
on the part of his body.
Conclude, please.
I'm about to conclude since I've been here since 10:30. Okay? It emits a clear image or participation in a cover-up. Not only by the board across the street, or down the ways a bit, but also this body, because I have been coming here since 1997, informing this body of the corruption that's taken place and the abuses against myself and my family. I think I heard a member, Labans, I think that's his name, say to him, the one that he introduced it as being here on a special assignment or visiting the city for information dispatchers, that the county believed that I am a fraud.
Thank you very much.
Am I right, Mr. LeBon? Did you make that reference to me?
Mr. Ross, we need to hear from the other speakers as well. Mr. St. Hill.
Michael A. St. Hill, God bless America. Past 35 years I've been a Republican. A voter. Every time I moved, I always voted. Never missed a vote. Past 18 years, I've been a Republican. Jesse Helms Republican. I even did commercials for Senator Helms in North Carolina. You move to LA and you see the difference in North Carolina, difference in LA. And you come and you see downtown, you see all the vagrant homes on the down street area, and they're urinating and they're defecating and they're doing whatever they want to do on the street. They have no possibilities of utilizing the city services to move them off the street. They want to set up a tent and be there and not move. You have a situation with drug enforcement on the street, and if you take 5 or 10% of the police officers at the central station, you can automatically assume that these jokers, this 5%, are the actual dealers of drugs on the street. They're absolutely corrupt. Here again, I'm here to support the mayor and getting rid of the chief, and I wish him a happy long retirement and never to come back to city government again, and I hope that the city don't make the same mistake 3 times to hire a person who has a criminal law degree, who has management degree, and who don't live in the state of LA, of California, or who don't live in the city of LA, and to come in and also, of course, a Native American, a Mexican American, or a woman. And I think that would really do good for the city of LA to come in and really root these corrupt cops out, because there are a whole lot of them. I thank you a whole bunch.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, item number 53, the closed session item, a request to continue that matter to Friday, May 3rd.
Without objection, item 53 is continued to this Friday. Next item.
There are motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
Council has excuses on the desk. Councilmember Reyes requests to be excused May 8th to leave early. City business, a motion is required.
Mr. Pacheco moves. Mr. Reyes is excused.
Mr. Weiss requests to be excused May 22nd for city business. A motion is required.
Ms. Hahn moves. Mr. Weiss is excused.
There's a request for Mr. Burns to be excused Wednesday, May 15th to leave at 11:30. That meets council policy, and that's for city business.
Mr. Burnson shall be excused.
Mr. Pacheco requests to be excused Friday, May 3rd to leave at 11:30 for city business. That meets council policy. Excuse me, a motion is required on
Ms.
that one.
Carey moves. Mr. Pacheco is excused.
That clears the desk, Mr. President.
Are there any announcements? Any announcements? Rescheduled committee meetings from this afternoon? Mr. Reyes?
Adjourning motion.
Okay. Any announcements? Mr. Pacheco?
We will be starting in 10 minutes after we do our recess budget and finance. We will only be focused in on cultural affairs and the fire department. Everyone else is excused. We'll pick it up tomorrow morning at 9. But those are the 2 departments we want to knock out today. Cultural affairs, and we definitely want to be out here by 5.
Any other announcements? Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. President. For colleagues and members of the public, moratorium day is today and tomorrow in Los Angeles for a death penalty moratorium. If folks are interested, I think 73% of Californians support a moratorium, according to a field poll, but 7:30 at Temple Colamy, 1200 North La Brea Avenue, on the corner of La Brea and Lexington, just south of Santa Monica. There is going to be a gathering with a number of people. Thanks.
Mr. Labange?
Yeah, every day is a moratorium on nonviolence. We want to make sure we have nonviolence. We don't have these tragic incidents, but I also wanted to mention that my committee that was supposed to officially come to order at 2 o'clock will be rescheduled next week, audits and government efficiency. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hahn?
I just want to remind everybody that it's the first Thursday of the month again, and every first Thursday of the month down in San Pedro in the evenings from 5 to 9, we have food and entertainment, and you can enjoy the charms and uniqueness of San Pedro. So if you haven't made plans for tomorrow night, come on down.
Any other announcements? Final announcement is the Commission on Children, Youth, and their Families is having a reception this evening at 6 p.m. in the Tom Bradley Tower room. I'm sure the entire city family is invited. Adjourning motions? Please rise for adjourning motions. Members of the public. Adjourning motions. Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. President, colleagues, ask that we adjourn council today in memory of Zenaida Fuentes, who passed away this Saturday, April 27th, from lung cancer. She was a dedicated social worker working to improve the lives of our children here in Los Angeles.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Joanne Anderson. She passed away April 20th. She served the city of LA as a public servant with approximately 33 years of continuous service. Served in a variety of jobs and departments, working her way up to from the clerical ranks to the professional ranks, eventually retiring as the personnel director of the planning department. She's survived by her son, Chris Weaver, and two brothers, Andrew and Freddie McClendon. Joanne, for me, was an incredible resource. Many of us new planners back in the late 80s could go to her and her staff, and they would help us out through our processes in this maze that we call city bureaucracy. I'd like to also adjourn in the memory of Oren Asa. He passed away on Friday, April 26. He's a longtime resident of Eagle Rock. He was the owner of the Northeast newspaper company for 50 years. This company published a whole range of publications: Eagle Rock Sentinel, Highland Park News, Herald and Journal, the El Sereno Star, South Pasadena Journal, Mount Washington Star, Lincoln Heights Bulletin News, Northeast Star Review, Belvedere, Citizen, and East Side Journal. Mr. Asa was a staunch advocate for the Northeast. There was a time when he was battling with the state when the Royal Parkway was the Royal Parkway. And he put up a big fight when he realized they bothered to put the freeway through there. And he was one of those individuals that made sure that communities be supported and represented by community folks and not machine politics. So we'll be missing him. He's survived by his loving wife, Betty Jane, sister Leola Stevens of Newport Beach, and nieces and nephews.
Mr. Pacheco.
Simply like to second that motion.
Are there any others? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.
You are watching LA City View, Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Let me ask you this. When's the last time an employer has asked an employee for their performance evaluation? The police commission under Joe Gunn represents itself. It's an independent body. They have all of the documents maintained in their own files. They do not need to ask the police chief for his own performance evaluation. Furthermore, they never gave him an opportunity to respond in a hearing setting to make a determination of his side of the facts.
If I can ask you to conclude, please.
Yes, I will. I'd like to tell you also, Teams 2, we complained about Teams 2 being implemented. Remember that the $168,000 for Teams 2 sat in this city council for over a year because you were concerned about the low bidder. So that's not the chief's fault. As to also the issue of racial profiling, there's been some talk that the chief was recalcitrant to the idea of data collection for racial profiling. As the attorney representing the department, that is patently false. He was never, ever stood in the way of data collection. His main concern was to make sure that nobody was racially profiled as opposed to waiting for discipline on a pattern or practice. As you go forward into this new police department with the Christopher Commission ideals and the consent decree, I've had the opportunity of representing 3 chiefs: Daryl Gates, who I admire and respect, Chief Willie Williams, who I had compassion for. There is only one man that I know who has the honesty, the integrity, the moxie, the ability to move this department forward, to change the culture of this department, not merely the letter of the law of this department. There's only one man that I know of, and that's Chief Parks. I hope that you take him up and you reappoint him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, my name is Mr. Williams. I'm out of Compton, California, raised and born in Los Angeles County, LA County. I've been working with the city of LA, California Conservation Corps, YACC, many programs, even LAPD. What I have to say about Chief Parks, he do need to stay. And like I said, and I say again, the late Mayor Tom Bradley, I work with all them. Like I said, I've been through so much in my younger days. Chief Daryl Gates and all them good people. You know, like I said, it's too much prejudice going on in this world. Because I can tell you back in 1981 when I got beat half to death right there at the tattoo shop on 5th Street, and they changed all their businesses around, and they changed everything around, and I know I was all in the right. I got a trail of blood all up and down the streets right there, and like I say, I'm like this, and I'm going to say it again. I'm not senile, I'm not schizophrenic, I don't have no hallucinations, don't have no mental problem, I'm not prejudiced, I get along with any human being there it is. And like I say, all the good work that you all been doing in Los Angeles County, this is a big county, this is a big region. I've been in other states and everything else, and I've been dealing with different communities and different people. What everybody here need to do is just pull together.
Thank you.
And it's, you know, like I say, this is one big family, and then you all just need to keep it like that, one big family.
Thank you.
Because, you know, I'm going to say this and I'm going to cut it loose. I do believe Chief Parks should stay, because a lot of y'all get out there after all these crimes, murders and tragedies and stuff like that happen, y'all go back to the community with Christian brothers like me. Keep the peace on mistakes and stuff like that. So like I say, it's the bold ones. That's what it's all about, the bold ones. And it's pulled together, ladies and men pulled together. That's what it's all about. I don't care what nationality you are, we all the same in God's eyesight. And we all need to stick together. Because y'all don't know what it's like by being out of a job. I do.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
Council calls forward Mr. Ted Hayes, to be followed by Najee Ali and Leo Terrell.
Good morning. Afternoon, rather. I'm Ted Hayes, obviously. I just want to say I concur with what Chief Parks said. That was pretty moving. I just, while I got your attention, don't forget this Sunday April 21st is what? 1,000 student march to end homelessness. Jewish, Muslim, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, pro-parks, anti-parks, pro-Han, anti-Han, Republican, conservative, liberal, we must come out and deal with this madness of people living in our streets. So I'm going to invite you all out, those of you who can make it, please come. God bless you guys. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ali?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. I'll be short and brief. Chief Parks has really made statements on why he should be reappointed as police chief. But I need to say this. I'm someone who's probably protested Chief Parks more than anybody in the black community, except for my lawyer behind me, Leo Terrell, over numerous issues. So I'm not a Chief Parks cheerleader, but I do want to be an activist that's fair. I do feel that Chief Parks has made strides to really reform the police department, which is why I chose to support him. And I just feel that 37 years of experience, he's been in the police department longer than I've been on this earth almost. I feel he's the best choice for the job. So I do urge the City Council to really think about overriding the police commissioner's decision not to reappoint Chief Parks. Thank you for your time. Hi, Janice.
Mr. Leo Terrell, to be followed by Donna Dewberry and Pastor William Monroe Campbell.
Thank you very much, City Council. Let me make a couple of very direct statements. The non-reappointment of Chief Parks is not a race issue. It's a competence issue. And let me say, in my opinion, as a civil rights attorney, Chief Bernard Parks should not get a second 5-year term. And I'll give you reasons that people in this community knows. One, a 5'1", 105-pound African-American woman was shot and killed on 4th and La Brea. Chief Parks said that shooting was in policy. Chief Parks fought against a racial profiling bill. Chief Parks was slow to implement the federal consent decree. A black actor, Anthony Dwayne Lee, shot in the back. Chief Parks said the shooting was in policy. I have never heard Chief Parks say that one shooting was bad. Morale is bad. In South Central LA, homicides are up. It is wrong to make this a race issue. It is a competence issue. And I recall when that federal consent decree was trying to be implemented to have some oversight, who fought against it? Chief Parks. When I heard him sit up here and talk about all his accomplishments, the man doesn't even have the integrity to admit any failures, any wrongs. I have fought this man for the last 5 years as a civil rights attorney, the last 13 years as a civil rights attorney. That's what I do in this community. Final point. It bothers me as an African-American civil rights attorney, and everyone in this room knows me. I've been fighting against discrimination, fighting against police misconduct, and because I oppose a black police chief, I'm an Uncle Tom. I'm proud to be an Uncle Tom today because race is not an issue. It is competence. Do not reappoint Chief Parks for a second 5-year term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Donna Dewberry. Ms. Donna Dewberry still with us?
And I take exception on the attorney who's making a statement in reference to the fact that he's making a commercial. He's been a fighting, of course, I know that, but I wouldn't hope you wouldn't think that he's representing the people of this community and that he's representing himself. He made a commercial about how many times he's an attorney, civil rights attorney. We all know that already, and I think it's time that we take that out. I don't think there's been an instance where the chief or any of the members that came down here to talk about this issue made it a black issue, or made it an issue whereby it was not a man who was qualified to have the position. So I would hope that the council, to some extent, disregard the commercial that was just made by Leo Terrell.
Dr. Frederick O'Murph, to be followed by Charles Brister and Alfred Ayakin. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I didn't see you standing there.
To the President, members of the Council, whether you are personally disposed to be supportive or not supportive of the chief. I think one thing has been made patently clear, that a process has been pursued through the police commission that does a disservice to the city of Los Angeles. And the only thing that will preserve the integrity of the city of Los Angeles is for you to exercise, I believe it's called Prop 5, the option and the opportunity and the responsibility to engage in a review with integrity. So whether you're supportive or not supportive of him or disposed to be, I would hope that you would stand to preserve the integrity of the city, because it's really left in your hands to do so. Then as you do that, I would secondly hope that you will act objectively. And while you are, by virtue of being elected office holders, politicians, I would hope that you would exercise an objectivity that would also honor the integrity of the city. We have been benefited by hearing a powerfully insightful reflection from the candidate under consideration. It's now up to you to demonstrate whether or not we as a city have integrity in how we do our decision making and how we handle our processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm Dr. Frederick O. Murph, Senior Minister of Brookings Community African Methodist Episcopal Church. And I certainly want to urge this city council to do the right thing. So much dissension has taken place in our city over this process. We have asked all along that the process be fair. I think it's been made quite evident today by the chief's articulate presentation that the process was not fair. This is the last venue that we have in terms of making sure that a wrong is righted. Therefore, we would urge the city council to vote to take up this incident, this whole thing about the chief, and to do your homework and discover the facts and not be led by a political process. We also want to urge you and invite you to come out on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We'll be hosting the first of a series of town hall meetings for the purpose of educating the public on the issue of succession. We are not saying we're going to support succession, but we're certainly going to study it to find out whether, in fact, it is in the best interest of the African American community. And I'm sure each of you will be interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Charles Brister, to be followed by Alfred Akian and this Big Money Griff.
Good afternoon. I want to say that, the issue of race and color comes up. Got to be honest with you. We don't live in a colorblind society. We live in a colorful society, and there's nothing wrong with that. I accept all colors, blonde, redhead, brunette. So we shouldn't let that be a problem. To be honest, though, there has been a problem in the past with the police departments dealings with certain ethnic groups, and it's caused some serious problems in L.A. And I'm glad to say that since Daryl Gates has left office, we really haven't had that problem here in L.A. with the police department. For the most part, they've been doing a good job. If you check the discipline record of the officers, according to Chief Parks, 80% of them have no discipline problem at all. And he did, yes, he did. He had to fire some of the people, and for good reason. Domestic violence is a serious problem. And if police are guilty of that, they need to go. You can't have somebody with a domestic violence problem out on the streets dealing with the public. Drugs, fraud, these were other problems why policemen had to go. And so I commend the chief on his discipline record. Like I said, 80% of them get through it with no problem, 20, 25 years on the force. A few bad apples had to go, and I hope he stays on board and maintains all that. To the credit of the city of Los Angeles, I'm glad to live in a city where we have people from 100 different countries, all colors, so many languages, and we get along pretty good. And I like to see that continue, and I like to see Chief Parks continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alfred Akian, are you still with us? To be followed by Mr. Griff and Lee Wallach.
Just for remembrance. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. We, the people of Los Angeles, on April 16, 2002, in the 21st century, polls have showed 71% support Chief Bernard Parks in the second largest city in the United States of America. And Chief Bernard Parks, we thank you for your 4-year report that was given by you earlier. Think about it, City Council people. Think about it. This is your city. This is our city. Are we going to stay whole, or are we going to divide? Tomorrow, you will make the decision as to whether or not, come November, we, the people, will join the Valley in making a decision as to whether or not this city, Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States, will be divided. I need not tell you that some of you, several of you, will no longer be sitting in this historic Los Angeles chambers. So your fate, instead of Chief Bernard's fate, is now in motion. Spread the word, what you heard. Now, it's very important that I also emphasize that a bird in a hand is better than 2 in the bush. And you know as well as you know that nose on your face and that nose at your temple, that this is a time where we need to keep Chief Bernard Parks. Why? Because he has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the man for this job, and that 7 white Anglo-Saxons of the Police Protective League and 1 white Anglo woman has decided to get rid of Chief Bernard Parks because the kitchen got too hot, because the shoe is on the other foot. Why? Because of Miss Hahn's brother, James Hahn, who says that he doesn't want him anymore. Why? Because they can't handle the truth. They can't handle the fact that now they're now being looked at as opposed to being brutalized and humiliated and terrorized. Give Chief Bernard Parks another 5 years, I beg of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Griff, Lee Wallach, and Geraldine Washington. Those 3 individuals still with us. Mr. Wallach, Dr. Washington, seeing none of them, Anthony Willoughby, to be followed by Barbara Perkins and Barry Greenberg.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Anthony Willoughby. I've had the opportunity to serve this city in many capacities. In 1991, during the drought, I chaired the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee on Water Rates. Was on the Department of Water and Power Commission, presently an Area Planning Commissioner. The reason why I come to speak to you today is no matter what your decision is, I think it's very important that this body review the chief's performance and make a decision for itself. You are the elected officials. Regardless of what is articulated, the majority of the commissioners, and it's well known, generally follow the edict of the mayor. In order to have a fair process and not have this be a divisive issue, I think it's important that this city council take up the issue so that it be in an open forum, and also so that all the voices should be heard. In fact, what would probably be best is to not only have the chief make a presentation, but those that oppose his appointment make a presentation to you so that you could consider all the facts, make an informed decision, because it is at a critical juncture for this city. And I think that if you do so, you will restore some credibility to the process and find that the city could then coalesce behind you. And I thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much. Barbara Perkins, Barry Greenberg, and Joe Taylor.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm Barbara Perkins. I'm from the San Fernando Valley Council District 7, I'm proud to say. But I shared some time with Councilmember Hal Burnson in 2 for a long time. I'm not going to say a whole lot because I do believe the chief has said everything that needs to be said as relates to his record. But I'm here to express my concern about the process. I have written to all of you. I have resigned from my city commission position because I firmly believe that the leadership that has been demonstrated is the leadership that I don't want to serve under. I've been serving the city for a long time in many different capacities. But what I'm asking you to do today is really consider the priority in designing a way for people to disconnect their service with the city and remain respectful, dignified, and keep their humanity intact. I think the process has taken away a lot of that. It has really cast a cloud of doubt on our ability to believe and trust in the government that we want to be able to trust in. Councilmember Padilla, we talk a lot. And I can't think of a more honorable thing to do than to volunteer in this city and spend the time to make my community better. It's very difficult today to trust this process. I ask you all to take it up as an issue. Allow people to serve, whether staff or volunteer, in a dignified manner. And when the day comes for change, as change is necessary, allow them to leave with dignity. This is not the way to do it. This process did not work. And this is the second time in 4 months I have watched a city employee cast away, discredit, and disrespected publicly. And I'm asking you to take that up as one of your agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Greenberg, to be followed by Joe Taylor and Alan Lee.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, my name is Barry Greenberg, and I served as co-chair of the first citywide Community Police Advisory Board Summit in 1995. Subsequently, I served as finance co-chair for the next 5 or so summits, served as a member of the Wilshire CPAB for almost a decade, and was co-creator of the Los Angeles Traffic Summit. I've written on policing for the Los Angeles Times and the Daily News, been on numerous talk shows, public forums, and even debated the Honorable Mr. Holden on television. So I come to this podium with some knowledge of the subject before you. I've always thought it was awkward to be referred to as the father of the CPAB Summit or the father of the Traffic Summit, but if you insist, I will proudly admit to their paternity without having to take a test. So I'm here today to offer some fatherly advice. We have both a challenge and an opportunity to thank Chief Parks for his 37 years of service and to outline the qualities that we need and are looking for in a new chief. In that spirit, let's use where Chief Parks came up short as a ruler by which to measure the plan and to plan who will be his successor. A leader who is sensitive to others and respectful of all members of the department. A chief who listens and values the opinions around him before making a final decision. Someone who knows that leadership begins with a big heart and not a short fuse. And someone who can convey a sense of outward strength and inner peace to the 4 million of us he or she is sworn to protect and to serve. You all know that the people of the city of Los Angeles deserve nothing less than a department that's at authorized strength and with a viable recruitment program. The fact that we don't have this today demonstrates how far we have to go. That's why the people of LA are entitled to a chief of police who understands that he works for a civilian oversight board and not any partisan political interests. We've been down this road before, and in retrospect, we've made a few wrong turns. Now we have an opportunity to set the future right and finally and fully implement a community policing program as outlined by the Christopher Commission.
If I can ask you to conclude, please.
Together, we can find the person who will lead this new direction, and I fervently hope that whoever he or she is, we draw from within our own ranks. My desire, our desire, is to see the LAPD once again as a place where each and every member is proud to work there, to represent the department, and willing to openly and honestly encourage friends, family, and neighbors to join the LAPD family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe Taylor, followed by Alan Lee and Janine Watkins.
And good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the council. An honorable man has been slandered. I remember years ago as a very young legal assistant and the city attorney, when our great Mayor Bradley was with us, I was introduced to a young Bernard Parks as a young detective destined to be chief someday. Those of you in public service can imagine the sustained level of performance necessary to achieve and survive at that level over such a long period of time. The chief mentioned we are in a time of actually war. This would cause a big hole in our emergency services. We all know that it's very dangerous, going back to the Pickering decision in the U.S. Senate, to float a decision that so fractures the public sentiment. Dismissal would occasion a fractious recall election. Make that point. Dismissal would occasion a fractious recall election because whether we like it or not, the same parties would be lined up. We have the mayor, although we have the Protective League involved in this decision, we know that the AFL-CIO supported Villaraigosa. We know that the governor's office supported Villaraigosa. We know that the Democratic Party supported Villaraigosa. So let us not imagine that a recall election cannot work.
If I can ask you to conclude,
Okay,
please.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Lee, followed by Janine Watkins and Michael Sanchez.
Yes, my name is Janine Watkins, and it saddens me today to be here. It cost all of us money to continue to come down to deal with such nasty politics. From the inception, watching on television, I live in Watts. We've experienced the 65 riots and the 92 uprisings. This city cannot afford, in a time of war, to spend money looking for someone to run the police department. Your police chief is eloquent. 37 years he's been in the business of being a police officer. I do not understand, living in Watts and being a Los Angelino, a native Californian, how we can continue to be so frivolous with our dollars as our children are in the streets watching this process, whether it's fair or not. And understand me, the children of this city are very intelligent and they understand that this is corrupt politics. From Caruso to the Police Protective League that went all over this city, bribing communities to be silent in the process, to be silent with their money, as this city gives $1.5 million to the Police Protective League. I refused to sit in a meeting because I realized how corrupt it was. I hope that this body, the City Council, has the courage ladies and gentlemen, to decide what is best for this city. Do not nitpick about whether or not you like him or not, or whether or not he drove a car in high school, like Mitzi Grasso said. No one liked him because he was the first one to have a car. We cannot afford to be frivolous when we decide who runs this department.
Thank you.
Because unlike your jobs, they carry guns and people are killed. So it's very important that we have someone who is able to understand this city and to control the police department.
Thank you very much. Michael Sanchez, to be followed by Gloria Taylor.
May this glorify God. Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Michael Sanchez. I'm an educator and a college student. Chief of Police Bernard C. Parks, LAPD, is a top cop. I believe all that he has said today. I support him completely. I believe in him with all my heart. I know that God is in control. Here in Los Angeles, I believe we need to move forward. I believe in our country, our political system. I know we will. God is in control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker will be Gloria Taylor.
Please excuse my voice. Please excuse my voice. But I had to come up and speak after hearing all the testimonies. As an employee for 30 years with the city and reminiscing, looking back and going forward, I can remember when George Jalty thought about a zoo in a park, an exhibition park. He had a dream. When you come to the city of Los Angeles, you work, you have a code of ethics, you have principles that you have, that you try to abide by. When you spend 37 years with the city, you do things automatically. You are a public servant. And we have one of the greatest cities in the world. If we would leave, United States would be the 7th in the world. We have 7 million people, more people than they have in New York now. We have the greatest number of beautiful places. You can go to the mountains, you can go to the oceans. You don't have to go to Monte Carlo. You don't have to go to Switzerland. All you have to do is come right here in California. If you want wine, caviar, we have some of the greatest wine vineyards. We have exports and imports. And when the pier is finished, we will have the greatest export in California in the world. We are 7th largest in the whole United States. If we would not have to be with the United States, we could make it. We have 1 million people in Los Angeles. And here we try and do a job with a few officers. And he can't do the job by himself. He has to have numbers. The population explosion is terrible. I can remember when Mr. Hahn said, if you got a problem, come see me. He'd take your hand and pat you on the back. He'd solve the problem. Mr. Jalty spoke of the zoo. Mr. Frederickson said, buy the land. Buy all the land you can buy, because in 20 or 30 years, we're going to need it for recreation and parks. All these things happen to Los Angeles. So 37 years, you give of yourself to the public. You don't care. The heart has no soul, and the spirit is not prejudice. But you do a job because you want to serve the people. Now that we have billions of dollars to the CRA that's been here now, why come we can't use it? The Christopher report has given us a blueprint. All we need to do is supply the monies and put it in the proper place.
Thank you.
That's something to consider. This problem didn't occur just with Mr. Hahn and with Mr. Parks. It was here before that. And all he could do is make a decision on the circumstances beyond his control.
If I can ask you to
And when
conclude, please.
September the 11th came, nobody thought about morale. Everybody got themselves together because they were trained through the departments to do their job. And they went to New York. They've been to Japan when the earthquakes came. They depend on us. We're training the other policemen over the country because we got the best in the country. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. I worked my 30 years, but as an ex-employee and as a retiree at 70, we all need to come together. The 10 Commandments is there. Don't care how you do it. You know when you're right and when you're wrong. And you also know that closed doors. Why close the door?
Ma'am?
Can we all listen? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm for going forward and keeping Mr. Hahn until the job is finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr.
Timothy Watkins was called earlier. You weren't here at the time.
I just wanted to say that on Sunday, almost 2,000 lowriders, African American, Hispanic, Latinos, Crips, Bloods, men, women, children, and some senior citizens came out to our center in Watts. And they had from 9 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock that evening, just a wonderful day. And the fact that they gathered, and it was that kind of group, contradicted all of the perceptions of people that are external to the community and many of my staff members and so on that said you're walking into a dangerous trap, there's going to be violence, there's going to be shooting, these guys can't get together. But the one thing that kept running through my mind is that if we don't make an attempt to make a difference, then all we leave the differences to are out there in the streets. And that it doesn't matter to me whether a life is lost on Central Avenue or whether it's lost inside of our 7-acre site. I just don't think we can afford to lose any more. And there was a tactical alert the other day. There was a citywide tactical alert when the announcement was made that Chief Parks was not going to be reappointed. And I just want to say that, you know, certainly there could have been a spark. Certainly there's pressure in the city. Certainly there could have been some kind of repercussion. But people chose to behave in an orderly way. The people that were at that site the day before yesterday chose to behave in an orderly and responsible way because they're learning that it's best to work towards a peaceful solution. It's best to work to find intellectual solutions to our problems. And I just want to say, I mean, Alex Padilla set a hell of an example when he revisited one of his earlier decisions, and it was a unifying effort that took place here at City Council. And I would just implore you, encourage you to think about bringing this city together with the concept of setting an example of leadership by revisiting ideas that may have been, or decisions that may have been made in the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comments for item number 16. Members, we've heard from the public. We have heard from the chief. We have item 16 before us. I believe the appropriate action, Mr. Clerk, is to note and file this report.
That is correct.
Is there a motion from the floor? Mr. Labange moves. Mr. Garcetti seconds. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that report is noted and filed. Next item, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Mizikowski moves and Ms. Gruhl seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves and Mr. Pacheco seconds.
Items numbers 1 through 5 on the regular agenda are items noticed for public hearing. A motion is required on 4 and 5 inasmuch as they're submitted without recommendation.
Items 1 through 5 now before us. I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on items 1 through 5.
We shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. President, on items 4 and 5, I would like to move the city attorney recommendations contained within the committee reports for both those items. I believe there are 3 recommendations from the city attorney that I would like to see adopted by the full council.
Okay, we have motions on items 4 and 5. Members wishing to call any specials? Items 1 through 5, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those matters are approved. Items 2 through 5 being ordinances, we do have 12 votes.
Mr. President, items numbers 6 through 13 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Items 6 through 13 now before us. Members wishing to call any specials? Items 6 through 13, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Items numbers 14, item number 14 is before you. That matter is a item for which public hearing has not been held.
And I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on item number 14. Members wishing to speak on item 14 or call it special? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item 14 is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, now is the time for public comment on non-agenda items.
An opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items within the city's jurisdiction but not appearing on today's agenda. The council calls forward at this time Mr. Mike Stevens, to be followed by Tut Hayes. I don't see Mike anymore. Mr. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam, pardon me, Mr. Chairman. What is going to be your tactic and your strategy now? Are you going to allow the chief's matter to be pigeonholed? You're going to allow it to lapse? Are you going to simply allow it to sunset? Because I understand you have a limited period of time in which you can take jurisdiction. Are you going to assume jurisdiction? Perhaps your city attorney can point out to you that based upon the law, the Brown Act, it's a slam dunk that the chief has not been dismissed by the police commission because they did not properly inform him of his rights to have an open hearing and also conduct that hearing. So I think the public is waiting with some suspense as to what your next action is going to be. You're required to take jurisdiction at this particular point and make a determination. Now, if you don't, it'll simply lapse, and in 5 days, the chief will be in court. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruth Amina Leo, Itwisi Mungu. I've been homeless for 2.5 years at my choice because I had got Section 8 a couple of times. And I noticed that how Chief Parks has been a beautiful person in the LAPD force, much better than Gates when he was in there. I can see a lot of Americans that were light-skinned and weren't getting beat, but dark people were getting beat down in front of them, and they would try to help for no reason. They were getting beat down, and I didn't appreciate it. I had went on a trip to go see my kids, and I had got on so-called the wrong bus. This is the year 2000. Within 6 months ago, the white KKs were talking about they need to get Chief Parks out because they want to burn blacks still here in LA. How can that still be? We have civil rights. We're all equal. I'm half African American, half European, Choctaw and Cherokee Indian. It disturbs my mind to see that we can't get along down here on this beautiful planet that God had blessed us with. Make the right decision and please keep Parks in because he's done a beautiful job of every ethnic group. God bless us all.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk?
Motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
Council members' request from excuse. Councilmember Reyes requests to be excused on May 3rd for city business. This meets policy.
Mr. Reyes is excused.
Councilmember Zion requests to be excused on June 14th, 28th, August 2nd, 6th, 7th, 9th, and July 12th for both personal and city business. This also meets policy.
Mr. Zion is excused.
Councilmember Zion requests to be excused on July 17th for city business. This meets policy.
Approved.
Councilmember Galanter requests to be excused on April 30th for city business. This meets policy.
Ms. Galanter is excused.
And Councilmember Weiss requests to be excused on May 29th for city business. This also meets policy.
Mr. Weiss is excused.
And Ms. Perry requests to be excused on May 14th for city business. This also meets policy.
Ms. Perry is excused.
The desk is clear.
Thank you. Before going to announcements, Ms. Perry, did you wish to be recognized?
I want to do an adjourning motion.
Okay. Are there any announcements? Forthwith on 13, Mr. Reyes?
We have Plum at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Planning and Land Use Management Committee will be meeting today at 2 o'clock. Any other announcements? Seeing none, please rise for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions beginning with Ms. Gruhl.
Yes, I stand today to honor and pay tribute to Hannah Wax, Joel Wax's mother, who lived to be 92 years old, devoted her life to her family, was active in the Women's American Orient and her temple. As many of you know, she was the hardest working volunteer for Councilman Joel Wax and his campaigns. She will be missed by so many people and was really a strong supporter of this city and of her son. And I know there are many others who were at the services yesterday, enjoyed hearing the stories about her, and just want to adjourn in her memory.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. All members. Mr. Burnson?
Yes, I just would like to be a co-author on that, if I may. I know it's going to be all members. I had the opportunity to serve with Joel for 23 years that I was here. And our heart goes out to him and time of his loss.
Mr. Garcetti? No? Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn in the memory of George Horner, who was a very close friend of one of my staff members, Pat Davenport. He lived to be the ripe age of 89 years old, was the world's greatest track fan and supporter of high school athletes for many years. He's had a very long and lengthy illness, but continued to be someone who appreciated this city. As Pat mentioned, he will be missed but never forgotten. He's survived by his sister Elaine Dixon, his adopted nieces Christine Gotsis and Donna Jean Moore. Thank you.
Mr. Labange?
I learned on the radio this morning, Robert Urich, who was an actor who inspired a lot of people, as our actors do as residents of this city, and he battled for over 5 years cancer, which is a vicious disease. It captures too many people long before their time. His services will be this Friday, I believe, in Los Angeles. I think we should adjourn in his memory as one who worked his craft well and then diagnosed with this illness, spoke about it, and taught people how to fight the fight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Garcetti?
Mr. President, on April 10th, we had Maria Felix, who is one of the greatest actresses in Mexican history, pass away at 88. She was widely agreed to be the most beautiful face in the history of Mexican cinema and an icon during its golden age of the 1940s. Spent a lot of time in Hollywood as well. Some of her relatives and descendants live right now actually in the 13th district. But her movies will certainly live on as her legacy, but she will be sorely missed here and in Mexico as well.
Thank you. Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have two adjourning motions. The first one is in memory of a little boy named Anthony Ramirez, and he was only 8 years old when he was shot and killed last Thursday, April the 11th at 7:30 p.m. at Trinity Recreation Center. He was caught in the middle of gang crossfire, people who had absolute reckless disregard for the lives of others. He is survived by his sisters, Brenda, age 5, Elizabeth, age 11, Adriana, age 18, and his father, Carlos Ramirez. And I'm sure all of us would send our prayers to the family. The second one is in memory of Carrie D. Rux. She was born in Clark County, Alabama, to John and Adeline Phillips. She came to Los Angeles in 1952 and eventually married Mr. Vernon Rux. She was educated at the Los Angeles Musical School and was quite involved in her church and community life. In 2001, her health began to fail, and she passed away on Thursday, April the 4th. She is memorialized or will be remembered by her husband, Vernon, brother Eugene, sister Mary, who's also deceased, two godchildren, Jeff and Star, and a host of nieces and nephews, great-nieces, nephews, great-great-nieces and nephews, and many, many, many dear friends.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, request we adjourn in memory of Robert Aguilar, passed away April 7th. Robert was born in Los Angeles on November 28, 1919. He served in the United States Army and was in the landing of Normandy Beach on D-Day and in the Battle of the Bulge. He married Tilly in January 1942. They were married for 60 years when he passed. In 1967, Robert and Tilly became part of the LAPD family when the youngest of their three children began a career with the LAPD. In 1973, Robert and Tilly began a tradition of their own by attending weekly LAPD flag football games. Once the Flag Football League evolved into the Centurion football team, Robert and his family traveled to Arizona for the first ever Centurion football game. Robert was always there to support any and all LAPD athletes. There may be some who didn't know Robert, but the people who knew him will know that Robert truly loved LAPD and was a true spirit of the LAPD family. He is survived by wife Tilly, sons Robert and Ron, and his daughter Christine. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Colleagues wanted to make a brief mention. Mr. Labange requested that we adjourn in memory of Robert Urich. He was originally from Ohio, a football player after Mr. Labange's liking. But I was watching the news this morning as well and seeing some of the coverage. They didn't show footage of Ohio. They showed footage of Los Angeles, and specifically Hollywood. So even though he wasn't a native of Los Angeles, certainly people think of Los Angeles because he was an actor, because he had a successful 30-year career, and especially because he had a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. One of the great reasons to be proud of the city of Los Angeles. Ms. Galanter, who's not with us today, also shared with me that she wished to be a co-presenter on Hannah Wax's adjourning tribute, as do I, but all members will be listed. And I wanted to thank Ms. Gruhl, Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Zine, and Mr. Weiss for having attended with us the services yesterday. The only message that Joel has for us is we only get one mother in life. There's nothing like our mother. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.